This deep canyon was about 600 to 800 kilometers deep. Han Fei sat on the lotus seat and watched the worm fish retreat from him, none of which dared to step forward. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Hey! Little cute lotus, can you understand my words?" The lotus fish was swimming around Han Fei. It looked a little weak at the moment, just occasionally sprinkling its colored mist. Han Fei had a guess in his heart. It seemed that it was not as easy as he imagined to cross the worm sea. This lotus fish seemed to have paid some sort of price. But Han Fei didn't understand why the lotus fish behaved like this. Since he entered the sea grassland, he had been through many dangers. Especially in the seaweed city wall, he was almost killed in that damn place. He couldn't imagine what would have happened to him if he hadn't prepared in advance. After that, he met the lotus fishes. But after that, he entered this worm fish abyss. It happened to be that the lotus fish could help him get through this abyss. Was this a coincidence or deliberately designed? Why were the two completely mutually exclusive species living next to one another? Han Fei could only attribute it to the magic of nature. Thousands of species could live in an ocean area, so it was a natural thing that they reinforced and restricted each other. Just like submarine volcanic craters, geothermal springs, coral bushes, deep sea jungles. These places actually had their own complete ecological chain. Maybe the fish here were too strange, so he felt strange. After all, the lotus fishes were really cute. After crossing the worm fish abyss, Han Fei saw a seashell beach similar to the lotus fish sea area. On the ground, there were also many color crystal mussels. The seaweed and rocks were also covered with various shells and snails. Occasionally, crabs crawled past and then got into the soil. To Han Fei's surprise, there were lotus fish here too. When the lotus fishes here saw Han Fei coming over on a lotus seat, large swarms of the fish surrounded him. For a time, the sea waters were filled with colorful stardust, which made this sea area like a fairyland under the sea. Han Fei was very surprised. Huh? Why are there lotus fish on both sides? It seems as though the worm fish were sealed in this abyss. But how was the worm fish abyss formed? Han Fei smiled and shook his head. What does this have to do with me? With my current strength, I might be swallowed by the fish within a second if I go down to the abyss. Han Fei teased the lotus fishes for a while, then stroked the head of the lotus fish that had just sent him over and said, "Thank you for sending me here. I'm leaving." This time, the lotus fish seemed to know that the danger had passed and didn't stop him, but sprinkled a colorful mist on Han Fei. Han Fei swam forward. He guessed that Yang Ruoyan must have been here. That woman was very foxy, but still dared to come here alone. She must have a big secret. He swam more than 500 kilometers, and the scenery at his feet kept changing. After passing the lotus fish area, everything was no longer so peaceful and harmonious. Along the way, he encountered crabs, piranhas, swallowing worms, and creepy seaweed forests. Huh? This place is full of spiritual energy. Han Fei stopped here. The spiritual energy levels here were more than twice as high as other places. He couldn't remember how many different scenes he had seen. Anyway, within this huge sea grassland, there were hundreds or even thousands of ecological systems. Right now, this was a colorful space. The place where the lotus fish lived was elegant and tranquil, while this place was brightly colored and magnificent. On the water plants, dozens of sea urchins of different colors were gnawing on plants. On the ground, he saw 4 or 5 snails digging at a single glance. In cracks in the stones, claws stuck out from time to time. Seeing the blue sea wandering dragon daggers floating beside Han Fei, however, those sharp claws retracted. There were also some pearl fishes that swam past, above Han Fei's head in groups, but they did not attack him. Of course, these creatures were of no threat to Han Fei at all. Besides, what dominated this area was not sea urchins, snails, or crabs, but starfish. There were a lot of starfish here. On the sand, starfish were everywhere. Some starfish were as big as a palm, but their tentacles could be several meters long. Some starfish had carapace on their backs, and their tentacles were like sharp blades or darts. Of course, more starfish were common species, but they were very large and of various colors. It appeared that this was simply a gathering place of starfish as it was full of them. The only thing that made Han Fei thankful was that there was no dead leaf starfish here. That thing was literally a cancer of the level 3 fishery. Like dead leaf worms, they could also absorb the vitality of others. Among these starfishes right now, not only were there no cancer-like starfish like dead leaf starfish, but this place was even full of tonic starfish. For example, Han Fei saw a furry starfish named star sunflower. Eating it could make the blood boil so as to promote physical tempering and get twice the result with half the effort. If it were before, Han Fei would have caught all these star sunflower starfish right away. But now, he was more cautious and didn't act rashly. Since he came here, he had not found any particularly powerful creatures in this place. But was this possible? No. In places like the sea grassland, there could be dangers everywhere. Without the protection of powerful creatures, a place couldn't develop so safely to this day. The lotus fishes were different because their color mist seemed to be able to purify the soul, and even worm fishes would retreat when they met them. That was their talent. But if there was no creature that could protect this starfish gathering place, it was really strange. With this in mind, Han Fei did not touch any starfish here. Of course, when a tentacle starfish crawled over and strangled his ankle, he still cut off its claw mercilessly. Swish. The starfish whose paw was cut off ran away swiftly with a speed that common starfish wouldn't have at all. Han Fei snorted. He really hated creatures with tentacles. The soft and sticky tentacles were so gross. But of course, the squid was different, whose tentacles were so delicious after being grilled. After Han Fei chopped off the starfish's claw, many creatures here began to flee, including the dumb snails. In the ordinary fishery, those snails wouldn't be so smart as to know to run for their lives. Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming. The level 3 fishery was indeed a place where wisdom was born. Even though most of the creatures were not yet truly conscious, they still could perceive danger and knew the preciousness of life. Han Fei gradually sped up. This place was beautiful, but not safe. He was not going to stay here long. However, Han Fei had only swum for less than a few minutes when the place he just passed by suddenly gave off a dazzling light. Han Fei was vigilant and hurriedly evaded. However, before running 100 meters away, he hit an invisible shield with a boom. F***ck. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Han Fei grabbed the water-dividing seal and hit the invisible energy shield. Boom. Crack. The force of the blow, weighing more than 10,000 caddies, directly blasted the invisible energy shield to pieces. Huh. Is this sealing power so weak? Han Fei was a little surprised. According to his experiences, this land of starfish couldn't be so simple. As he was thinking, Han Fei swam 100 meters away, but with another boom, he bumped into another invisible seal. Oof. Another one? Let me hit it again. Boom. In this way, Han Fei swam less than 2 kilometers, but had broken 5 seals. Who the hell is so crazy as to set so many seals in this damn place? Han Fei was speechless. Shit. This kind of seal was neither strong nor weak. Why did that guy bother to set so many of these seals here? With Han Fei's current strength, even the seals that could trap peak level dangling fishers couldn't necessarily trap him. No, it is impossible for anyone to set so many seals here. Is this a formation? Han Fei landed. This must be a certain formation. Whenever an enemy invaded, it would automatically set a seal. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. This was amazing. If what he guessed was right, it meant that he had to break through thousands of seals if he wanted to cross this land of starfish. If there were only 3 or 5 seals, it was all right. But if there were really thousands of seals, he might not be able to get through this formation, even if he consumed all his spiritual energy. Having figured this out, Han Fei didn't hit the seal again, because no matter how many times it was smashed, it might not work. A good formation is invisible and formed naturally by the heavens and the earth. However, since the formation is formed naturally, there must be a way to break it. This was the first sentence in the spirit-gathering scripture left by old Jiang, which meant that a good formation was not necessarily made but naturally formed by the heavens and the earth. Only this way could the formation be invisible. However, it also explained that any formation had a way to be broken. Han Fei had studied formations for a year. Although his knowledge about formations was not profound enough, he knew the basics. For this kind of formation that was naturally formed, in many cases, the formation eyes were not fixed. It was possible that an inconspicuous little thing was the formation eye. This was also the most terrifying part of a naturally formed formation. You couldn't even find the formation eye at all. How could you break it? Han Fei's feet fell on the ground and began to move forward step by step. Wherever he went, the starfish ran away. After walking about 120 meters, Han Fei encountered a barrier. Han Fei did not stop, but turned sideways and walked to the side. After a while, Han Fei stood in this small seal and muttered to himself. It's 600 meters wide and 600 meters long. If a single seal is so small, it's not so difficult to crack it. After pondering for a while, Han Fei swam to a height of about 20 meters and wandered around in this area. After a while, when he found a stone several meters high, he smiled. Stones on the bottom of the sea usually have a long history, so they were either covered with seaweed or moss or had shellfish inhabit them. But this stone was so smooth. Han Fei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow, shot the stone to pieces with an arrow, and swam out quickly. Sure enough, the limits of the seal were gone, and Han Fei successfully broke through the seal just now. Of course, every few hundred meters, Han Fei would enter a new sealed area. But he didn't panic. It didn't take him long to break them. According to his experience in formations, however, these small formations shouldn't be underestimated. The reason that being in the formation could be dangerous was that many small formations were interlocked. But once the formation eyes of the small formations were destroyed, the large formation would be damaged as well. Fortunately, the person who arranged this formation was not very clever. If Han Fei had such a great formation-setting ability, he would definitely hide the small formation's eyes well. At least, he would bury them under the sand. How could that person just expose the formation eyes on the sand? At first, Han Fei tried to find the formation's eyes. But when he broke through 10 or so small formations in a row, he found that the guy who set this formation was lazy, very lazy. All the small formation's eyes were relatively new, which either had been moved or conspicuous. Thus, it was very easy for Han Fei to break the formations. In just 1 hour, he broke nearly 50 small formations. Not surprisingly, 50 small formations were nothing but a drop in the bucket in this area. To Han Fei's surprise, among the nearly 50 small formations, there were as many as 20 small spirit-gathering formations. Although the spirit-gathering formation had a sealing effect, their essence was still gathering spiritual energy. Could it be that the guy setting the formation lacks spiritual energy? Han Fei had guessed why the guy who arranged the formation was so lazy. Because this area was too big and was probably circular, just like the seaweed city wall, encircling the heartland inside circle by circle. According to the method of setting this formation, these formations were likely to be made by the same person. This person must have waved his hand casually and arranged this formation as he swam past this huge area. He didn't even bother to think about how to hide the formation eyes. That would be such a waste of time. Han Fei grinned because he felt that he had guessed what that guy was thinking. That guy set up the formation at will, which showed that he was very strong, but the strength of the formation was not enough, so on the whole, he was not unimaginably strong. And to arrange such a formation, it must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, the guy who set up the formation also arranged a large number of spirit-gathering formations in this formation, which indirectly led to the enriched spiritual energy here. Hee, you can arrange a formation, but I can do it too. Han Fei smiled mysteriously. Instead of breaking the small formations one by one, he might as well break them as a whole. When Han Fei found a formation eye of a small formation again, he didn't touch it but moved it. Then, overlooking from a height, he rearranged many places in the formation. Repeating this process, Han Fei spent more than 3 hours transforming 7 or 8 small formations, which covered several kilometers. Han Fei threw a piece of white coral under his feet. Then, he clapped his hands and chuckled. It's done. Han Fei suddenly sat on the ground and began to draw a formation under his bum. In a moment, a small spirit-gathering formation appeared. There was a formation at the place where he sat and he replaced it with a small spirit-gathering formation. When this small spirit-gathering formation appeared, in an instant, with Han Fei as the center, 9 sealing formations illuminated at the same time, and billowing spiritual energy surged. Han Fei smiled. I may not be good at arranging other kinds of formations, but making a spirit-gathering formation is too easy for me. Yes, Han Fei had transformed the 9 formations, just like the plantation circle at the entrance of the Thug Academy. Han Fei just reproduced it. However, unlike the plantation circle, the spiritual energy contained in it was natural spiritual energy, which was much less than in the ocean. Therefore, it couldn't set off a spiritual energy storm. However, it was different here. The seabed, especially places like the seabed forest, had a lot of spiritual energy. And in this land of starfish, spiritual energy was more than double that of other places. At this moment, coupled with this serial spirit gathering formations, almost in the blink of an eye, a spiritual energy storm was set off. One after another spiritual energy tornadoes formed underwater. And these spiritual energy tornadoes converged right under Han Fei. For a time, the billowing spiritual energy was like a raging wave and came straight at Han Fei. Han Fei was not afraid at all and even began to practice the void fishing art. At this moment, Han Fei was enjoying a gluttonous feast. At the right time and place, the massive amount of spiritual energy poured into his body, and it only took half a moment for him to absorb nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Cultivating here for an hour was equivalent to swallowing a spiritual fruit from a level 3 fishery. Han Fei was overjoyed. Half an hour later, somewhere in the land of the starfish, a voice said depressedly, "Who is snatching my spiritual energy?" Yang Ruoyun was trapped in another place in the land of starfish. She was really annoyed. According to her information, there weren't so many formations in this place. She suspected if she went the wrong way. However, seeing the starfish all over the ground, she knew she was right. But, why were there so many sealing formations here? A large spirit-gathering formation could collect spiritual energy in a wide range, so not only in the land of starfish, its existence could also be sensed in many other places. Above the wormfish abyss, 8 lotus fish were carrying 8 people to the other side of the abyss. "Young master, there seems to be a spiritual energy wave." A young man with his eyes closed, stroking the lotus fish with one hand, lightly said, "In the ocean, a spiritual energy wave is common. What surprises me is that Han Fei is so fast. How could he surpass us so much?" Beside the young man, someone said, "Young Master Mu, that guy is so weird. It's hard to imagine that he can walk through the seaweed wall alone." The young man nodded slightly. Yes. If Han Fei has no means, how could he have snatched the sea token? Father said he even has a legendary contractual spiritual beast. Anyway, catch up with him first. Although the young man called Young Master Mu looked calm, he frowned. There were a lot of dangers along the way. Especially that seaweed monster even tried to lock him a soul lock. If they hadn't fought desperately together, that monster would have succeeded. However, even so, they had lost 6 peak-level dangling fishers along the way. This cost was not small. If anything happened again, he was not sure whether he should continue chasing him or not. Of course, they had also gained things too. The seaweed monster told them that Han Fei had come there. Han Fei was overjoyed at the moment. Only an hour later, he had absorbed 80,000 points of spiritual energy. If he could, he felt that he should cultivate for 2 months here, and then he would get 100 million points of spiritual energy. Bam! 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 However, at this time, the spiritual vortex in the sea suddenly collapsed, replaced by purple light beams. F***CK. Who is it? Han Fei lunged to his feet, only to see a huge starfish. There was a sudden silence. He and the starfish stared at each other silently, and the anger on their faces was replaced with embarrassment. Han Fei shouted in surprise, "Master! Hexagon?" Han Fei himself had never expected to see the hexagon starfish again. At this point, the barrier around this place was laden with starfish, crabs, and conchs. However, as if time had stopped, the hexagon starfish opened its 6 big eyes and stared at Han Fei in shock. "You've mistaken me for another starfish." The hexagon starfish was rather panicked. It had only been free for 2 years. Why had it run into this wicked human being again? Seeing that the hexagon starfish was about to run, Han Fei shivered and took out the white stone that he had never squeezed so far. He shouted quickly, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'm going to squeeze this if you run." Han Fei was amused. Back when he was a fishing master, he couldn't take reaction in time when the hexagon starfish fled, but now that he was a dangling fisher, he could squeeze the stone before the starfish ran 100 meters. He felt lucky that he didn't abandon the stone, and he decided that he would never give anybody else his essence, or it would be terrible if someone else squeezed him like this too. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, it's been a while. Why don't we have a talk?" The hexagon starfish was almost weeping, feeling that its life was full of difficulties and bad guys. However, since its essence blood was under Han Fei's control, it dare not flee at all. The hexagon starfish shrank into the size of a pot cover, before it floated to Han Fei. "Human being, how have you grown so fast?" The hexagon starfish was rather speechless. After only 2 years, this man had turned into a dangling fisher? Han Fei spoke telepathically with a smile. "Ah, the cultivation of human beings is always fast." "Huh, you've surpassed level 42, haven't you?" In Han Fei's eyes, this hexagon starfish was level 42. He remembered that it was only level 36 when he first met the starfish. But Han Fei wasn't really surprised. After all, the general fishery had much fewer resources than the level 3 fishery had, and the hexagon starfish was starving back then. At this point, it looked perfectly healthy. Han Fei looked around and asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, you didn't set up those arrays, did you?" The 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish were full of helplessness. "I was caged for 300 years, and you stole half of my spiritual energy. I'm only trying to absorb some for myself. It's only been a year. Why are you here again?" Han Fei said, Hey, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'd like to point out that I'm really a passerby this time. I was going to the depths of the seaborne prairie, and I didn't expect to see you." The hexagon starfish said quickly. "Then off you go. I'll clear a path for you. You go there and do your business." Han Fei was briefly stunned. This starfish had turned smarter after 2 years. And wasn't as stupid as they first met anymore. He suddenly remembered the seaweed monster's remark that something with a similar vibe to him passed the wall of seaweed a few years earlier. Could it have been the hexagon starfish? Han Fei asked tentatively, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, did you pass the wall of seaweed when you came here?" One of the seaweed monsters can talk. The hexagon starfish was still considering how to make Han Fei leave. It didn't think too much about what Han Fei said, but simply replied, "That was a vicious seaweed. I would have been caught if I hadn't run fast enough." Han Fei was rather surprised. The hexagon starfish indeed had been the stranger. In the meantime, he realized that the hexagon starfish couldn't have been more than level 40 a couple of years earlier. So to speak, this hexagon starfish was quite awesome in that it escaped the seaweed monster as a dangling fisher. Han Fei immediately had other plans. The hexagon starfish was definitely in. Expert in arrays, not to mention its other shining points, such as how gullible it was and how great it was at escaping. More importantly, he didn't think that the hexagon starfish wasn't here for treasures. Why would this guy come here if nothing was attractive? He even suspected that the hexagon starfish was here for treasure hunting when he accidentally spotted the land of starfish. Since it had abundant spiritual energy, the hexagon starfish decided to cultivate here for a while. Hanfei couldn't help but grab one of the hexagon starfish's tentacles, but the hexagon starfish swooshed dozens of meters away before he said anything. The hexagon starfish said, with wariness in his 6 big eyes, "What are you doing?" Hanfei smiled bitterly. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'm just catching up on you. Why are you dodging me?" The hexagon starfish revolved and kept a distance from Hanfei. "Just talk from there. I will not give you any treasure." Hanfei was lost for words. Who's asking for treasures? I guarantee that I won't ask you for treasures. Hearing that Hanfei was not here for treasure, the hexagon starfish was relaxed. It stopped revolving and simply waited for Hanfei to talk. Hanfei said with a smile, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, there is an area of big red trunk in the depths of the jungle, behind you. Did you know that?" The 6 eyes of the hexagon starfish constricted. "That's a dangerous place." Hanfei asked in surprise, "So you've already been there?" The hexagon starfish waved its tentacles and said, "I only paid a visit to it. There are a lot of annoying and bad fish in that place." Fish? Hanfei was briefly stunned. The hexagon starfish described them as a lot. And bad? It meant that the fish near the big red trunk were so tough that even the hexagon starfish had to keep a distance. Hanfei asked again, "Do you know what those fish are?" The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes and said, "No. I've never seen them. They hid themselves at the center, but can control those trees." They can control the trees? Hanfei was rather surprised. He had seen fish that could control trees before. The Millennium Snapper, for one, could control all kinds of spiritual plants. Hanfei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do those fish sing?" The hexagon starfish was confused. "What is sing?" Bam, bam, bam. Right when Hanfei was about to explain, a blue gigantic electric arc glittered in the water at a distance and broke 100 arrays in the blink of an eye. Both Hanfei and the hexagon starfish were greatly shocked. The hexagon starfish complained, "Why did you bring so many people here?" Hanfei blinked his eyes and said, "I didn't." "You can perceive them?" Staring at Hanfei, the hexagon starfish said, "Those guys have broken into my spiritual energy absorption arrays. They're too strong for me. Enough chatting. I have to run." The hexagon starfish was about to run, when it found that Hanfei had grabbed its tentacles. He said gloomily, "I'm going to squeeze your essence blood if you run. Tell me, how many people have come, and how strong are they?" The hexagon starfish was dumbfounded. Having no choice, it said unhappily, "I think there are 7 or 8. All of them seem stronger than you." "Damn it. How can they be so fast?" Hanfei asked, his face changing greatly. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are you aware of any fatal arrays?" The hexagon starfish replied in a stun, "No. The starfish are not murderers." Hanfei almost vomited blood. "The starfish are not murderers? You don't know any fatal arrays when you have established such a huge barrier?" Hanfei was shocked that the guys from the Sun family had somehow broken Hundreds of arrays. They were much faster than himself. If they kept blowing through them, the barriers that the hexagon starfish set up would be weakened. And there would be no stopping them. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Hexagon starfish, wait a moment while I set up a fatal array. If you dare to run, I will crumble your essence blood immediately." The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes, almost determined to slap Han Fei with its tentacles. It complained that it was so unlucky as to run into this jerk so often. With the spirit gathering array before him as the pivot, Han Fei started carving quickly. As a matter of fact, he didn't really know any fatal arrays. Since he received the spirit gathering scripture, he had only grasped one array, which was the spirit gathering array. He learned the other arrays as ways to save his life, and he never really grasped them. The fatal arrays were much more complicated than the spirit gathering array. A perfect fatal array would be the most difficult to carve of all arrays. Han Fei didn't have the time even if he wanted to learn. What Han Fei was capable of was the simplest spirit explosion array, which was essentially a huge landmine that would blow up any enemy who accidentally stepped on it. The problem was that the array was too simple. The hexagon starfish remarked, "That won't do. You will be discovered very easily." Han Fei was lost for words. "Why don't you do it if you think you're good?" "I'm going to add a stealth array to it. Do you want to help me?" The hexagon starfish might seem stupid, but it wasn't really an idiot. Since it had been forced to stay here, it was possible that those strangers could catch it later. After all, those people were too strong for it. The hexagon starfish proposed, "Why don't I fabricate a pivot for you?" Han Fei's hand paused while he was setting up the array, and the half-drawn stealth array simply collapsed. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the hexagon starfish in shock. It was really a sound plan. He shouted in delight, "Hurry up, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let's get it done and flee." The hexagon starfish snorted. "Can I flee on my own?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? You're still hoping to run on your own at a moment like this?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'm here for treasures. Don't you like glittering stuff the best? Why don't we work together as allies to search for treasures? You'll have all the glittering items, and I'll have those which don't glitter. How does that sound?" The hexagon starfish was still rolling its eyes, and Han Fei said, "Stop hesitating. If anyone else were here, they could have signed a contract with you. With your essence blood, all right? How about this? I'm going to stay in the level 3 fishery for a year. We'll work as allies during this year, and I'll return your essence blood to you a year later. Do you like that? Seriously?" Boom. Another electric arc burst out 100 kilometers away, and the barriers were exploding like pieces of paper. Having no time to think, Han Fei grabbed the hexagon starfish's tentacles and said, "Set up the array now, or we will both die." 8 peak level dangling. Fishers will be too strong for us even if we have a mutated creature to help us. The hexagon starfish was panicked too, as the intruders were indeed too fast. The barriers on the land of starfish would be further weakened after another few electric shocks, and it wouldn't be able to resist their attack. The 6 tentacles of the hexagon starfish emitted purple brilliance, which left circuits one after another on the ground like lasers. Huh? Han Fei found it odd. This array was carved in a different way from what the spirit gathering scripture described, but it wasn't any simpler. Immediately, he guessed that the hexagon starfish had found an array book that was as good as the spirit-gathering scripture during its treasure hunting. A moment later, a fake pivot took shape, covering the spirit-gathering array that Han Fei set up earlier, but spiritual energy was still being concentrated. Here. Han Fei gritted his teeth and stabbed a blue sea-wandering dragon dagger into the soil at the pivot. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let's drop some spiritual energy here and blow them up later. The hexagon starfish patted water with its tentacles and said, I don't have any spiritual energy. I've used it up during my advancement. Han Fei grabbed the white stone and said, I've contributed a spiritual weapon and a conductor and dropped 50,000 points of spiritual energy. You have to at least invest a 100,000, don't you? You can get plenty of spiritual energy later. As he spoke, Han Fei did toss out 50,000 points of spiritual energy, which stunned the hexagon starfish. It never knew that Han Fei could be so generous. It rolled its big eyes for a long time and finally spewed out 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Like Han Fei said, its essence blood was still under his control, and those people behind were obviously his enemy. If they weren't blown up, it would be impossible for the starfish to beat them. On the other hand, after the hexagon starfish threw the spiritual energy out, it asked in surprise, how can a human being store so much spiritual energy? Han Fei replied without even blushing, there are spiritual springs in my sea. Swallowing seashells. The hexagon starfish considered a moment and felt that that made sense. When the third electric arc glittered, both Han Fei and the hexagon starfish were shocked, as the guys from the Sun family were moving towards this place, which was now a hot spot of spiritual energy. Han Fei jumped to the hexagon starfish's back and said, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let's run. Can you come down? Han Fei shook his head. This is your home. You're more familiar with the terrain. Also, I'm not very heavy. The hexagon starfish. Han Fei didn't really care how traumatized the hexagon starfish was. After all, it would be too much a waste if he did not put such a super laborer to good use. After another moment, another electric arc struck, and the guys from the Sun family had finally arrived at the fake pivot. Young master, we found the pivot. Two subordinates quickly stepped forward and smashed the obstacles. The obstacles were roaring, triggering all kinds of ripples. Sun Mu frowned and asked those around him, why is the spiritual energy so dense in here? Someone thought carefully and replied, young master, the seaborne prairie is a dangerous place. The barriers that have been blocking our way cannot function without the support of spiritual energy. Sun Mu nodded. But he frowned and asked again, but Han Fei is just a beginner dangling fisher. How did he pass this place without being stopped by the barriers? Everybody was shocked. They were wondering the same thing, but they knew that Han Fei must have a lot of tricks, considering that he had killed almost 10 peak-level dangling fishers. Crack! When the fake array was broken, Sun Mu felt needles stinging his back. He bellowed, back off. As he spoke, he cast his hook as fast as lightning and pulled back one of the two subordinates who were breaking the array. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout the bottom of the ocean within hundreds of kilometers, raising enormous waves. Sun Mu had only retreated several hundred meters when the overwhelming waves came at him. They were so powerful that one of the two guys who broke the array was torn into shreds. Protect young master. Go away. Instantly, Sun Mu took off a jade pendant and crumbled it, and a dragon shadow showed up before him. The dragon roared for more than 100 seconds, blocking the horrifying blast. Of course, Sun Mu was still vomiting blood despite the protection. Young master. The peak-level dangling fishers gathered before Sun Mu and blocked the aftermath of the explosion for him. Coughing out the blood, Sun Mu wiped the stains on his lips and even smiled. Everybody who has obtained the sea token is extraordinary, and it seems that Han Fei is not an exception. Interesting. I'm going to find out what else he has. Though one of his subordinates had died, Sun Mu simply turned a blind eye to it because the victim was too stupid. At this point, all he could think of was to beat Han Fei. At this point, Han Fei was sensing the waves in the water on the back of the hexagon starfish. He asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, how many people do you think we blew up?" With so much spiritual energy, and even one of my spiritual weapons, I'm sure we've blown up a handful of them, right? The hexagon starfish's big eyes were still rolling. It sensed for a moment and said, "I can't perceive anything. The barriers there have been too greatly ruined. But I think a couple of guys have been killed." Proud of his smart move, Han Fei said in delight, "Okay, Mr. Hexagon Starfish. Let's go deeper. Let me tell you, cultivating spiritual energy is useless. You need to search for opportunities and treasures. As a sea creature, you should know it better than I do." The hexagon starfish replied, "Human beings cultivate too fast, and it's bad for your foundation. It's also why the sea creatures are usually stronger than human beings of the same level." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Seriously? I never feel that sea creatures of the same level as me are stronger than me." The hexagon starfish tilted its head, unwilling to talk to Han Fei anymore. Suddenly, the hexagon starfish sensed something and said, "Human, one of your compatriots is hiding there." "Huh? My compatriot? Where?" Han Fei blinked out and looked around, only to see nobody around. He immediately triggered his senses. He saw human-shaped ripples, as well as a familiar face, in the water. Seeing her, Han Fei burst into fury. "It's you? Thief, you've set me up multiple times. I will not hear another word from you." It was none other than Yang Ruoyun who was hiding down below. Yang Ruoyun was quite shocked that Han Fei passed the wall of seaweed too. She had used almost 50 flash stones to teleport herself through the wall, and she had only given Han Fei 2 of them. At this point, Han Fei was holding the blue sea wandering dragon bow and had gathered his spiritual energy into an arrow. He was not going to talk to the woman again in case he was trapped another time. Han Fei had realized that he wasn't very smart, although he had picked up many treasures, as could be seen from the setbacks that he suffered from Yang Ruoyun. When Han Fei was about to shoot the arrow, a fish skin map appeared in Yang Ruoyun's hand. Han Fei's determination came to a sudden halt. He was still glaring at Yang Ruoyun, but he did not shoot his arrow. Yang Ruoyun tossed it casually, and the fish skin map drifted to Han Fei. Now that the map had been offered to him, how could Han Fei let it go? Immediately, Han Fei picked up the map, only to discover that it marked a treasure trove near the seaborne prairie that he had never explored. Han Fei cross-checked it with Old Bai's map. He did not find any mark, but there was an underwater mountain on this map. Looking at the quality of the fish skin, Han Fei was more or less convinced. But he still asked grimly, "How do I know that this map is real? And even if it's real, do you think I'll let go of you?" Yang Ruoyun looked at the big starfish by Han Fei's side and thought that it was Han Fei's contractual spiritual beast. Though she was surprised that Han Fei had 3 contractual spiritual beasts, it was not unprecedented. So she did not consider it a big deal. Yang Ruoyun said casually, "Our first encounter was an accident. In our second encounter, I directed the people from the ghost boat to kill you, so I owe you one. In our third encounter on the seaborne prairie, you helped me, and I owe you another one. As for the wall of seaweed, that's not my fault. I had to save myself at the critical moment. Also, I gave you 2 flash stones. You owe me one for that." Han Fei was so angry that he laughed. "That's bulls it. Who cleared the way for you? How could you have escaped from the 2 hunters without me? I don't owe you a damn thing." Yang Ruoyun replied casually, "Whatever you think, I never set up any trap against you, and I am not to blame for what happened to you." Slightly choked, Han Fei said, "No, you knew the wall of seaweed and the pit of the dry leaf worms earlier, so you prepared a lot of flash stones for yourself and fooled me into treasure hunting with you." Yang Ruoyun stared at Han Fei and said, "Let's make things clear. Firstly, I didn't fool you into treasure hunting with me, you volunteered to join me." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Would I have followed you if you had told me the truth?" Yang Ruoyun nodded. "You would have." Han Fei was choked again, wondering why he had asked such a stupid question. Yang Ruoyun smiled and said, "Just now, an enormous explosion took place, and I sensed the blast even from here. I don't see why you would make such an explosion unless your enemies have caught up to you. Therefore, you entered the seaborne prairie probably because you were chased after, and you had to press on even if the journey ahead was dangerous." Han Fei's fury was paused. He was surprised that the woman had guessed so many things. If Han Fei was an unreasonable person, he might have killed Yang Ruoyun. After all, in a world full of cultivators, one did not need a reason to kill someone else. But not everybody was like that. Most people had their principles. Han Fei, for one, could not kill anyone without a good reason. However, he would not be bent so easily, either. He said coldly, "Even so, you still owe me 2 favors, and you should return them with your life." Raising her head and staring at Han Fei, Yang Ruoyun said, "The fish skin map in your hand was drawn by my father in person 9 years ago. You can check the texture of the fish skin to confirm. Does it count as one?" Han Fei reluctantly nodded his head. The treasure trove definitely counted as one favor. Yang Ruoyun said again, "You were asking about the abyssal chasm earlier, and I know a thing or two about that." As she spoke, Yang Ruoyun tossed half a book to Han Fei, and Han Fei found that its title was Records on the Exploration of the Abyssal Chasm. Having no time to read it, Han Fei asked, "Why is it only half a book?" Yang Ruoyun said calmly, "The other half is in my hand. I'll give it to you after we get out of here safely." Han Fei asked further, "Why do you have something that nobody else does?" Yang Ruoyun replied casually, "Do you have any idea how many people die in this fishery every day? To be honest, this book is not valuable at all, but just because something is cheap doesn't mean it's always available. At least, you might not be able to find a copy of this book at all on the dragon boats." Han Fei frowned. Who was this woman exactly? As if knowing what was on Han Fei's mind, Yang Ruoyun said, "We weren't supposed to be related, but we embarked on the same journey coincidentally. You must have realized that the level 3 fishery is not as simple as it seems, and the world we know is only one tiny proportion of it. Han Fei waved his hand and said, I can get the other half of the book after I kill you, but it doesn't matter if you don't want to give it to me. We can just go separate ways. Bye-bye. Hardly had Han Fei jumped to the hexagon starfish's back when Yang Ruoyan said, I'm of no threat to you, but your pursuers are outrageously strong. If you take me, I can help you get rid of them. Han Fei immediately hit the brakes and looked back at Yang Ruoyan. Yang Ruoyan stared at Han Fei. If I can't do it, you can kill me. After a long silence, Han Fei finally said, damn it. Han Fei knew that Yang Ruoyan was not a good person, but she seemed to be very smart, and he could not overlook her declaration to help him get rid of his pursuers. If he were an ordinary person, he probably would have been killed after following Yang Ruoyan into the seaborne prairie. Since he had been trapped by her, the guys of the Sun family definitely could be too. The hexagon starfish, which had been silent, rolled its 6 big eyes and said, I don't think you can beat her in a debate. Han Fei said angrily, I can't beat her? I'm just being a gentleman, or I could have slapped her to death easily. Yang Ruoyan's eyes widened. This starfish can communicate? Han Fei suddenly realized that the hexagon starfish, just like the stone spirit turtle, spoke with mental waves, and he was not the only one who could hear it. He couldn't help but remark, why do you care if it can talk? Come here, but if you show the slightest anomaly, I'll kill you immediately. Yang Ruoyan ignored what Han Fei said but simply looked at the hexagon starfish in shock. A sea creature that could talk? She had met 2 of them in only one day. While following Han Fei, Yang Ruoyan stared at the hexagon starfish and asked, Is this the thing in the wall of seaweeds? Han Fei shook his head. Of course not. How can Mr. Hexagon Starfish be the same as that goddamn seaweed monster? I'm going back to it sooner or later. The hexagon starfish said again, you can't defeat it. Han Fei said gloomily, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, shut up. I still have you if I can't defeat it, don't I? The hexagon starfish constricted its eyes and said, I can't defeat it either. Besides, the starfish don't fight. On the back of the starfish, Yang Ruoyan was rather curious. Was this big starfish really a contractual spiritual beast? She never knew a contractual spiritual beast that could talk. She couldn't help but wonder who Han Fei was exactly. Han Fei, on the other hand, couldn't feel greater now that he didn't have to swim. Besides, the hexagon starfish was faster than he expected. When it was on full speed, he couldn't have kept up with it without attaching little gold to himself. On the way, Han Fei stared at Yang Ruoyan solemnly and stressed. Again, we're cooperating for now, but it doesn't mean you can flee again. Trust me, you won't have another chance to squeeze the flash stones. I'll attack you the moment you show any anomaly. Yang Ruoyan said expressionlessly, our destination is the same. We're both going to the center of the seaborne prairie. In such a case, why would I run? Han Fei did not trust Yang Ruoyan at all at this point. He simply asked, What's in the center? I'm not completely ignorant of it, so think carefully before you answer. Yang Ruoyan considered for a moment and said, It is said that there is a huge wood, a big red trunk at the center of the seaborne prairie that has grown for eons. What else? Yang Ruoyan looked at Han Fei and asked, Have you ever heard about the Millennium Snapper before? Han Fei tilted his head and said, What if I have, and what if I haven't? With sorrow in her eyes, Yang Ruoyin said, the Millennium Snapper is an alluring fish that can control spiritual plants. It's said that their sounds are the most marvelous music in the ocean. Of course, Han Fei knew it. He also knew that the Millennium Snapper was almost undying in areas that had abundant spiritual plants. Seeing that Han Fei was tranquil, Yang Ruoyin was rather surprised. You knew this? Han Fei's lips curled. Are you surprised? How is the big red trunk related to the Millennium Snapper? Why are you going there if it's so dangerous? Yang Ruoyin shook her head. That's none of your business. My purpose here is different from yours. You're all here to look for treasures and grow stronger. But I'm here to seek an answer. 32 members of the Yang family have died here. I'm the last living person in my family now. But I have to come here too. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You think I'm an idiot? Why would you come here too? Kill yourself if all your family have died here? Yang Ruoyin said, heavenly talents like you would never understand. Who would ever dare to come to the level 3 fishery without the exploration of the generations of pioneers? Han Fei mocked Yang Ruoyin's explanation and did not believe it at all. He didn't think that her family were full of scientists that explored the mysteries of the ocean. Yang Ruoyin was not bothered by Han Fei's attitude. Staring at the front, she said slowly, the dragon boats send a lot of people to places that are too dangerous to visit for other people every year. The places with the most victims are naturally the most dangerous places, and the central area at the Seabourn Prairie is one of them. Han Fei asked in confusion, a lot of people are sent each year? Yang Ruoyin nodded. Explorers are sent every time the boats drop by. You might not see a lot of people on your way, but that's just because they entered this area from other routes. Han Fei was surprised. Even if they might be killed here? Yang Ruoyin nodded again. Yes. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something else. What about the experts on the dragon boats? The hidden fishers and the hanging fishers? Yang Ruoyin said, maybe they know it, and maybe they don't. There was a hidden fisher who died here. Since then, no experts came here anymore. Han Fei sneered. Then why do they keep sending dangling fishers here? Yang Ruoyin said casually, you don't understand the darkness of this world. Certain secrets are more important than lives. What Yang Ruoyin said filled Han Fei with suspicion. The dangerous places in the level 3 fishery that he knew were already a lot. But still, people kept exploring those places. Were they idiots? The hexagon starfish remarked gloomily, there's nothing over there except the annoying trees and fish. The tree you mentioned has delicious fruits, but nothing else about it is remarkable. Yang Ruoyin asked in shock, you've been there? Han Fei was quite surprised too. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I didn't know that you visited it before. The hexagon starfish hummed and said, I once dug stones in there, until those fish carried me out of the place. Looking at its enormous size, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how big must the fish have been to carry you out? I was digging stones under the trees. Of course I had to shrink my body size. Han Fei. Dumbfounded, Yang Ruoyin spoke to Han Fei telepathically, isn't this your contractual spiritual beast? The hexagon starfish replied, of course not. I am a free starfish. Han Fei glanced at Yang Ruoyin and said, let me tell you the truth. The creatures with more eyes have greater spiritual power, which means that they can overhear telepathic communications. Yang Ruoyun pursed her lips, but she wasn't too bothered. She simply looked at the hexagon starfish and asked, "Senior, have you taken fruits from the tree?" The hexagon starfish rolled his big eyes, and Han Fei was lost for words. He wondered how this starfish grew eyes everywhere. Its 6 eyes were aimed at different directions and could almost spin all over its body. The hexagon starfish said, "It's partly my fault. I was digging the stones when I found the glittering fruits on the tree. So I had one of them. Then, they drove me out." Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun and asked, "Why? Is there something wrong with the fruits?" Han Fei remembered that the ghost he met last time warned him again and again not to have the fruits. Not just the fruits, he wasn't supposed to eat the fish either. But he found it quite odd, because the data of the Millennium Snapper suggested that it was edible and could permanently increase recovery abilities by multiple times after it was eaten. Multiple times. Han Fei was still tempted when he thought about it. If he hadn't collected the Millennium Snapper with his demon purification pot, he might have eaten it already. Also, the seaweed monster demanded fruits too. Were they asking for the same thing? But wasn't the hexagon starfish fine after having the fruit? Han Fei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, was there anything unusual after you ate the fruit?" "No." The hexagon starfish replied, "I don't think so. Well, I made a breakthrough after that." Han Fei. Yang Ruoyun seemed to be deep in thought, but Han Fei didn't care what was on her mind, because his eyes had been filled with vague redness. "We're here. We're here. The big red trunk forest." Han Fei rose from the back of the hexagon starfish excitedly. Yang Ruoyun rose too. She looked at the big red trunk and then at Han Fei. "If you know the big red trunk, you should know that their leaves release scorching energy." Han Fei said in disdain, "Do you think I'm scared of a few insignificant leaves after traveling so far in the seaborne prairie?" Yang Ruoyun didn't say anything. In her eyes, Han Fei was mysterious too. After all, not everybody was qualified to be hunted by so many experts, and not everybody could be a friend with a starfish that could talk without contracting the creature first. The hexagon starfish said, "You can do whatever you want now. I'm going to dig some stones for myself." Han Fei said with a smile, "But don't be too far away, Mr. Hexagon Starfish. I'm going to squeeze it if you're beyond 1,000 meters." The hexagon starfish closed its 6 eyes, too angry to say anything. Before the forest of the big red trunk, Han Fei vaguely heard singing from the depths of the wood. Yang Ruoyun said gravely, "Millennium Snapper." The hexagon starfish shrank into the size of a palm, before it dug into the soil and crept into the forest of the big red trunk. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, take it slow in case you're carried out again." He waved his hand with a smile, summoning 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, which immediately cooled the water nearby. Han Fei shrugged and said, "I said that I'm not scared of it. Let's see whether the tree leaves are hotter, or my daggers are colder." Yang Ruoyun almost rolled her eyes at the 30 spiritual weapons. That was really extravagant. She took a pill out of her sea-swallowing seashell, and Han Fei noticed that it was a chilling pill too. It seemed that Yang Ruoyun had made a lot of preparations for this place. Just like that, they went into the wood one after the other. The moment they stepped in, the soil on the ground began to shiver, and the sword-shaped leaves were even redder, unleashing overwhelming heat. The red leaves began to fall above their head, making the water red and glamorous. Han Fei had experienced it before, so he simply pressed on fearlessly. He was as casual as before even though the red leaves were sweeping like swords, because they weren't as crazy as last time without the control of the Millennium Snapper. Even so, Han Fei's spiritual energy protective cover had been broken twice. Yang Ruoyun was even more weird. There was no telling what pill she had taken. But the red leaves all avoided her when they approached her. But Han Fei could tell that Yang Ruoyun was not in her best state. While the pill protected her from the red leaves, the side effects were enormous too. At this point, she was pale and unsteady, leaving a trail of ice behind her. Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun weirdly. You're too weak to bear the pill. How much longer do you think you can endure? Yang Ruoyun's lips were quivering as she stared up ahead, as if she were talking to the wood. She said, it doesn't matter how much longer you can endure if you don't aim to be a strong cultivator. Han Fei? He didn't really understand what the woman was saying, but since the moment she stepped into the forest of the big red trunk, she did not seem to care about her life anymore. He snorted, when are you giving me the other half of the records on the exploration of the abyssal chasm? Yang Ruoyun replied expressionlessly, when we reach the real big red trunk. Han Fei grinned. The big red trunk is just a tree. It's those Millennium Snappers that are the real threat here. While walking, Yang Ruoyun asked, do you know how many people are around here? Han Fei asked in surprise, huh? There are other people here? Yang Ruoyun sneered, as I told you before, many treasure hunters have been coming here though the trip is dangerous. They're still waiting. Seeing that the spiritual energy protective cover was about to be broken, Han Fei replenished it and asked, for what? Yang Ruoyun sped up, and Han Fei followed her closely in case she played any tricks. Yang Ruoyun said, for singing. Infinite Millennium Snappers will sing in unparalleled tone at the big red trunk at the center, and every visitor here will be given an opportunity. Han Fei frowned. Nonsense. You said yourself that the visitors here were all dead. Yang Ruoyun said, that was an incomplete statement. People only know the victims who are dead, but a lot of visitors walk out of here alive, except that they lost their memories of the day, as if they were never here. Han Fei's eyes constricted. They lost their memories? Wait, how did you know that? Yang Ruoyun glanced at Han Fei and said, there are always exceptions. Yang Ruoyun did not continue but walked faster and faster, and Han Fei frowned hard. He had a bad feeling. Certain big secrets seemed to be buried in this place. What happened next proved Han Fei's speculation. When he moved faster, there were more red leaves, but they weren't any more powerful even though they were almost boiling the water. He didn't see any fish or crabs on his way, but only the flowers and the big red trunks. After half an hour, Han Fei finally saw the biggest big red trunk. Before Han Fei approached it, he had seen its branches and leaves that stretched 500 meters away. They were as dazzling as the afterglow. When the water surged, the sword leaves fell and turned into burning flames, disappearing into nothingness before they hit the ground. Yang Ruoyun said casually, this is called falling flame. It's the original look of the big red trunk. Han Fei raised his head, only to be shocked. How tall is this tree exactly? Yang Ruoyun suddenly fell on her knees and crossed her hands before her chest. Do you know why it is impossible to dive down from the sky, or go up in the water, as you press further into the seaborne prairie? Yang Ruoyan fell on her knees before the big red trunk and paid her tribute. Then she said slowly, "It's because the ocean you see might not be the ocean you're in." Hanfei was puzzled. "Please say something I can understand." Yang Ruoyan, however, bowed at the big red trunk again and said, "Here, the surface of the ocean is not connected to the underwater." Not connected? Hanfei was shocked. How could they not be connected? Wasn't this place the underwater area of the seaborne prairie? How could it not be connected to the surface? Yang Ruoyan glanced at Hanfei and asked, "Why didn't you come in from the middle?" Hanfei was stunned. "Because I was worried that someone might be after me." Yang Ruoyan said, casually, "To be more exact, since the moment we passed the wall of seaweed, the surface is no longer connected to the underwater area. Nobody knows where you will reach if you swim up, but if you come down from the sky, you will end up at the wall of seaweed." That's an unanswered enigma. Hanfei was dumbfounded. He felt that his brain was crashing. It seemed perplexing even in this world that was full of wonders. Yang Ruoyan did not explain further. She rose after bowing 3 times and took out a bell and a wristband. Cling. Cling. When Yang Ruoyan rang the bell, a drawing flew out of her into the red leaves on the tree. His face slightly changing, Hanfei grabbed Yang Ruoyan's neck and asked, "What are you doing?" In the meantime, Hanfei spoke telepathically, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, come back. And let's go." However, Yang Ruoyan simply shook her head and said casually, "It's too late. Starting from the moment we entered the forest of the big red trunk, there's no way for you to get out." Hanfei lay the blue sea wandering dragon dagger on Yang Ruoyan's neck, causing a minor cut. "Make yourself clear." Ignoring the dagger on her neck, Yang Ruoyan continued ringing the bell with her hands crossed. Yang Ruoyan said, "You can kill me, but you'd better let me finish. The Millennium Snappers will be out in a minute, and those hiding outside will come in too. Everything that's going to happen here will be kept here. Maybe you can get out a day later. I'm not lying to you. You may be strong enough to survive this." Hanfei stared at Yang Ruoyan and asked, "What about you?" He had always found this woman queer, especially when she made those weird moves. He had absolutely no idea what she was up to. Yang Ruoyan slowly put her hands down and stopped shaking the bell. Then, she took out half a book. She said slowly, "Actually, I had prepared this book on the dragon boat back then. I planned to invite you to kill those 2 people with me and attract you to enter the seaborne prairie with me with this book. But I had to abort the plan because of the accident that happened to you. I didn't expect to meet you again in the seaborne prairie. That may be fate. Here's the other half of the book. We're done here." Hanfei had a lot of complicated feelings. Yang Ruoyan was definitely a freak. Not because she had strange personalities, but because Hanfei thought that she might be a lunatic. Walala. At this point, the branches of the super big red trunk began to shake, and the infinite sword-shaped red leaves were falling, raising flames one after another in the seawater. The red leaves were not directed to him, or anyone else. They were just falling. La, la, la. Hia. Voices that sounded from the soul echoed in the seawater, pure, indistinct and unworldly. Hanfei's face changed greatly. He knew what the Millennium Snappers were capable of, and if they were all to attack him crazily, he might not be able to survive it without hiding and forge the universe. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'll give you 10 seconds to come back, or I will squeeze the stone. On the third second, Han Fei saw a palm-sized little starfish emerging from the soil below his feet. The Hexagon Starfish's voice rang in his head, "That's fine. They'll be done soon. I've listened to them many times. Can you not threaten me with my essence blood every time?" Han Fei snorted and said, "It's fine for you, but not necessarily so for me. We have to stick together from now on. Is there any place safe? Take me there." Han Fei did not consider himself smart, but he was definitely not stupid. He knew that Yang Ruoyun couldn't be up to anything good and speculated that she did not plan to go out alive. But he was here for treasures and did not intend to get himself killed in a weird accident yet. The Hexagon Starfish said, "There's no need to hide. Nobody will notice you." Yang Ruoyun said, "That's right. I didn't lie to you. If so many peak level dangling fishers failed to kill you, they might not be able to do so this time. Your pursuers might get killed first." Han Fei? Hew. 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 Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head, only to see millennium snappers crawling out of the red leaves of the big red trunk as they began to sing. More millennium snappers were joining them. They surrounded the thick trunk in a circle, which was a rather weird behavior. Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun and asked, "What are they doing?" Yang Ruoyun said without any hesitation, "They're communicating with the big red trunk. It's like some sort of ritual. I never saw it before either." Suddenly, Han Fei turned his head and saw a stranger 1,000 meters away. The stranger glanced at Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun and swam to another direction, paying no attention to them at all. Then, after only a short moment, Han Fei noticed a couple more strangers. However, none of them talked to Han Fei. They did not seem to know each other either. They simply each found a corner and started to wait in silence. Hundreds of kilometers away from the wood of the big red trunk, Sun Mu and his team were swimming quickly. "Young Master Mu, the Millennium Snappers have started chanting. Are we really going in?" Looking at the crimson water far away, Sun Mu frowned and asked, "Is this wood a big red trunk as wicked as it's said to be?" A subordinate that was closely behind him replied solemnly, "Yes, young master. Everybody who enters the wood will either lose their memories or die there. Some people do return with information on the wood, but they only remembered part of what happened." Sun Mu asked, "Has the Sun family ever investigated it?" "Yes." Sun Mu nodded and said, "How many lived and how many died?" The subordinate smiled and said, "Over the past hundreds of years, the Sun family has sent almost 1,000 people to this place. In the past year, 12 people made it here. 5 of them died, 1 went crazy, and 6 were safe. Among the safe guys, 6 became hanging fishers soon after the journey." Sun Mu glanced at him and asked, "You're very proud of that?" His subordinate's face immediately changed. "I dare not be, but the casualty rate is very low. If they were intermediate or advanced dangling fishers, only 10 to 20% of them would have survived." Sun Mu snorted and said, "It's only because our family sent peak level dangling fishers, who had more advantages. But that's enough information. Let's go in. Remember, no treasures, just the sea token." "Yes, sir." More than 1,000 Millennium Snappers had been gathered on the big red trunk, and thousands more must have been among the red leaves where Han Fei could not see. Their disorganized singing soon became uniform, like a group of angels singing. In paradise, their melody was breathtaking. Han Fei was greatly shocked, not by the music, but by the number of millennium snappers. Weren't they rare creatures? Was it normal that thousands of them were gathered here? If he were to throw all of them into the demon purification pot, what would he create? Han Fei did not even dare to think about it. The hexagon starfish, however, said, "Wait a moment. The petals will be thrown." Han Fei? Pooh. Han Fei suddenly saw that a leaf was on fire. He was slightly surprised. Could the leaves on the tree be set ablaze too? But next, the red leaves were ignited one after another, so fast that they seemed to be awash with oil and would be set on fire with a tiny spark. It was much more magnificent than fireworks. When billions of red leaves on the outer layer of the enormous tree were on fire at the same time, the whole big red trunk turned into a gigantic tree of flames in no more than 10 seconds. Shoot. Hiya. La, la, la. The melody was slow, pure, and touching. More and more millennium snappers were gathered in the flames without moving at all. Bam! Suddenly, an explosion burst out from the tree, and the flames blossomed like fireworks, filling the whole ocean with starry fire. Yang Ruoyun almost burst into tears when she looked at the infinite flames. Her devoutness stunned Han Fei. Those flames were falling overwhelming. There was no place to hide at all. Han Fei! Han Fei sensed danger and lunged forward. In the next moment, a longsword cut where he had been standing. Before Han Fei's eyes were 7 people, led by a young man who couldn't have been more than 20. He was a peak-level dangling fisher. Looking at the people behind him, Han Fei felt like cursing. He wondered how many people those jerks had sent, and why the super landmine that he planted did not kill them. The young man was holding his sword with one hand. On the freezing sword, a green serpent was meandering. "I am Sun Mu. You're qualified to learn my name. After I kill you, I will bury you under the big red trunk. It's a nice graveyard." Sun Mu spoke with a smile and looked above. "Look at this beautiful place. You're going to appreciate the view forever." Grabbing 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, Han Fei stared at Sun Mu coldly. "Thank you for your kindness, but I think that the view here is more suitable for you. I'll bury you here after you die. How does that sound?" That being said, Han Fei looked very awful. The number of enemies before him was beyond his estimation. Were they not wounded all at the wall of seaweed? Did they all make it here? Han Fei spoke to the hexagon starfish telepathically. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you have more arrays? Set up a few, and help me block them." The hexagon starfish naturally realized that it was no good. It wanted to flee, but Han Fei definitely wouldn't allow it. The hexagon starfish replied telepathically, "How can arrays be set up so fast? Why don't you hang in there a while longer? The fruits will be out in a minute." Lost for words, Han Fei cursed, "You're still thinking about the fruits at such a moment when you're about to be killed?" Han Fei ran quickly. He couldn't care less if little gold would be exposed. Besides, Yang Ruoyun mentioned that everybody would lose their memories of the day, which further reassured him. Han Fei dashed out and unfolded his wings, going straight at the leaves of the big red trunk. It was the safest approach that Han Fei could think of. At this point, the leaves and the millennium snappers did not seem aggressive. So, he might as well take shelter among the leaves. Everybody was stunned to see Han Fei's move. Was he an idiot? Why was he Running to the tree? Sun Mu paused and spoke to one of his subordinates. You will go. The man was gloomy. I'm going there alone? Though the big red trunk seems peaceful, who knows if dangers are lurking among the lush leaves. But he sighed, knowing that he could not refuse an order, and so he swooshed into the leaves. After he dashed into the red leaves, Han Fei sensed overwhelming heat coming at his face. His spiritual energy protective cover was burned up immediately. And again, 3 seconds later. But Han Fei ignored it and kept descending until he was 100 meters high. Then, he stopped at a random branch, and he had been covered with red leaves. Those red leaves were burning hot and enshrouded Han Fei in fire. Han Fei's blood was freezing under the burning sensation. He felt that it was even more scorching than the fish fire. His skin was cracking. His clothes had been burned up. His hair could not resist the fire either, and he had turned bald again. But as Han Fei expected, the Millennium Snappers and the big red trunk simply ignored him as he sat there. The man who entered the leaves after Han Fei was even more miserable than Han Fei. His spiritual energy protective cover, his clothes and his hair were burned up after only several seconds. He would have died if he hadn't grabbed a cold stone. Even so, the stone was dimming at a visible speed. The man looked around after he came in, only to see nothing but redness. He couldn't locate Han Fei at all. No, I have to go out. I'll just say that I lost him. The man hurried to retreat, but an invisible wall blocked his way when he was about to get out. No. Let me out. The man was greatly shocked, not expecting a barrier on the tree. Help me. Young master. Outside, Sun Mu's team were slightly shocked. They had noticed the barrier too, which stopped the subordinate from leaving the red leaves. Han Fei, on the other hand, was rather stunned. He did not expect the barrier either. Sun Mu said to the people around him, attack together. The 6 of them attacked at the same time, launching an enormous wave, but the barrier was undamaged. Sun Mu looked awful. It was the sea token that he was after, but if Han Fei was imprisoned in the tree, wouldn't the sea token be left there forever? While everybody was grim, Yang Ruoyan said, casually not far away, it's useless. When the Millennium Snappers are chanting, this big red trunk will be an invulnerable array of fire that is not to be broken. One of the guys from the Sun family suddenly strangled Yang Ruoyan and said, Speak. How can we get Han Fei out? Yang Ruoyan smiled and said, the array will be gone when the chanting is over. Sun Mu looked at Yang Ruoyan intimidatingly. How long will that take? Yang Ruoyan replied casually, about an hour. Everybody was shocked to hear the length. An hour in the fire? Their man was crying for help after only 1 minute in it. Any person who stayed an hour inside would be incinerated, wouldn't they? The guy from the Sun family who cried for help was weaker and weaker. Knowing that his fellows had fruitlessly tried to save him, he returned and searched for Han Fei again, determined to accomplish his mission. At this moment, Han Fei was resisting the fire the best he could. The indestructible body was absorbing his spiritual energy quickly. More importantly, Han Fei found that he could not even sense half a meter away. Damn it. I could have swindled Mr. Hexagon Starfish out of some spiritual energy if I had seen this coming. What I have might not be enough. Han Fei was rather anxious. He had only no more than 1 million points of spiritual energy in total. Earlier, he had spent 50,000 of them on the arrays. And he only had about 900,000 left. He must use them judiciously. A moment later, Han Fei felt that he was dizzy. Even his skin had been burnt through many times. About 300 seconds later, Han Fei heard a scream not far away from him. Huh? Someone else is here? Han Fei grinned. He wished that all the guys from the Sun family had come in which case they could barely survive without the indestructible body or millions of points of spiritual energy. He was bold enough to break in because of his sturdy body. He did not expect that someone else would come in with him. Hula. Soon, Han Fei could not laugh anymore, as his new skin had been ripped again. Anybody who saw it would have been so shocked that their eyes would have popped out. At this moment, Han Fei looked like a porcelain doll that was full of cracks, and he seemed to be falling apart after a slight poke. Half an hour later, Han Fei became grim. The fire was more powerful than he thought, and the cultivation with the indestructible body had been fast. The short while he spent here equaled half a day in the fish fire. He had spent almost 300,000 points of spiritual energy on fixing his body. But Han Fei did not stop his training. He seemed to have sensed the bottleneck of his body. For all the time, his indestructible body had been stuck by an invisible obstacle. As a result, though his body was sturdy, it was not as unbelievable as Ren Tianfei's. This time, Han Fei vividly sensed that the obstacle was the restrictions in his own body. After the polishing with fish fire in the fiery mountain, because of the disunity of his level, his strength, and the enemy in his body, he was not as sturdy as he appeared. After the training and digestion in the following year, he improved his sturdiness to a HEW height, and he would reach higher peaks. Today. An hour later, Han Fei's skin, flesh and bone showed crystal colors. Han Fei was hesitating. He had consumed almost 600,000 points of spiritual energy, but he was still not there yet. He sensed that he was only one step away from a whole new level of sturdiness. At this point, Han Fei sensed that his body temperature was declining, and the furious flames outside were weakened into small ones. Huh? You're gone? Please give me some more. I'm about to make a breakthrough. Han Fei almost vomited blood. He sensed that he was about to surpass the limits of his body, but the feeling was gone because of the declination of the fire. It was really annoying. Exactly at this point, an arrow was shot right towards Han Fei's face. The moment he saw the arrow, Han Fei knew that he wasn't safe anymore. The barrier seemed gone now. The arrow left a hole in the barrier when it penetrated through the fire. Sensing the danger, Han Fei launched the water-dividing seal immediately. Bam! Han Fei was pushed back by the arrow. His arm was slightly uncomfortable. He sensed that he seemed to be much stronger and sturdier than before. Theoretically speaking, he was even better than the so-called peak level dangling fishers in terms of defense. Earlier, old Jiang had said that all that mattered in a fight was who had bigger and harder fists. Han Fei believed that it shouldn't be a problem for him to bash a high-level dangling fisher with his fists now. However, he still hadn't made the breakthrough on the indestructible body yet. Get out. Receiving the hexagon starfish's message, Han Fei was slightly shocked. Going out right now? Wouldn't he be killed? Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, what's going on out there? The hexagon starfish replied, 2 more groups of people are here. Huh? Han Fei put on some clothes and craned his head from the leaves. In the next moment, an arrow was fired at him again. But when the arrow was 100 meters away from Han Fei, a woman had chopped it into pieces with her sword. Then, a young man around 18 appeared with 2 black crystal axes. He smiled and asked, Sun Mu, is he the man the Sun family is looking for? Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, where are you? And who are they? Han Fei looked aside, only to see a starfish that was smaller than a hand on a leaf right next to his head. It said, they're new here. They seem to be in conflict with your pursuers. Han Fei was lost for words. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, when did you come here? The Hexagon Starfish climbed on Han Fei's shoulder and said, I was scared that they would beat me. So I came in too. Han Fei. The young man holding axes smiled at Han Fei and said, You're Han Fei? I'm told that you've got the sea token, right? The woman who used a sword turned around and smiled at Han Fei too. We would have still been ignorant of the matter if the Sun family hadn't searched for you so vehemently. Han Fei asked timidly, Who are you? The woman blinked her eyes and said, I'm from the 1,000-star city, of course. I'll sleep with you if you give the sea token to me. How does that sound? Han Fei immediately trembled. Wasn't it too blunt? He didn't know that the sea token had such a usage. The young man with axes said, Mo Fian, you can't find another man who is better than this bumpkin? Mo Fian giggled and said, Yang Diu, he is much better than you. He killed multiple peak-level dangling fishers of the Sun family on his own. He's definitely a genius. Sun Mu approached them step to step and glanced at them coldly. Mo Fian. Yang Diu, are you determined to challenge the Sun family? Haha. Yang Diu laughed and pointed the black crystal axes at Sun Mu. Have we ever not challenged the Sun family? The sea token is for whoever is lucky enough to have it. You want to claim it for yourself? Have you asked for the permission of my axes? Mo Fian said with a smile too, Sun Mu, you're overestimating yourself. I'm told that the Sun family has failed 2 hunts. It's our turn now. Then, the girl turned back at Han Fei and chuckled. My offer still stands. I don't think I'm an ugly woman, am I? You're in for a treat. Han Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. This woman was really pretty, but he couldn't stand her way of talking. Different from Xiao Xiaochan, who often tried to play cute but always remained a violent girl, this woman was really an alluring minx. Han Fei extended his hand and said, Hey, gorgeous, you want the sea token? Fine. Help me take down that Sun Mu, right? You'll have the sea token if you kill Sun Mu for me. Mo Fian grinned and said, I'll help you kill him if you give it to me first. As it happens, nobody will trouble you anymore after you give it to me. What do you think of that? Seeing that his trick didn't work out, Han Fei chuckled and said, That won't do. Why don't you come here and take it yourself? Okay. Out of Han Fei's expectation, Mo Fian, Sun Mu, and Yang Diu did not attack. They all just looked at Han Fei with a smile. Immediately, Han Fei felt that it was not good. Attach 9-star chain. Han Fei thought he was buying time for himself. Little did he know that his enemies were doing the same. Behind him was a weird web. Han Fei recognized the web to be made of the same rope with which Sun Yi caught Luo Xiaobai back in the fiery mountain earlier. He still had one of those ropes in Forge the Universe. He did not expect to meet it again today. Earlier, his enemy had secretly deployed people to attack him from his back, hoping to hunt him down. The 9-star chains were stabbed down into the soil and pulled, giving Han Fei a boost. But he was faced with Sun Mu, Mo Fian and Yang Diu. Immediately. Damn it. Let's die together. Hew. 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 3 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were darted towards them. Explode now. Greatly shocked, all the 3 of them stepped back. They activated their own techniques. A shield of ice appeared before Sun Mu. Mo Fian vanished into mist, and Yang Diu protected his chest with his axes, as well as the shell of a spiritual turtle. Bam! 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 Han Fei ferociously charged at Mo Fian. He was blown up by his own blue sea wandering dragon dagger. The pieces of the dagger pierced into his body, resulting in blood on his arms and his abdomen. Bam! Han Fei pushed the shrapnel out of his body with spiritual energy and cast the divine healing technique on himself. Sun Mu yelled coldly, "Let's see how many spiritual weapons you have to detonate." Silently, Han Fei swam up. Mo Fian reappeared palely. Looking at Han Fei, who was ascending quickly, she frowned and said, "What an intimidating man." He didn't even hesitate to blow himself up. However, is he going to the Millennium Snappers? Yang Diu spat on the ground and said, "Thank God that everything that happened here will be forgotten, or it would be too humiliating that this man escaped our joint hunt." Han Fei felt that his heart was bleeding. He had lost 3 spiritual weapons in the blink of an eye. He was determined to get back at them someday, or he would be too sorry for himself. Don't swim up anymore. The fruits are coming. Those fish can be brutal. The hexagon starfish emerged from Han Fei's shoulder and reminded him. Han Fei had swum up by 500 meters and was only several hundred meters away from the Millennium Snappers. But how could he stop when 5 peak level dangling fishers were hunting him down? Humph. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, hold on. Who? When he was several hundred meters away from the Millennium Snappers, Han Fei opened his hand and took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow. Hew. An arrow of thousands of points of spiritual energy was shot at the Millennium Snappers, causing a huge explosion. Behind them, all the 5 people who were chasing Han Fei were shocked by Han Fei's craziness. They had been trying to corner Han Fei with the fish and did not expect the man to attack the fish voluntarily. Hiya! The singing of the Millennium Snappers was interrupted, which seemed to have infuriated them. Hiya! Hiya! Under the watch of hundreds of the fish, the red sword leaves were launched overwhelmingly at the intruders. His eyelids cramping, Han Fei immediately turned back and ran the opposite way. The 5 people who had chased Han Fei turned back even faster. They had started fleeing since the moment Han Fei attacked the Millennium Snappers. But the wood of the big red trunk was only so spacious. Where could they possibly run to? Han Fei launched another arrow at those Millennium Snappers. In the meantime, Han Fei announced, "Come on. Try again. Aren't you good? Come and kill me now." Sun Mu's face changed. Han Fei was crazy enough to start a war voluntarily. At this point, he was almost completely buried by sword leaves. Opening his wings, Han Fei charged at one of the dangling fishers of the Sun family with the overwhelming red leaves. The man's head was dizzy. Why had Han Fei chosen him as a target of all the people here? All the other people who had come to the big red trunk were lost for words. wondering why Han Fei and Sun Mu's team were fighting so hard when treasures hadn't been revealed yet. Han Fei was faster than common peak-level dangling fishers when he opened his wings. He was about to grab one of them when the man suddenly disappeared. Shoot! Han Fei was speechless. It seemed not easy to kill a peak-level dangling fisher. They could just crush a flash stone and escape. But Han Fei didn't give up. He turned around and chased another person. The situation outside of the big red trunk became very weird. The dragon-like chain of red leaves was chasing Han Fei, and Han Fei was chasing the peak-level dangling fishers. At this point, Han Fei had caught another person. The man was about to escape when he sensed that his spiritual energy was frozen, and he had been tied up by a golden rope. The spirit-forbidding rope. No. Han Fei grabbed the captive and dove into the sword leaves. Aha! After only several seconds, the man dropped from the leaves, with his chest stabbed and his internal organs churned. Sun Mu's face slightly changed. Mo Fian, Yang Diu, ask your men to take action if you want the C token. The two people who had been enjoying the drama shrugged, but they didn't argue, and simply waved their hand. 12 peak-level dangling fishers attacked Han Fei at the same time, blowing him and the sword leaves away with a dazzling light. Shoot! So many? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Were peak-level dangling fishers so cheap? There were a dozen of them here, and their bosses were even standing by and watching the show. Qilu. In case they attacked him again, Han Fei ran to the Millennium Snappers again. However, none of the 12 people turned back. They simply watched him and waited, as if they were telling him to either confront the fish or go back down and be captured. Han Fei shouted, "You're forcing me to do this." Pooh. Han Fei broke into the leaves of the big red trunk that was 500 meters tall. The moment he broke in, he tossed out the hexagon starfish. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, set up a stealth array right now." The hexagon starfish said, "A stealth array cannot fool 12 people. Someone will notice it." Han Fei said, 3 seconds. It will be enough if you can stall them for 3 seconds. The hexagon starfish said, "That's much easier." Among the red leaves, the 12 people were still chasing after Han Fei. But they stopped the red leaves from burning them by releasing their spiritual energy together. It wasn't so easy for Han Fei. He was burnt while he fled. Even his brain almost exploded. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are you done?" The hexagon starfish said, "Okay. You can come here." A moment later. Huh? Where is he? Someone was confused. He was almost blocked by us just now. Did he escape with a flash stone? Someone shook his head. No. We would have sensed it if he used a flash stone. Besides, young master and other people are back there. He can't get past them. Wait, there is a stealth array here. Immediately, they took action simultaneously and blew up the stealth array. But they found nobody. Inside Forge the Universe, Han Fei kept casting the divine healing technique on himself. He was truly unlucky. He had thought that the super landmine he planted in the land of starfish could have blown up the guys from the Sun family. He didn't expect so many of them to make it through to him. He could even defeat one peak-level dangling fisher. How could he defeat so many of them? Truth be told, Han Fei believed that 3 of them were enough to suppress him. In a head-on clash, 4 could crush him like an iron-headed fish, and 5 could beat him up like a sandbag. Han Fei was rather gloomy. You want the sea token? Fine. I'll make one for you. Here and now. Han Fei had plenty of materials, including the spiritual weapons that he looted. He simply threw a mid-quality spiritual sword into the calabash. Reforging did not require other materials, or a mid-quality spiritual weapon would have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't have much spiritual energy in the first place. After an hour of training with the indestructible body, he didn't even have 300,000 points of spiritual energy left. Seeing that it was further reduced to 240,163, he almost shed tears. He had to cultivate in a place after this trip, or he would probably run out of spiritual energy next time he met an enemy. In that case, he would really have to cry. However, what Han Fei did not know that reforging could take a while even though it was not slow, and in the meantime, something great was going on outside. Yang Ruoyun had never helped Han Fei since the beginning. Because she was weak, Sun Mu only asked one of his subordinates to watch over her. At this moment, when everybody's attention was focused on Han Fei, a circle of ancient characters popped up on the big red trunk. If Han Fei were here, he would have recognized them to be the drawing that Yang Ruoyun tossed in earlier. But nobody else knew what it was. Cling. Cling. Yang Ruoyun suddenly crossed her hands and shook them, ringing the bell on her wrists. What are you doing? The subordinate of the Sun family scolded her. Yang Ruoyun lowered her head with a smile. Father, it's been 9 years, but I'm here again. If it doesn't work this time, I will sacrifice myself for it. The subordinate of the Sun family was somewhat frightened to hear that. He grabbed Yang Ruoyun's neck and shouted, What did you say? What are you sacrificing for? On the other hand, Sun Mu noticed the anomaly and approached her. What's going on? There was no fear on Yang Ruoyun's face at all. She smiled and said, The red ball. The red ball is here. Yang Diyu, cranky enough, kicked Yang Ruoyun and yelled, Red ball? What's that? Before Yang Diyu asked further, everybody had seen a red haze that was emanating from the leaves of the big red trunk. In the red haze were starry, glittering spots that darted towards everyone. Mo Fian raised her hand, and the green ring on her hand established a barrier that protected her. Yang Diyu and Sun Mu made similar reactions. Same as Mo Fian, they were protected by some sort of barrier. But the rest were not as noble as they were, and were immediately covered by the red haze. All 30 people near the big red trunk were petrified and could not move anymore. Yang Diyu shouted angrily, What's that? I feel that my protective jade is breaking. Mo Fian was no longer as graceful as before. She said awfully, Mine too. Sun Mu looked at the other people and considered the moment. Then, he recalled the protective jade that was about to crack. The moment the barrier around Sun Mu disappeared, he was petrified. Yang Diyu and Mo Fian looked at each other. They both recalled their protective jade and entered the petrification state too. Yang Ruoyun, who had been ignored by everyone, opened her eyes. She unleashed her spiritual energy and shattered her clothes, revealing dense creepy tattoos that were emitting gold colors brilliantly. She extended her hand and reached for what seemed to be a crimson spiritual fruit. She put the red spiritual fruit in her mouth without hesitation. After a long time, she suddenly craned her head and made a haya sound at the big red trunk. If everybody weren't petrified at this point, they would have been too shocked to say anything, as the sound she made was the same sound as the millennium. Snappers. At this point, Han Fei had recovered, and he was holding two identical tokens. Tisk, TSK. I am truly a master forger. Why didn't I make a fake one sooner? Han Fei looked at the counterfeit C token in his hand. It was a mid-quality spiritual weapon anyway. He was rather reluctant to give it away even though it was fake. Fine. It will be worth it as long as they stop being a pain in my ass. Han Fei disappeared from Forge the Universe in the blink of an eye. Mr. Hexagon Starfish? Mr. Hexagon Starfish? Where are you? Before Han Fei could finish, he sensed that a weird power was attached to himself. He felt that his limbs were numb, and that his head was indescribably drowsy. Gee. Han Fei sensed that his demon purification pot was flashing. In the next second, he was surrounded by spiritual energy, which had been deployed by the demon purification pot. It was not unusual. Even so, Han Fei found that his limbs were heavier and heavier, and he couldn't move anymore. Not good. I can't stay on the tree. Han Fei bit the tip of his tongue and jumped out. He had a free fall among the leaves. When he occasionally hit the branches, he had to move his butt so that he could keep falling. He didn't have a choice. If he were to stay on the tree, he would probably be roasted by the leaves of the big red trunk. His current spiritual energy couldn't even sustain him for half an hour. Bam! When Han Fei felt that he was about to fall asleep, he was finally out of the leaves of the big red trunk. But the moment his back hit the soil, he was stunned, as he caught a fruit floating before him in the middle of the glittering redness. He saw that it was a red ball, before he passed out. He heard the bubbling sound of water, and his body seemed to be moistened by seawater. His nose, his mouth and his stomach were cool and comfortable. Han Fei woke up from oblivion and struggled to open his eyes. Immediately, Han Fei trembled. He couldn't be more familiar with what he saw. From his weird perspective, everything seemed to have been enlarged. He raised his head and saw the looming seaweed, as well as the round barnacles that were floating above him like gigantic millstones. He looked down, only to find himself in a warped ocean. Every stone, every lone plant, and every fish that swam by seemed to have been twisted. They were extremely hideous. Have I come to the Soul Ocean again? Then, Han Fei felt that it was not right. Behind him, there were a dozen fish that were identical to himself. They were a fish whose name Han Fei couldn't tell. The probing ability of the demon purification pot seemed to be nullified. Since it was not his first time, Han Fei quickly turned aside, hoping to catch a general view of the fish behind him. But as he turned aside, the fish behind him did exactly the same thing. He managed to see that they were red fish with long tails and fins. When waved, their tails were soft and enjoyable, like a curtain that blocked the wind in summer. When a black fish came close, Han Fei swam subconsciously and took a turn. The fish behind him all followed him. This is not the Soul Ocean? Han Fei was immediately stunned. During the moment just now, he sensed that the black fish was trying to prey on him hostilely. An anti-heaven blade? Han Fei was greatly shocked when he saw the whole body of the black fish. The anti-heaven blade turned back and charged at Han Fei and the tiny fish that he led again. You're coming again? Han Fei immediately sped up, leaving an elegant trail of red shadows behind. him in the water. But one of the fish behind him was slower and was bitten by the anti-heaven blade. In Han Fei's eyes, the huge anti-heaven blade was like a behemoth. It tore the red fish's tail off more than easily. A fish without a tail was dead for sure. In the next second, it was bitten by the anti-heaven blade again and devoured quickly. Shoot! Han Fei subconsciously swallowed. But he had no drool at all. He drank a mouthful of seawater, which then flowed out of his gills. He was dumbfounded. If this is not the Soul Ocean, where am I? He should have been attached to Little Black or Little White if he were in the Soul Ocean. If he were really attached to Little Black, he could have killed anything that came to him, and a minor anti-heaven blade would not be a big deal at all. But now, Han Fei opened his mouth. He sensed teeth, but what could he possibly eat? By comparing himself with the anti-heaven blade, Han Fei regretfully found that he couldn't be more than half a meter long. He was approximately Little Black's size, but he was far less capable than Little Black. Little Black, Little White. Han Fei tried to summon Little Black and Little White, but nothing happened. He tried the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold again. Still, no response. No? Damn it. Forge the universe. To his disappointment, Han Fei found that he could not feel anything. He could not even separate his mind from his body. How on earth did I turn into this useless thing? Am I going to wait to be eaten by other fish? Han Fei felt terrible. In the last second, he only felt fatigued, but after he closed his eyes and opened them again, he had turned into a fish. To whom should he complain about that? At this point, Han Fei saw another few anti-heaven blades far away. He was lost for words. Considering how tiny he was, he could be gobbled by them easily. Chi-Lu. Han Fei accelerated and waved his tail. His lackeys behind him also sped up, trying to keep up with Han Fei. Those anti-heaven blades seemed stunned. Why were the insignificant fish that they could catch easily most of the time suddenly want to race them? But Han Fei's move seemed to have triggered the competitiveness of the anti-heaven blades, which sprinted at him. So, a bunch of tiny fish were swimming crazily ahead, and the anti-heaven blades were chasing them crazily from behind. The anti-heaven blades almost shattered the shoal many times, but thankfully, Han Fei got away as the boss, or his shoal would have been exterminated. But even so, Han Fei had lost 2 followers. Han Fei looked around. He only had a dozen followers in the first place, and their number was plummeting. When an anti-heaven blade came close, Han Fei even saw that the edge of the fish almost cut himself into 2 parts. So, he tried his best to dodge it. The moment he hurled himself out, Han Fei found that his tail left a red silky trail in the water, and when he passed by the anti-heaven blade, he had the strong urge to bite the anti-heaven blade. No, I have to do something. Han Fei knew that the bigger fish would usually attack the middle part of a shoal of smaller fish, because the fish were densest and most vulnerable at the middle. But if all his lackeys were eaten up, he would probably be eaten too, even though he was the leader. There was no telling whether it was because Han Fei was thinking like a fish, or he was under influence, but he burst into fury when he lost another lackey. Seeing that an anti-heaven blade was charging at him, Han Fei quickly took a turn and bit the anti-heaven blade. After the bite, a huge mouthful of flesh was ripped off. The moment Han Fei counterattacked, he sensed that the lackeys behind him went on a rampage and bit the anti-heaven blade too. Almost in the blink of an eye, the anti-heaven blade lost a dozen pieces of flesh, and its blood almost dyed the water red. Hanfei was shocked. Shoot. Are my teeth so sharp? It's more than easy for me to tear off a piece of meat. Hanfei realized that every fish had their features. Although he was small, he seemed to have sharp teeth and quick reaction time. Immediately, Hanfei grew excited and spewed out a bubble. Brothers, let's attack. The tiny fish surrounded the anti-heaven blade crazily and bit the fish to pieces in only 2 seconds. The stink of blood provoked the anti-heaven blades behind them. In the chaos, Hanfei dodged and bit everything he met. After a minute, Hanfei only had 9 lackeys left, but the 4 anti-heaven blades had been taken down, with nothing but the bones left. Hanfei hurried to flee with his lackeys, knowing that the stink of blood would attract more fish, and that he would be killed if he stayed here any longer. But when Hanfei began to swim away quickly, he found that his teeth were itchy, and he felt like biting something. Not just the teeth, Hanfei even felt that his swimming speed was twice as high as earlier. Huh? I can improve myself by eating other fish? Hanfei immediately grew excited. That was similar to the Soul Ocean. Earlier, he had eaten a lot of things in the Soul Ocean as Little Black, and his capabilities had skyrocketed. At this point, he realized that he was in need of tremendous food in order to grow and avoid being hunted, although he was not in the Soul Ocean. He didn't really understand why he turned into a fish, but he speculated that it must have something to do with the red haze. Something had always been greatly wrong with Yang Ruoyan. Hanfei sensed that she had a great secret. It was also why he teamed up with Yang Ruoyan when he saw her in the Seaborn Prairie. Great secrets were always enticing. At this moment, he felt that the great secret was right before his eyes. Also, he wondered if other people had turned into fish too. He didn't know if his guess was correct, but since Yang Ruoyan mentioned that half of the explorers returned alive, it meant that he was definitely not doomed in his current status. Since he was not doomed, he must live on and find a way to go back. Eating was the eternal truth in this world. To eat with the mouth was to eat. To inhale spiritual energy with the body was to eat, to swallow spiritual fruit and energy was also to eat. At the moment, Hanfei seemed to have understood the true meaning of the fish world, which was just one word, eat. With this precise cognition, Hanfei's purpose became clear. If you want to go out on your own, you must first survive. If you wanted to survive, you couldn't hide away. Only by constantly strengthening yourself could you survive in this fish world. Hanfei took the 9 little brothers and quickly swam away from the bottom of the sea. At this moment, he had no spiritual perception ability and was unable to detect the creatures hidden on the seabed. The upper middle of the sea was the liveliest place in the sea, where hundreds of kinds of fish lived and preyed. Brothers, go. Although Hanfei didn't know what kind of fish he was, this fish seemed to be strong in speed, bite force, and hunting ability. After evading a small group of spiked armor fish and being chased around by a treasure-hunting fish, he finally found a bunch of crescent moon fish. There were a lot of them, and Hanfei was just about to rush up when arc-like knives swooshed at him one after another, causing him to turn tail and run. Immediately, Hanfei almost cried. He only had 9 little brothers that obviously were no match for the other party. Fortunately, after a fierce fight and losing a little brother, Hanfei finally encountered a group of pearl fish. Brothers, let's eat them. Han Fei tried his best to attack at full speed and finally had a bite of delicious fish. Yes, the feeling of fish eating fish was like people eating braised pork. As long as it was a large piece of meat, it felt wonderful. Han Fei and his 8 little brothers, like a group of bandits, chased and ate the pearl fish for a long time until they encountered another group of fish of the same species coming to prey on them. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Can I eat fish of the same species? He had just frantically swallowed dozens of pearl fish and his size had grown several times larger. No matter in terms of speed, strength, or bite force, he felt many times stronger. Now, here came a group of fish of the same species. Although the size of the leading fish was a little smaller than his, when Han Fei saw its eyes, it was scared. Yes, while Han Fei was looking at that fish, the fish was also looking at him. There was no doubt that the other party was absolutely the same as him. Possessed by a human. Certainly, they shouldn't practice cannibalism, but at this moment, Han Fei had a desire to eat that fish, which was an impulse from his heart. The other person's thoughts were probably the same as his own. But the problem was that Han Fei only had 8 little brothers left, but the other party had as many as 17. Although the fish on the opposite side was a bit smaller, there were more of him. Han Fei wanted to suppress his desire to eat the fish, but when he went to turn around, there was a desire in his mind that made him stay put. The desire told him, you can win. The fish on the opposite side is small. You can win. Perhaps being seized by the desire, Han Fei and the other party rushed towards each other at the same time. And the little brothers behind them also started to fight. There were dozens of red lines in the sea, quickly twisting and biting. For a moment, red shadows were everywhere in the waters. Han Fei didn't underestimate his combat power. It was perfectly justified for big fish to eat small fish. The other party didn't seem to expect that the fish school led by Han Fei was so powerful. With just a few rounds, his little brothers were reduced by half, while only 2 died on Han Fei's side. The other party was scared and wanted to escape. But Han Fei didn't let him escape, chasing him closely and biting at him. Crack. When Han Fei bit on the opponent's tail, the scales of victory had already tilted towards him. If the fish had no tail, how could he swim? In the panicked struggle of the other party, Han Fei bit him through in a couple of bites. However, different from eating fish before, when Han Fei killed the opponent, a mysterious kind of energy was absorbed from the opponent's body into his own body. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that he was 50% stronger. When Han Fei turned around, he found that the little brothers on both sides had stopped biting. The opponent's little brother had 4 left and his side still had 5 left. At that moment, the 9 fishes all followed behind Han Fei. When Han Fei saw this scene, he suddenly took a tumble. Could it be that all the people around the big red trunk have become fish? Then, they were thrown into the sea area, fighting each other? And they could grow by plundering the power of other fish? If so, he still had dozens of opponents. Not only human opponents, but also the original marine creatures in this sea area. But these were not critical. The key question was, how did all the people turn into fish? And they also led a group of little brothers. Were they just to escort them? If so, then this was actually a game. A game for the purpose of fighting? But what was the actual purpose of the game? In this world, nothing happened without reason. At the end of the game, only the strongest would survive, who would only become stronger after the fight. If you didn't want to die, you had to fight. At this time, Han Fei could slightly understand why people died in the middle of the sea grassland, where the big red trunk was located. In fact, the place where people really died was not there, but in the fishing ground where he was now. Now Han Fei only had one question left: what if he became one of the last fish surviving? With this question, Han Fei didn't dare to stay for a moment longer as he took his newly acquired little brothers to continue looking for fish. Han Fei didn't know how long it had been because fish didn't have the concept of time. He only knew that he had eaten a lot of fish, and his body was almost dark red now. During this period, he met other human fish 3 times, which he all killed. And the number of his little brothers had grown to the current 18. Of course, after several rounds of battle, his first batch of little brothers had long since died. The subsequent batches of little brothers, without sufficient fighting experience, were not strong. Now, the most powerful one only had half his speed and strength. Just when Han Fei was about to continue searching for fish, there was a smell in the sea that almost made him crazy. It was not a bloody smell, but a special smell that was even more attractive than spiritual energy. Immediately, Han Fei gave up looking for fish, but went after the attractive smell. Things aren't quite right. Han Fei shook his head from time to time and found that the stronger he became, the more blurred his consciousness was. At this moment, being stimulated by this smell, he almost lost his mind completely. No, I can't eat anymore. There must be a problem with the fish. Han Fei turned sideways and looked at his group of little brothers behind him that were almost all red-eyed, showing their teeth and biting at the seawater. Their gaze was locked on him. At that moment, Han Fei was horrified. Are these guys going to eat me? With this in mind, Han Fei shuddered. Now all the school of fish could see was food. And he couldn't control them anymore. Swish! Han Fei twisted his body in an instant and turned around as fast as he could. His little brothers behind wanted to follow him, but Han Fei was too fast. He went around in a circle and bit directly at his little brothers. When Han Fei killed a little brother, the others went crazy, all biting at him. I'm your fucking boss. Behave yourselves. However, no fish listened to him. Each one showed their teeth, fierce and hostile. Shit. Are you sure you want to fight me? Are you faster than me? Are you bigger than me? Do you have sharper teeth than me? The waters were soon covered with fine pieces of fish, and Han Fei had already killed 13 of his little brothers. At this time, Han Fei was about to lose control of himself, feeling that he was going to lose his mind. When he looked out, he saw the blue and crystal ocean world had turned into a bright red one. No, I can't lose my mind. I can't, no. Suddenly, Han Fei's body twitched abruptly and he showed his teeth, rushed forward, and bit the remaining little brothers crazily. In a short while, all 18 little brothers were killed by Han Fei. And his body was already red-purple and part of it was dark purple. Han Fei lost his mind in the end. In fact, Han Fei was not the only fish having this experience. In places that Han Fei could not see, there were dozens of fish like him and 2 of them were even bigger than him. At this moment, the little red fishes that had scattered around all gathered up towards one spot. Coincidentally, Han Fei encountered a fish about his size, with 5 or 6 little brothers behind him. The two sides were still far away, but they immediately rushed towards each other as soon as they saw each other. Han Fei felt like he was in a dream. In his dream, he was eating hot pot, one mouthful after another. After eating a lobster, he got a bull conch. After finishing the bull conch, he began to eat a plate ray. Beside him, Lu Renquang exclaimed, "Fei Fei, when did you become such a glutton? For the first time, I lost to you in eating." Han Fei pulled aside Lu Renquang. "Get out of the way. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry." Zhang Xuanyu sat opposite Han Fei. "Fei Fei, do you want to become fat again? Then Xia Shaochan won't give you any chance when seeing you." Han Fei scoffed. "Who cares? I'm hungry, so I have to eat." Luo Xiaobai said lightly, "Don't eat so much. It's okay. Relax." Han Fei continued to devour the food and soon the plate ray was finished by him. Then he threw a big crab into the hot pot. As if feeling something was missing, Han Fei looked around. "Hey! Where's my garlic? Where's my pepper? Where did you take my seasonings?" When Han Fei was looking for the seasoning, suddenly a dagger was stabbed in his stomach and a big cut was made. Han Fei looked up. It was Xia Shaochan. She grinned at Han Fei, but he immediately found that something was wrong. F***ck. "Xia Shaochan, are you crazy again?" However, Xia Shaochan did not move but only stared at Han Fei. Then Han Fei felt that he was dazzled. Xia Shaochan in front of her suddenly turned into a big red fish. Han Fei shivered and suddenly woke up. What was he doing? He remembered he was leading a group of fish and eating fish. But there was a big red fish in front of him that was about the same size as him and full of bite marks on its body. As for him, Han Fei felt that his stomach hurt and it seemed that his intestines were about to fall out. Oh! Han Fei suddenly accelerated, bumping his head against the big fish, knocking it out. Then, he turned into a red shadow, biting through the fish's belly. After taking several bites in a row, Han Fei felt surging energy in his body, which was almost inexhaustible. That's not right. I can't eat anymore. I can't. Han Fei suppressed the urge to swallow and spit out the large pieces of fish in his mouth with difficulty, trying to stop his body from swimming. He struggled hard for a long time before he could bear the urge to continue swallowing. Although when other fish passed by, he had an impulse to rush up and tear them apart. His reason told him over and over again that he could not eat, he could not eat. After a long time, Han Fei swam to an eerie stretch of water in a muddle-headed manner, where it was dark all around and there seemed to be a burning fireball in the distance. For some reason, Han Fei couldn't control himself as he swam towards the fireball. After seeing the fireball clearly, Han Fei was suddenly invigorated. The big red trunk? This big red trunk was no more than 10 meters tall, which was many times smaller than the one he saw before. However, he was sure that this was just the one he saw before. It was covered with red fruits. And around the big red trunk, there were dozens of fishes like him. At this moment, they were all staring at the fruits. Among them, a few fishes emitted red light and a burst of energy surrounded them. Han Fei saw a fish swim forward and ate a piece of fruit, and then red light appeared on its body. That was a kind of power that made fish obsessed, more so than spiritual energy. Spiritual energy could only be used in cultivation, but this fruit simply occupied Han Fei's whole mind. Eat it. You will become stronger, or the strongest, if you eat it. Han Fei's eyes were a little missing and puzzled. He tried to eat the fruit several times but stopped. Some other fish swallowed the fruit without hesitation, and then he seemed to become extremely powerful. But there were some fish that didn't move, some were as hesitant as Han Fei. Some were struggling intensely, and some were simply shutting their mouths. In the confusion, some words suddenly popped into Han Fei's mind: don't eat the fruit. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately backed away. It's horrible. This fruit is so horrible. He was almost lost in the temptation. After Han Fei withdrew dozens of meters away, he counted it carefully. There were 26 fishes present and 14 of them were glowing red. No, now it's 15 and another fish just swallowed the fruit. Don't eat the fish. Some words appeared in Han Fei's mind again. He twisted his neck. This fruit must not be eaten, but he had almost eaten it just now. The remaining 11 fish did not eat the fruit. 2 of them, like Han Fei, moved back several meters, and the remaining ones were struggling. But at this time an unexpected scene happened. Those fruits broke away from the branches of the big red trunk and were put to the mouths of the fish that hadn't eaten it by the red leaves. A fruit was floating beside Han Fei's mouth. F***ck. How I want to eat it. I'm so hungry. F***ck. I can't eat it. Han Fei pursed his mouth. Although his fish body was trying to open the mouth, he suppressed the urge forcibly. F***ck off. Han Fei suddenly turned around, slapping the fruit away with his tail. But for the other fishes that were struggling, 2 of them couldn't resist the temptation and eventually swallowed the fruit into their stomachs. After the 2 fish swallowed the fruit, the attractiveness of the red fruit suddenly diminished. Han Fei felt that the pressure on his body was much less. The remaining 8 fishes backed quickly, seeming to finally get rid of the damn fruit. However, as soon as the 9 of them backed away, they found the fish on the opposite side. Suddenly all looked at them. Damn. Shit. I resisted the temptation of the fruit, but these guys on the opposite side did not. The 9 fishes looked at each other almost simultaneously and gathered together in an instant. After all, there were 17 fish on the other side and they seemed to have already lost their minds. But the 9 fishes were still sober and certainly wouldn't fight them to the death. 2 fishes beside him suddenly attacked one fish among them and threw it over with their tails. The group of red-eyed fish that had eaten the red fruit all rushed up. Almost in the blink of an eye, that fish only had a puddle of blood left. Han Fei was speechless. These people were too ruthless. They just treated others like they were disposable. Han Fei and the other 7 fish fled quickly. Afraid of being tricked by the other fish, Han Fei swam away from them deliberately. He didn't want to get close to either side. Some other fish seemed to have the same idea as Han Fei, so the 8 fish quickly dispersed. When the bloody mist cleared over, there were only 14 of the 17 fishes left. Just in such a short while, they actually ate 3 more fish. Han Fei didn't know if there was a fish chasing after him. He just ran as fast as he could. This fruit must not be eaten for sure. Not only the red fruit, but fish also couldn't be eaten. In that secret realm, the phantom seemed to tell him not to eat the fruit and mentioned fish. Although it didn't say it clearly, he felt that it was warning him not to eat fish either. Han Fei was helpless. But I had no choice. If I didn't eat the fish, I would soon be eaten by them. But once I ate a fish, I became addicted and couldn't stop. Han Fei felt that he was being manipulated by the big red trunk. This tree was so bad, turning people into fish, and no one knew if these people could change back into humans again. Just when Han Fei was pondering, he suddenly blacked out. When he woke up again, he felt as if he just had a dream. He opened his eyes and saw red light all over the sky. At this moment, he was lying on the ground. His body was still a bit numb and stiff, but he could barely move. Han Fei sat up with difficulty and looked around, only to see that the Sun Mu and the other two had just woken up. At this moment, they were covering their chests with their hands, looking panicked. In other places, dozens of people awakened from a frozen state, falling to the ground or clutching their heads. Han Fei wondered, is this over? Everything was just a dream, an illusion? No. One is dead? Others seemed to be wondering too, was this a dream or a real test of life and death? However, the red light all over the sky had not dissipated yet. In front of his eyes, there was actually a red fruit floating. Only then did Han Fei see clearly what this fruit was. Name: Red Ball. Introduction: the spiritual fruit that grows on a demonic tree can transform humans into demons. Because the spiritual fruit is too low-leveled, the affected humans will lose their consciousness after being transformed into demons and can only develop their wisdom after long years of cultivation. Level: spiritual level. Quality: high quality. Contained spiritual energy: 66,968 points. Effect: with it, humans can be transformed into demons, and demons can enhance their bloodlines. Han Fei was immediately stunned. Humans transformed into demons, and humans become fish? Are you King kidding me? Han Fei felt someone was looking at him. Turning his head to look, he saw Sun Mu and the others looking at him. Han Fei just wanted to cry. I was just chased by fish and now being hunted down by humans? Life is so hard. However, before Sun Mu and the others took any action, all their subordinates suddenly knelt or lay on the ground. Those lying on the ground were already dead, while the people who were kneeling on the ground were all glowing red and seemed to be in great pain. Not only Sun Mu and his companions, but other cultivators also fell to the ground. Yang Diyu's face changed drastically, and he scolded, "Get the F***ck up. What's going on here?" Emofian frowned. They are already dead. So this is not a dream but a trial? Sun Mu's face turned pale. No, it's not just a trial. There are also problems with the fruit. The fruit is not a chance. As Sun Mu spoke, the body of his subordinate named Sun Qi glowed redder and redder, then his flesh and blood began to melt, his hair began to burn, and his legs disappeared. Run! Sun Mu picked up a subordinate who wasn't affected and flashed to the side. Yang Diyu also escaped to the side, carrying one of his subordinates. But Emofian's 3 men were all kneeling on the ground. La, la. Just when everyone was staring at Sun Qi, they heard a beautiful song from his body. All the people who were still standing, including Han Fei, trembled. They seemed to have discovered a great secret. Shit. Will Sun Qi really change into a fish? Han Fei swallowed. In his eyes, Sun Qi's body was rapidly changing. His back bulged high, his feet turned into fish tails, his head and body were fused together, and his arms became fish fins. Gosh. Han Fei looked around, only to find that not only Sun Qi, but a dozen people around him were also transforming, and there was a singing sound in their bodies. Han Fei swallowed nervously. When he became a fish, he almost ate the red ball in front of him. Suddenly, with a flash between his brows, Little Black and Little White wanted to go out. Han Fei certainly wouldn't stop them. As soon as Little White came out, he gulped the red ball that was hanging in the water. Han Fei was speechless. Little White may also be a sea demon. To be precise, all marine creatures should be sea demons. Little White ate happily, and when they each swallowed a red ball, Little White and Little Black's bodies glowed at the same time. Are you having a breakthrough? Han Fei's eyes widened suddenly. This red ball worked so well on Little White. And Little Black? Han Fei remembered what the seaweed monster in the Seaweed City wall wanted him to bring to it was a red ball. Then he saw Little White and Little Black were chasing red balls. But for some reason, after they ate a red ball, they could no longer catch up with the second one. Han Fei didn't have the slightest interest in this damn fruit, but his baby girl needed it. Han Fei immediately started chasing the fruit in the red light. Maybe because Han Fei was not a demon, he just grabbed casually and easily got a red ball in his hand. Seeing it, Little White quickly swam over, looking at Han Fei eagerly. Feeling that the red ball in his hand was struggling violently, Han Fei grinned. Can't they eat a second fruit? This fruit is a bit interesting. Unfortunately, my baby girl wants to eat you. Sorry. Han Fei opened his palm and Little White sucked the red ball into its mouth. At this moment, Little White and Little Black's bodies became shinier, and Han Fei actually felt that these two little guys had signs of breaking through again. Seeing this scene, Han Fei thought, since Little White and Little Black could eat the fruit, how about Nine Tails and Little Gold? He immediately released Nine Tails, but the shrimp gave no reaction to the red balls at all and had no intention to get one. Han Fei told him to get one, but Nine Tails didn't move. On the other side, looking at Han Fei's behavior, Sun Mu and Mo Fian thought, can spiritual beasts eat the fruit? Yang Diu immediately released his spiritual beast, that was a scorpion with a shiny shell. Yang Diu grabbed a red ball in front of him and was about to stuff it into the scorpion's mouth, but Mo Fian stopped him. Mo Fian scolded, are you an idiot? Let your men try it first. Yang Diu paused and then coldly looked at his only remaining subordinate, saying, this fruit is not hiding from us. Come on, feed one to your spiritual beast. Yang Diu's subordinate turned pale. In his heart, he wished he could kill the damn woman Mo Fian. Did he survive just to be their guinea pig? Sun Mu shouted, isn't there another person? Let that person try first. What Sun Mu was talking about was an outsider who had survived besides them and Han Fei. That man was retreating quietly at this moment. He was not stupid. It was not easy for him to survive, and he was no match for none of them, so he must run away as quickly as possible. Seeing Yang Diu's subordinate chasing that man, Han Fei transmitted his voice to him, come here. I can work with you. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Sun Mu and the others, stop it. Do you think that the matter here is over? Don't forget this place is still sealed and our memories have not disappeared yet. Sun Mu shouted at him, I'd like to kill you first. Han Fei was speechless. Go to hell. I know how to go out without losing memory. Let's fight after getting out of this damn place. Okay? Emofian immediately raised her hand to stop him. Stop. Han Fei, do you really know? Han Fei smiled. I'm different from you. I'm only an intermediate dangling fisher. You are all peak-level dangling fishers. Since I dare to come, I can. Get out. Yang Diu immediately shouted to his subordinate, come back. The outsider, seeing Yang Diu retreat, immediately swam to Han Fei. As Han Fei said, he was too weak alone. In front of a group of peak-level dangling fishers, he was only a vulnerable, advanced dangling fisher. Sun Mu and the others did not take an advanced dangling fisher seriously, so they didn't stop him. Yang Diu stared at Han Fei fiercely. Now tell me how to get out. Han Fei took a look at them and got a sudden idea. Then he said, cut down the tree. This big red trunk is the source of all problems. As long as you cut it down, all problems will be solved. Bullshit. Mo Fian asked, if the tree can be cut down, why is it still here? The people who came before us would have already cut it down. Yang Diu scolded, are you stupid? How can you cut down such a thick tree? Hit it with your head? Han Fei scoffed. You people, including those who died, know that there is a chance here. Who will really cut the tree down? Which one of you even thought about it? The idea had just come to Han Fei just now. After all, seeing such a huge tree, people would only be in awe and fear of it. Most importantly, those who had gone out from here and lost their memories had almost all got a chance. But now, Han Fei didn't think he had gotten any special chances. The red ball was not a chance at all. When ordinary people ate it, they would become fish immediately, although it was a chance for spiritual beasts indeed. This didn't make any sense. Therefore, Han Fei guessed that something must happen soon. Unfortunately, he didn't want the so-called chance at all now. Who wanted to lose his memory? For nothing? It would be better to find a way to cut down this tree directly. Which would be a real chance. Sun Mu suddenly said, I have a question. Where is the eighth person among us? Yang Diu looked around. The eighth person? Sun Mu glanced around. I remember 8 fishes survived. However, there are only 7 people standing here. Where is the other? Hearing what Sun Mu said, Han Fei was also taken aback. However, Han Fei had a hunch that it must be Yang Ruoyun. He looked around. Sure enough, the woman had disappeared. Then Yang Diu said coldly, the woman who rang the bell just now is gone. Sun Mu looked at Han Fei. That woman came with you, right? Han Fei shrugged. Don't ask me, I don't know her well. If I were in a group with her, I would have killed you long ago, right? Russell. While everyone was wondering, dozens of red leaves fell down from the big red trunk and floated to those who had swallowed the red balls. At this moment, these people had almost completely become fish, or to be exact, become millennium snappers. Han Fei, Sun Mu, and the others were a bit scared. People had become fish. This was a change of species. How horrible was this? Then they all looked at the big red trunk, on which dense clusters of millennium snappers were singing. This scene made their hair stand on end. Were these fish actually all humans? Mo Fian looked at her former subordinates not far away. At this moment, they were flapping their tails and making a singing sound. Mo Fian couldn't help but take a step back. Han Fei said via voice transmission, Master Hexagon, is there any other way to get out? Han Fei was scared. This was different from the fish avatar technique. With the fish avatar technique, a human took an active attempt to become a fish, and its ultimate goal was to allow humans to freely switch between human form and fish form. But the red ball transformed humans into fish forcibly and irreversibly, or to be exact, transformed humans into Millennium Snappers. So every single Millennium Snapper here was actually a human life. Hexagon Starfish, who hid somewhere, responded to Han Fei, "There is no way to get out. You can't get out unless you are carried out by the fish." Carried out by the fish? Han Fei continued his voice transmission, "Master Hexagon, can you help me collect a few more red fruits?" Hexagon Starfish drilled out of the ground and hung on Han Fei's calf. "This is not difficult. This kind of fruit is abundant here, but the fish don't let me take it. After eating one, I'm not allowed to take a second one. But, if you really want to take some, you can go to the school of fish to pick it. You can ask your little black fish to steal it." Han Fei's face changed slightly. These Millennium Snappers are not weak and can control spiritual plants. What if Little Black is discovered? Hexagon Starfish said leisurely, "Fish are stupid. They just guard the fruit. But once the fruit is picked, they won't chase you. And your little black fish is not afraid of mental attacks. What are you worried about?" "Huh? How do you know Little Black is not afraid of mental attacks?" Han Fei was stunned. "I didn't even know that." "How do you know it?" Hexagon Starfish replied, "Your spiritual beasts are a bit strange. They seem to share everything as if they are one. If you don't release the little white fish, the little black fish will come back to life even if he dies." Very strange spiritual beasts. Han Fei was shocked. What the starfish said was true. If either Little Black or Little White was alive, the other wouldn't die. But Han Fei didn't know that Little Black was not afraid of mental attacks. This was not shown in the data. Hexagon Starfish, this mysterious starfish, actually knew the secret between Little Black and Little White. Was it because mysterious creatures had telepathy with each other? Han Fei immediately asked Little Black to swim up to pick the fruit. This red ball did no good to humans, but it seemed to be able to enhance the strength of spiritual beasts. Yang Diyu's subordinate remained silent at this moment for fear that his master would notice him and then order him to feed his spiritual beast the fruit. After seeing the horrible scene of humans turning into fish, he didn't want to take the risk at all. Han Fei asked, "Hey, are you going to cut down the tree or not? Say something." Sun Mu took a deep look at Han Fei. "We can cut down the tree even without you. Why should we spare your life?" Han Fei sneered. "Now, most of your subordinates have died. Let's not talk about whether you guys can kill me or not. Even if you can, I can guarantee that most of you won't be able to survive." With that, more than 40 spiritual weapons swooshed out of Han Fei's body. These were all the spiritual weapons he had and also one of his trump cards. Han Fei sneered. "See my spiritual weapons? Even if I blow them up, there won't be any problem for me to kill one or two of you." Yang Diyu rubbed his head grumpily. F***ck, I knew the guy who could snatch the C token would not be easy to deal with. This guy is tough. Mo Fian exclaimed, "I like him more and more." Yang Diyu glanced at Mo Fian contemptuously, cursing, "Mo Fian, don't be a disgrace." Mo Fian immediately turned purple in anger and hacked at Yang Diyu with the long sword in her hand that was entangled with frost. Say that again. Seeing this scene, Han Fei said with a smile, little beauty, slash him harder. Yang Diu pointed at Han Fei with his axe. Are you looking for death? Han Fei grinned. I advise you to think about it quickly. Kill me or cut down the tree? Don't waste time. Something may happen again in a moment. What if you guys become fish? Sun Mu said lightly, why don't you try it first? The trunk of this tree is thick, nearly 50 meters. Are you going to cut it with the knife in your hand? Don't forget that this is the big red trunk that has existed for tens of thousands of years, is even harder than spiritual weapons. How many inches can you cut through? Han Fei had early considered this problem. Hey, you. Your family has chased me down 3 times, so I guess you must know me a little bit. Although I'm not talented, I've acquired some refining techniques. It is not difficult for me to make a spiritual weapon that can chop down the tree. As long as each of you gives me a spiritual fruit, I can make a good tool to cut down the tree in 30 minutes or so. Yang Diu immediately cursed, brat, do you think we're fools? You're going to die and you're still trying to swindle spiritual fruits from our hands? Are you out of your mind? Mo Fian did not speak but looked at Sun Mu. Sun Mu frowned slightly, and then, to everyone's surprise, he threw a spiritual fruit to Han Fei. Yang Diu was shocked. Are you crazy? Sun Mu looked at Han Fei deadpan. I'll have a lot more time to kill you. Besides today. Sun Mu made this choice with a reason. Not just because they were trapped in the seal of the big red trunk, more importantly, Yang Diu and Mo Fian were here. Even if he killed Han Fei, it was doubtful whether he could get the sea token or not. Mo Fian smiled and glanced at Sun Mu deeply. Many people of the Sun family died this time. However, Sun Mu chose to cooperate with Han Fei without a blink. This was interesting. Mo Fian also casually threw a spiritual fruit to Han Fei and said, I am more and more curious about you. Seriously, if you come to our Mo family, you can keep the sea token and I will block Sun Mu for you. Han Fei grunted. You are beautiful. Mo Fian giggled. Thank you for the compliment. But why are you so silly? Mo Fian. When Yang Diu saw that Sun Mu and Mo Fian had both given a spiritual fruit to Han Fei, he reluctantly threw one to him and threatened, if you don't keep your word, one more person will hunt you down after today. Han Fei grabbed the 3 spiritual fruits and grinned. Wait for me for 30 minutes. After that, Han Fei looked at the advanced dangling fisher next to him and smiled. Brother, they won't touch you right now. Don't worry. With that, Han Fei flashed into the leaves of the big red trunk and disappeared. After a moment. In the outside world. Yang Diu said, Sun Mu, this time, your family has suffered a heavy loss. But I don't think you can get that guy. Sun Mu coldly snorted. Why, the Yang family wants to intervene? Yang Diu looked rough, but in fact, he was not stupid. He shot back, didn't I already intervene? The sea token doesn't belong to anyone. I think I also have a chance to get it. Mo Fian interjected, don't forget me. We have an equal chance to get the token. Sun Mu remained expressionless and said lightly, if he was so easy to catch, the Sun family wouldn't have lost so many people. You can have a try. Also, Don't forget that woman. We still don't know yet where she is. That is a hidden danger. Yang Diu said disdainfully, the woman is very weak, incomparable to Han Fei. Sun Mu snorted. Idiot, people who can come here can't be simple. Don't forget that the woman is only an intermediate dangling fisher. Isn't it strange? Half an hour later. Rustle. A figure jumped out of the leaves. It was Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand casually, and several circles were tossed out. Yang Diu and Sun Mu's men immediately shielded them behind and caught the circles. It was a soft saw that was nearly 100 meters long with small barbed blades. No one doubted this thing could easily cut off a spiritual weapon. Han Fei pulled the ring on the other end of the soft saw and said, this big red trunk can't be cut with knives and swords, but a saw is different. Now, let's have a try. Han Fei was instigating them to cut down the tree. This big red trunk was home to those Millennium Snappers. He himself didn't know what would happen if they cut down the tree. But Han Fei had to do this. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Sawing the tree might trigger a riot from the Millennium Snappers or other unexpected consequences, but no matter what, his first priority was to get rid of the 5 people on the opposite side. If they were just 5 ordinary peak-level dangling fishers, he might have try to see if he could kill them. But Sun Mu and the other 2 were not ordinary dangling fishers. Although he hadn't fought them yet, he could be sure that with his current strength, he could only deal with one of the 3 at most. If the 3 of them ganged up on him, he would definitely lose. Although Han Fei was confident with his own strength, it depended on who he faced. These people were from the most powerful families of the 1,000-star city. He wasn't sure how strong they were. He still remembered last time, he was almost slaughtered by Sun Yi, who used secret methods to improve his strength to the extreme. Han Fei looked at Sun Mu and the others. Are you going to do it? If you are, do it quickly. Yang Diu pouted his lips at his subordinate, signaling him to go over. You, go with him. As he said this, he looked at Sun Mu. Hey, ask your underling to do it with them. Sun Mu nodded. Regarding this point, he and Yang Diu had the same thought. They were not so stupid as really to go to saw the tree. Now if there was a crisis, they would have a chance to react. Han Fei seemed to have expected this result and looked at the man next to him. Brother, what is your name? This man was already in his early 20s and was not used to being called brother by Han Fei. But he knew well about what kind of situation he was in. Since he had chosen to cooperate with Han Fei, he had to show his sincerity. Chen Jia, a soul warrior. Han Fei nodded. Okay, let's saw the tree on this side. Sun Mu and Yang Diu's men took the other side and the 4 of them started to pull the soft saw. Chug, chug, chug. The soft saw was pulled back and forth. Since they used spiritual energy, the efficiency was quite high. After a short while, a huge saw mark appeared on the trunk of the big red trunk. Soon, the soft saw had already gone deep into the big red trunk. Han Fei was speechless. Why don't you give me some reaction, you damn tree? Do you have to wait until I cut you down? After sawing for some time more, the singing sound came from the top of the tree. Han Fei knew something was going to happen. He quickly took Little Black back. The others couldn't see what happened on this side, and Little Black spat out the fruits to Little White. Only then did Han Fei find that Little Black stole 8 red balls in one go. Han Fei immediately said to Little White through voice transmission, "Leave." 2. Suddenly, Yang Diu waved his giant axe. "Han Fei, what is your spiritual beast doing?" Little White slowly swam out from behind the tree, and Han Fei smiled. "What can a spirit-swallowing fish do?" It was just circling around the big red trunk to see if the tree reacted. Yang Diu shouted, "Put away your spiritual beasts. Don't try to play any tricks. Otherwise, I can chop you to death first and then cut the tree." Han Fei sneered. "You can have a try. Believe it or not, if you dare to touch me, I will climb up the tree and send the Millennium Snappers down. Let me see how you guys can cut the tree." The two stared at each other. In the end, Yang Diu snorted and said nothing. However, Yang Diu secretly transmitted his voice to Mo Fian and Sun Mu. "I have a feeling that this guy is delaying time. Besides, they have cut the tree for so long. Why doesn't the tree have any reaction?" Sun Mu responded, "It's a bit strange. Let's wait and see." La, la. Just after Han Fei sawed the tree for about 10 minutes, a very loud sound suddenly burst out from the height, and immediately afterward, the big red trunk began to shake. The tree was shaking itself as if it had come alive. Just in a moment, red leaves were falling all over the sky and their flames covered dozens of miles in a radius, shrouding everyone. Han Fei and the other three were the first to be affected. They were close to the trunk and had nowhere to run. Han Fei shouted, "Hey, do you guys still want to sit by and watch? If you have any trump cards, quickly use them to protect us. At least we have to delay for an hour before we have the chance to cut down this giant tree." Sun Mu and the other two were hesitating. An hour? What kind of trump card could resist this endless flame for an hour? But Han Fei kept shouting, "Now, we're on the same boat. This tree doesn't care whether you're from the powerful families of the Thousand-Star City or not. Even if you hide away, you can't escape the flying red leaves. Why don't you hide under the tree? As long as we hold on through this period of time, we will win." By Han Fei's side, Chinja said in fright, "I can't hold on for that long. I will be killed." Han Fei sneered. "Now no one can run away." After that, Han Fei shouted to everyone, "Come on, use all your spiritual energy. This is only a tree." While trying to persuade them, Han Fei kept pulling the soft saw. This time, he did his best. Surrounded with spiritual energy, he quickly pulled the soft saw, which forced the other two on the opposite side to speed up too. However, soon a large number of sword-shaped red leaves flew at them and all they could hear was the singing sounds. Han Fei shouted, "Come on, join us." Yang Diu cursed and waved his axe to cut a red leaf. "Fuck, give me a ring." Sun Mu hesitated for a while and followed Yang Diu to grab a ring. When Han Fei was refining this saw, only 4 rings were set on each side, so one from the other party must come to his side. He had thought it would be one of their underlings. Then he would not have to worry about being attacked. However, a sword swept away the red leaves and Mo Fian appeared beside him. Mo Fian took a look at Han Fei coldly. "I know you wouldn't be so kind. You should have guessed this result long ago." Han Fei smiled. "Didn't you guess the result too? But you didn't stop me. This means that you are competent to survive these red leaves. Or to be exact, you are competent to block the attack of those Millennium Snappers." Mo Fian pulled up a ring and then responded, yes, we are only worried about the danger behind. Since you said you could cut down the tree, why not let you have a try? Maybe you can solve the mystery of this big red trunk, right? Han Fei smiled. However, to cut down the tree, I need a lot of spiritual energy. If I run out of spiritual energy, you've got to help me. I just need a few spiritual fruits. Mo Fian snorted. Why should I help you? It's you who proposed to cut the tree. It's your business if you can't hold on. Han Fei just asked, do you want the sea token? Mo Fian paused. Will you give it to me? As long as I keep the token, I'll have to face your endless chase every day. I am here looking for opportunities, not for death. Instead of this, I might as well throw the token away and let you guys fight head over heels for it. Wouldn't that be great? Giggle. Do you think I believe you? Han Fei shrugged. Whether you believe me or not, you'll only lose a few spiritual fruits. I want to give the token to you because you are the only girl among the three. I really don't like the other two bastards. But I'll have to give you the token in the sight of the two of them. Otherwise, if you deny it, I'll still be hunted down by them. While pulling the soft saw, Mo Fian was thinking suspiciously, would Han Fei really give up on the sea token? Mo Fian couldn't help but ask, do you know what the sea token stands for? Han Fei sneered. No matter how great a chance it holds, it is not as important as my life. As long as I'm alive, I'll get chances sooner or later. But if I die, what's the use of chances? However, I want to make it clear that just because I give the token to you does not mean that I will not take it back. After I become stronger, I'll try my best to take it back. Mo Fian tilted her head and looked deeply at Han Fei. However, his face was blocked by the burning red leaves. Mo Fian chuckled and said, okay, just a few spiritual fruits. I can afford it. But remember, the Mo family is no worse than the Sun family. If you dare to lie to me, you will never ever be able to appear in the level 3 fishery again. I don't have to lie to you. If you still dare to stay in the level 3 fishery after getting the token, I can assure you that I will definitely come to you again. Han Fei smiled. The strong couldn't be idiots. In the face of these people, conspiracies were meaningless. He'd better just tell her clearly, which would work better. After a short while, Chen Jia, who was not far away, said in voice transmission, do you have any spiritual fruit? Give me one. I can't stand it anymore. Not everyone could stand the burning of the leaves. Even Han Fei, who had practiced the indestructible body art, could not resist this endless flame for long. Less than 10 minutes later, his skin began to crack. Even Mo Fian and the others, who were already peak-level dangling fishers, could hardly hold on even with the protection of their magic weapons. Chen Jia managed to hold on until now and had a very strong desire for survival. Without enough spiritual energy to resist the burning, he had started to cry for help. On Han Fei's side, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers had cut a hole in the flames. Han Fei pointed and a column of spiritual energy entered into Chen Jia's body. Han Fei encouraged, hold on for a while. As he said this, he looked at Mo Fian. Hey, can you help? If he dies, our speed will be slower than the other side. Mo Fian asked, are you still a spirit gatherer? Interesting. I can help, but why should I help him? You haven't used all your strength yet. Do you think I don't know this? However, Chinja's face changed drastically. If you don't help me, I will lure the Millennium Snappers down. Let's die together. However, just when Chinja made a threat, a dark vine crawled on his back at some unknown time. Emofian's red lips moved slightly, and in an instant, 100 black vines instantly entangled Chinja. Chinja looked horrified and his skin turned black inch by inch. Hanfei was shocked. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Chinja couldn't understand until his death why this woman killed him at this time. He was still useful. As an advanced dangling fisher, he could sustain for at least dozens of minutes longer. Why did she kill him now? Emofian smiled coldly. He is useless. Since he is here today, it's his fate. Help me. Chenja wanted to catch Hanfei. He was tightly entangled by the black vines, and his eyes were full of horror. Hanfei was not a bloodthirsty person, nor a saint, but this person was on his side anyway, and he should do something. So he asked Little White to spit out a piece of red ball. Hanfei put the red ball to Chenja's mouth. I don't know what it will be. Like when you become a fish and if you'll still be you or not, but I can't save you now. It's up to you. Needless to say, a dying person's desire for survival was very strong. Chen should exhausted his last bit of strength, took the red ball, and swallowed it. Hanfei didn't look at him anymore, letting the burning red leaves block his vision. Huh? Do you still have this fruit? However, it's better to let him die than let him become a fish, isn't it? Hanfei snorted coldly. I don't want to talk to you now, and don't try to poison me with your poisonous vines. I don't mind fighting you. Then let's see if your magic weapons can block my full blow. Emofian didn't expect Hanfei's attitude to change so quickly. Just for a passerby? Emofian couldn't help shaking her head. I don't have to fight you. However, you are not cruel enough to make big things happen. Humph. At this moment, Yang Diu asked with a voice transmission, Emofian, what's the matter over there? Why has the power of your side become weaker? Emofian responded, the advanced dangling fisher is dead. Now there are only two of us. Sun Mu shouted, you, go over there. The next moment, in the burning flame, a cloud of spiritual energy blasted out. When the man arrived leisurely, Hanfei recognized that it was the underling of Yang Diu. At this moment, the person's body was all red and his skin was already cracking. However, after coming to this side, he pulled up a ring and started to pull it. Without saying anything, Hanfei was quite surprised. These people were so F***ing strong. Since the red leaves began to fall, it had been 10 minutes. His skin had already begun to crack, but one of the opponent's subordinates resisted the flame better than him. At this moment, the soft saw had gone into the trunk nearly 3 meters deep. Unfortunately, the time was too short. With the combined efforts of all the people, the saw only went 3 meters into the tree. It was nowhere near the tree's 50-meter thickness. Hanfei stomped heavily, and a spirit-gathering formation appeared. He secretly initiated the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, and a small amount of spiritual energy entered into his body, but it was obviously not enough. But Hanfei could not show his inexhaustible spiritual energy in front of these people. So, he transmitted his voice, I can still hold on for about 20 minutes, and then you must give me some spirit fruits. Huh? Yang Diu's underling looked at Han Fei in shock. Can you still hold on for 20 minutes? This person was shocked. He felt a lot of pain to persist in this environment. However, Han Fei casually said that he could still insist on 20 minutes. That really shocked him. Han Fei said back, now we have to try our best. Can't you hold on for so long? This person was speechless. I am a peak-level dangling fisher, but why can you hold on for the same period of time as me, although you are 2 levels lower than me? That's unacceptable. Emofian didn't speak, but her eyes narrowed slightly. In terms of strength alone, Han Fei had no difference from ordinary peak-level dangling fishers. He was really a monster. Based on this alone, Han Fei was indeed qualified to negotiate terms with her. After 20 minutes, Han Fei's body was cracked like a broken porcelain doll. Yang Diu's underling beside him stuffed a spiritual fruit into his mouth. In a moment, the spiritual energy on his body surface increased greatly and his cracked skin quickly recovered. Han Fei looked at Emofian. Spiritual fruit. Emofian flicked her fingers and a spiritual fruit flew towards Han Fei. Han Fei swallowed it after confirming that there was no problem with it. The spiritual energy on Han Fei's skin also greatly increased. And he cast a divine healing technique on himself, and his cracked skin was also quickly recovering. But he wasn't happy at all. When Emofian gave him the spirit fruit just now, he saw that Emofian was unscathed and her skin was still smooth and tender. Han Fei was really jealous. This is the Fu*King gap. The physical gap. The people from powerful families were different indeed. Regardless of the way they behaved, their strength was not bad. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't start a fight with them. Otherwise, he would certainly lose. When the soft saw went into the big red trunk for 10 meters, all of a sudden, everyone paused and looked up. The singing sounds increased and got closer and closer. Emofian narrowed her eyes. Not good, the Millennium Snappers have come down. Han Fei frowned. Don't be bewitched by their songs. Yang Diu glared at him. You're telling me? Listen, even if you are bewitched, don't stop pulling the saw. Cut down this damn tree. Han Fei didn't want to talk to this idiot who was all words and no deeds. The Millennium Snappers had no offensive power, but their songs could bewitch people, and they could also control spiritual plants. At this moment, all the Millennium Snappers seemed to have come down the tree. Han Fei could even hear the leaves rustle when they were swimming down. La. La. The hundreds of thousands of Millennium Snappers seemed to be singing at the same time, and those burning red leaves were tumbling and floating with the sound waves as if the sound waves set off undulating ripples in the water. Listening to the fish singing, the picture in front of Han Fei suddenly changed. He was being chased by the people of the Sun family, and the black-robed man on the dragon boat and Lin Miao Miao in his arms was shot to death with an arrow. Han Fei's eye immediately filled with murderous desire and turned red, and he subconsciously wanted to hold the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. But the next moment, his hand seemed to be pulled by someone, which made him shiver and return from the illusion. It turned out that Sun Mu and Yang Diu, who were opposite, were pulling the ring. But the singing did not stop. The moment Han Fei had just returned to his senses, the scene before him changed again. It changed to the scene of the black-robed man shooting arrows at him. Facing the siege of the 4 people, Han Fei felt angry, powerless, and guilty, and various emotions lingered in his mind. At this moment, the hexagon starfish, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "The man next to him is crazy. Attach." In this critical situation, he had 9 tails attached to him instantly. By his side, Yang Diyu's underling had summoned his armor box that was wide open, and a large number of swords, armor, and shields flew out. Right next to him, Han Fei was the first one affected. Fortunately, the 9 star chains danced wildly, blocking his attack. If the opponent was conscious, the battle would definitely not be that simple. But now, he seemed to have lost his mind, so his attacking method looked not powerful enough. Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Yang Diyu, you son of a bitch, your subordinate is crazy." Opposite, Yang Diyu immediately responded, "If you can't resist him, die." Hiu! 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 Han Fei initiated the saber manipulation art and Blue Sea Wandering Dragon. Daggers shot out like wandering dragons and penetrated Yang Diyu's subordinate. In an instant, Han Fei said, "Okay, I have slaughtered him." It was not difficult to kill a peak-level dangling fisher who lost his mind and made random attacks. However, at this moment, he blew himself up. Boom! Han Fei and Mo Fian were sent flying. The latter was okay, while Han Fei was drenched in blood and half of his body was almost blown apart. Puff! 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 F***ck. Cough, cough. Han Fei did not expect that a person who was already stabbed by him would detonate himself. **T. Han Fei knew exactly how terrifying a peak-level dangling fisher's self-destruction was. At such a close distance, if it weren't for his indestructible body, he would have been killed. He cast a divine healing technique on himself, only to hear Yang Diyu shout, "Hey! Han Fei, don't pretend to be dead. Get up and do your job." Han Fei yelled back, "F***cku. Did you make your underling do this?" That being said, he still returned to his position. Mo Fian asked, "You're not injured at all?" Han Fei couldn't believe what she said. "You call this not injured at all? Can't you see I'm vomiting blood?" Mo Fian narrowed her eyes. "But you are still fine. Although your breath is a bit disordered and your internal organs are a bit traumatized, you actually resisted a peak-level dangling fisher's self-destruction with the strength of an intermediate dangling fisher. Your physique is unreasonably strong." Han Fei shrugged. "So what? That's from my painstaking cultivation." Mo Fian chuckled. "I guess you must have gotten some special chances, right? Just now, fortunately, you were in front of me. Otherwise, even I would have been injured." Han Fei didn't bother to talk to Mo Fian. He hadn't gained anything from her family. Han Fei pulled the saw hard and shouted to the other side, "Don't send another here to blow himself up. You know what, it can't kill me." As he said this, Han Fei released Little Black and Little White and said to Little Black, "Go to the other side and bite the weakest one. Remember, don't bite the guy holding a big axe or the cold-faced one." Han Fei sneered. "Okay. Laugh at me? Losing 2 people won't affect the overall situation. Anyway, so many people have died today." Han Fei was sure that if it weren't for Sun Mu, Yang Diyu, Mo Fian and their underlings, at least more than half of the people would have survived today. Because of them, those who should have survived all died. In the end, they themselves were also going to die here. However, this was not bad. The fewer people, the more beneficial it was for him. The Millennium Snappers were very close to them but did not rush up to attack them because they didn't have sharp teeth. Although they could manipulate spiritual plants, they could only control the red leaves to attack them. But the leaves could only burn. As long as they could resist the flames, the leaves would only consume spiritual energy. After a moment, Han Fei heard a voice transmitted from the other side, something in the leaves is biting me. Han Fei scolded, who the hell is speaking? Are you crazy? Since when can Millennium Snappers bite? The person on the opposite was angry. Han Fei, shut up. There is indeed something in the red leaves. Sun Mu instructed, when it bites you again, catch it. La. La. As the Millennium Snappers were singing continuously, the man seemed to be bitten again. There was a scream and then suddenly no sound was heard. Immediately afterward, Yang Diyu yelled, Sun Mu, your subordinate is already crazy. He is chopping at me with a knife. Buzz. Han Fei saw a cold flash of light and immediately afterward, there was a bang. It seemed that the guy on the opposite had also detonated himself. Little Black had returned to Han Fei's side, looking triumphant, and swallowed a mouthful of flames. Han Fei praised Little Black, good boy, eat more. Swallow all the flames. While praising Little Black, he mocked, phew. Someone also blew himself up on your side? Great, now only the 4 of us are left. Think about it, how many people have you killed? Sun Mu said, coldly, shut up. Han Fei chuckled. Okay, I'll shut up. Gee. You've gotta be quick. Otherwise, another one of you will go crazy soon. Then we'll have to die here together. With the spiritual fruit Mo Fian gave him, Han Fei pretended to hold on for 25 minutes more. At this moment, his skin had cracked all over again. But the saw was only 20 meters or so into the trunk. Han Fei yelled, hey! Give me another spiritual fruit. Mo Fian asked suspiciously, did you consume the last one so quickly? Han Fei said, do you think I'm you? I'm only an intermediate dangling fisher. A lot of spiritual energy in the fruit has escaped and I have just been hit hard. Mo Fian didn't doubt him anymore. Now everyone was trying their best to cut down the tree. So, spiritual fruits were like spirit refilling pills. Now, however, unlike pills, spiritual fruits could provide continuous spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the pill couldn't last so long. At this time, Hexagon Starfish on his shoulder said again, there are more and more fish? It seems as though a big fish is here. Han Fei's face changed slightly. A big fish? Just when the saw went to the middle of the trunk of the tree, suddenly those leaves no longer fell and the burning red leaves no longer attached to Han Fei and the others. Finally, Han Fei vaguely saw Sun Mu and Yang Diyu on the opposite side. Yang Diyu was looking around. What's the matter? Is this tree scared, or is it too badly damaged? Han Fei glanced to the side. As a cloud of soil rose, a white body flashed past. When Mo Fian appeared again, she had already changed her clothes. Mo Fian said helplessly, can you guys put on your clothes? Han Fei looked down. Huh? His clothes had long been burned. Han Fei immediately took out a set of clothes and quickly put it on, so did Sun Mu and Yang Diyu. Han Fei shouted, come on, saw it. Success is at hand. This is a good chance. However, as soon as Han Fei said so, tens of thousands of Millennium Snappers had surrounded this place in all directions. Everywhere they looked, they could only see fish heads. People with trypophobia might probably be scared to death if they saw this scene. Everyone stopped sawing. Obviously something big was about to happen. The M.O. Fiend trio immediately gathered together, and Yang Diu even glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei, get your F***king ass over here. Han Fei frowned, glanced at the school of fish, and finally chose to go over. He never thought that one day he would fight side by side with the enemy. Among the densely packed Millennium Snappers, there was a giant Millennium Snapper that was 10 times the size of other Millennium Snappers. The big fish didn't seem to sing, but just swam forward a bit. Yang Diu said in a low voice, F***ck, it's all over now. Han Fei is to blame. He insisted on sawing the tree. Now the Queen Millennium Snapper has come out. Han Fei's face was black. Shut up, if we don't saw the tree down, will this big guy not come out and kill us? Now, at least she came out to meet us. Han Fei was quarreling with Yang Diu, but his eyes were full of shock. The data in his eyes showed. Name Yang Ruiyun, Sea Demon, Introduction, a mutated Millennium Snapper. This demon upgraded across the 5 realms of enlightenment, breaking away from mortal shell, spirit guarding, awakening, and demon transforming within one day. It's peerlessly talented and invincible. Level 40. Spiritual Energy, 6621/6621, Demonic Heritage, Level 7, High Quality. Realm Demon. Concomitant Spirit Unknown. Unabsorbable. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. He was dumbfounded when he saw the name. And when he finished reading the introduction, there was a great stir in his heart. F***ck. Is this Yang Ruiyun? Han Fei was a little skeptical. He spent a lot of time with Yang Ruiyun. Since he first came to the level 3 fishery, he met this woman frequently. And now, he was suddenly told that Yang Ruiyun had become a fish. Oh no, a sea demon? And the point was that he saw the realms of enlightenment, breaking away from mortal shell, spirit guarding, awakening, and demon transforming that he had never heard of before. He felt that he had seen a shocking secret. Mo Fian looked at him and her eyes were unfathomable. Keep your mind sober. This demonic fish is not simple. Sun Mu frowned. We underestimated this place. Han Fei saw that Sun Mu was holding a dark green jade pendant in his hand. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be something that Sun Mu thought could use to save his life. Han Fei looked solemn too. He had never been kind to Yang Ruiyun. Would she take revenge on him? The point was if she could still recognize him. For a while, Han Fei didn't know whether he hoped Yang Ruiyun would recognize him or not. If she could recognize him, what if she took revenge on him? If she couldn't, would she directly kill him? The giant Millennium Snapper in front was gradually glowing red. Surrounded by countless Millennium Snappers, the red light became brighter. With every flicker of the red light, the countless Millennium Snappers would sing the Lala song. However, this time, their songs were not bewitching at all. As the red light grew brighter, Yang Ruiyun was completely enveloped by the red light, and Han Fei and the others did not dare to move. There was nowhere to run, so they could only wait patiently to see what would happen next. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. From the red light, a slender hand stretched out, followed by an arm in red yarn. Then, a slender, beautiful leg walked out of the red Light. Gulp. Not only Han Fei, but Mo Fian and the other two also swallowed. They had never seen such a scene. A person seemed to be walking out of the red light. Oh no, she had already walked out. When Yang Ruoyan's face appeared from the red light, everyone was stunned. Yang Diu couldn't help but take a step back. Before, he almost strangled Yang Ruoyan, and now he was afraid that Yang Ruoyan would take revenge on him. Sun Mu's face was ghastly pale, and he sent a message to Han Fei via voice transmission. Who is this woman? She came with you. Don't tell me you don't know. Yang Diu and Mo Fian immediately looked at Han Fei and even subconsciously stepped away from him. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why the F***ck did me ask me? I don't know this woman well. I just happened to meet her. Yang Diu yelled back, liar. The level 3 fishery is huge. How could you happen to run into her? Han Fei glared at him. Nonsense. Didn't you happen to meet her too? The moment Yang Ruoyan walked out of the red light had gradually faded. Han Fei was the most shocked among all. The others didn't read the fish avatar technique, but he did. So far, except for one person who had successfully turned into an iron-headed fish, everyone else had died in the process of transforming into a fish. The ultimate goal of the fish avatar technique was to make people become fish. And people at any time. But he hadn't successfully deduced the technique and didn't dare to practice it. However, right in front of his eyes, Yang Ruoyan had accomplished the ultimate goal of the fish avatar technique and could switch between fish and person form at will. This simply subverted Han Fei's perception. Mo Fian said coldly, it's a sea demon. No, this is not an ordinary sea demon, but from a noble race among the sea demons. Use all your means when it attacks us later. Otherwise, we'll die here. Han Fei asked in surprise, what kind of a sea demon is it? Mo Fian glanced at Han Fei deeply. I don't know, it is said that there will only be sea demons in the unknown place. We also learned some knowledge about sea demons from ancient books. The unknown place? Han Fei wondered, is the unknown place full of these kinds of demons? That's not right. Didn't Old Bai say that fish avatar technique is a taboo technique? Bullshit. If it's a taboo, then why could Yang Ruoyan transform into a fish? The four of them were extremely nervous. At this time, no one cared about the sea token. That was not important now. Nothing was more important than their lives. Yang Ruoyan was completely different from before. At this moment, she was wearing a sexy red gauze dress, through which her body could be vaguely seen through. Han Fei found that her hair had turned red and became so long that it hung down to her calf. At this moment, her hair was moving with the waves. Han Fei couldn't help asking, hey, are you a human or a fish? Yang Ruoyan turned her head slightly and a faint smile appeared on her delicate face. I am a demon now. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Yang Ruoyan actually responded to him, indicating that she still had memories. In addition, he was surprised to find that Yang Ruoyan was speaking with her mouth instead of voice transmission. Yang Diu was a little dazed, asking the other three, what's this? Has the seal outside been removed? Sun Mu frowned. Obviously not. Yang Diu patted his head. F***ck, Emofian, why did you ask me to come to the sea grassland? Now how can we deal with this demon? Emofian didn't speak. What's the use of talking about this **t now? Before coming here, they both thought exploring the sea grassland would bring them great chances. Who would have expected that this place was so dangerous? Yang Ruoyun tilted her head slightly and looked at Han Fei. I think I should. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to come here. Then I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find my parents in my life. The other three all looked at Han Fei. Han Fei? Yang Ruoyun walked on the waves with her bare feet, walking tens of meters forward. Between her eyebrows, a red light flashed and 2 Millennium Snappers appeared beside her. These 2 Millennium Snappers seemed to be very intimate to Yang Ruoyun, making Lala sounds from time to time and swimming around Yang Ruoyun. Yang Ruoyun stretched out her hand and stroked the 2 Millennium Snappers. Then she raised her eyes and said, I hate this place, and I also hate fisheries. The strong wielded their power to enclose sea areas as fisheries and made humans kill each other in them. They just treated us as their pets. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold. If this is the case, I will rebel. If people don't treat me fairly, I will become a demon. Sun Mu said solemnly, you can do whatever you want, but why do you give us a hard time? Yang Ruoyun smiled and suddenly pointed her finger, and the countless Millennium Snappers screamed at the same time. Their voices were like invisible energy, gathering at Yang Ruoyun's fingertips. Rip. The seawater was divided and a red light shot at Yang Diu. Yang Diu's face changed drastically. Then his face suddenly turned black and a huge black scorpion fused into his body. Immediately afterward, bright spiritual energy appeared on his 2 giant axes. 2 in 1. Wave-slashing axe. Han Fei and the others couldn't help but retreat to the side. Han Fei was surprised. Yang Diu was quite strong. The power of this blow was even stronger than the 5th arrow of his war soul art, almost comparable to the 6th arrow. Crack. 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 However, the dark light flying out of the giant axes shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red light fell on the black crystal double axes before he lasted for a minute. Crack. Yang Diu's spiritual energy protective cover was broken in an instant. Then a jade ring Yang Diu was wearing shattered suddenly and a blue barrier appeared in front of him. The atmosphere was tense. Han Fei watched this scene in shock. After 1 minute or so, he gaped. Blocked? Crack. Suddenly, Yang Diu's face changed drastically and a crack appeared on the blue barrier. Crack. 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 Boom. After less than 5 minutes, the blue barrier shattered, and Yang Diu was sent flying and slammed heavily on the big red trunk, causing the tree to shake. Puff. Han Fei's eyelids jumped as he watched Yang Diu keep vomiting blood. Was Yang Diu too weak? Of course not. Han Fei was sure that ordinary peak-leveled dangling fishers wouldn't be able to resist the blow that this guy just made. However, his blow was easily blocked by Yang Ruoyun, who just flicked her finger. Yang Ruoyun didn't attack again, but looked at them. Today, I won't kill you. However, I want your memories. Hearing this, Han Fei was shocked. Can a demon be so powerful? She can even take people's memories? The problem was that I still had a plan. Would my plan be ruined? At that moment, Han Fei quickly backed away. He didn't want to lose his memory, so he would hide and forge the universe first. But before Han Fei jumped into the leaves, he saw a bulk of red leaves rushing towards him. The moment they touched him, they exploded suddenly. Han Fei was furious. Damn it, Yang Ruoyun, you still owe me a favor. Yang Ruoyun smiled. I have paid you back by not killing you. Han Fei was helpless. I'll never ever believe women again, especially strange women. Yang Ruoyun, you ungrateful woman. Han Fei secretly said, Master Hexagon, come on. Help me. Let me hide in one of your doors. However, Han Fei glanced over his shoulder. Where the hell was that starfish? This guy had run away early. Damn. You, Hexagon. You're such a coward, Han Fei muttered. However, Hexagon. Starfish's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, this demon is too fierce. I can't beat her. I've gotta go. Han Fei scolded, no, open the door for me. If you dare to leave, I will pinch you to death. Master Hexagon sighed. Human, you can't be so unreasonable. Although she is a young demon, she is still a demon. I'll be killed if I dare open the door in front of her. You have to find a way to save me. Otherwise, I will be dead. If I die, you will die too. Then Han Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold. He glanced at the Sun Mu trio and then at Yang Ruoyun, hesitating. Shall I have a try? At this time, there was a burst of red light from under the big red trunk and red threads suddenly burst forth from the ground and entangled Sun Mu and the others. Of course, Han Fei was also entangled, but he had a lot of daggers that were spinning wildly around him at this moment. Sun Mu and Mo Fian used some secret method at the same time. The strength of the two had risen sharply, and in Han Fei's eyes, the two had broken through the realm of dangling fissure. Han Fei cursed, damn, I knew these guys still had trump cards. On the other side, Yang Ruoyun said with disdain, if it were elsewhere, this type of secret method may be useful. But here, I have endless power. What can you do? Han Fei tried to rush into the leaves again, but Yang Ruoyun seemed to have expected Han Fei's actions. She just smiled. Don't waste your effort. I won't kill you. Han Fei frowned. Then let me go. Yang Ruoyun ignored Han Fei and suddenly opened her mouth to the Sun Mu trio. La, la. The moment Yang Ruoyun opened her mouth, the sound wave gathered up countless leaves that shot at them like surging waves. All the blue sea wandering dragon daggers guarding Han Fei were blown away by the sound wave. Sun Mu and the other two were bleeding from their noses and mouths and then were bound up by the red threads emerging from the ground. Sun Mu's eyes were bloodshot. If you kill us, you'll have to die too. Suddenly, Yang Ruoyun caught a palm-sized starfish. It was Hexagon Starfish. Hexagon Starfish was terrified. Han Fei, help me. Han Fei was dumbfounded. I'm still waiting for you to save me. How come you got caught in the blink of an eye? The 6 tentacles of Hexagon Starfish danced randomly, and he shouted to Yang Ruoyun, human, I carried you to this place. You owe me too. Yang Ruoyun smiled. Yes. Then Han Fei saw the Sun Mu trio suddenly tremble and seem to lose their consciousness. Even their protective jade didn't work any longer. Han Fei was also entangled by the red threads, but he was still conscious and quickly recalled the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Fortunately, he had learned the saber manipulation art, so he was very good at controlling the knives now. The dozens of daggers began to spin in the sea, like dozens of rotating flying knives, and quickly cutting the red threads on Han Fei's body. Han Fei was just about to rush into the leaves when Yang Ruoyan said lightly, "If you go in, this starfish will die." Master Hexagon hurriedly called for help. Han Fei, help! Han Fei froze and thought, Master Hexagon, I'm so disappointed in you. He said, then don't let those red threads entangle me again. To Han Fei's surprise, Yang Ruoyan nodded slightly and the red threads went underground and disappeared. Huh? Is this woman really going to let me off? Han Fei looked at the Sun Mu trio and thought to himself, these three are really dumbstruck. They have so many trump cards, but these trump cards are all useless in this damn place. Now they've become fish on the cutting board. Han Fei suddenly asked, did you kill them? Yang Ruoyan shook her head. No, I don't have to kill them. I just deprived them of today's memory. Gosh. Han Fei's eyes flickered. You can't deprive me of my memory. Otherwise, no matter how you threaten me, I'll find a way to escape. Yang Ruoyan looked at Han Fei indifferently. How about we make our last deal? Deal? Han Fei felt a headache. Every time I make a deal with this woman I end up getting ripped off. Here it comes again. Han Fei asked, you are already a winner. What else do you want? Help me do 3 things, and I'll return this starfish to you, won't take your memory, and even give you something special. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can I ask why you always want to make trades with me? I am only an intermediate dangling fisher. You can cooperate with a peak-level dangling fisher, can't you? Yang Ruoyan looked at Han Fei earnestly. You have the smell of demons, or to be exact, you have something demonic on you. No matter what, you have something to do with demons. Han Fei? Han Fei was speechless. Are you kidding me? This is the first time I've learned of the existence of sea demons. How can I have anything to do with demons? Yang Ruoyan didn't answer him but asked, it's up to you whether you make a deal with me or not. I'll only give you 3 minutes to consider. Just as you said, I can trade with them too. At this time, Han Fei had no choice, so he nodded and said, okay, which 3 things? Yang Ruoyan pointed to the big red trunk. Aren't you going to cut down the tree? Keep sawing. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Why? Yang Ruoyan said that she hated this place. Did she come here to destroy this place? No. Yang Ruoyan was weak before, and it was obvious that she had gotten her chance here. Han Fei rolled his eyes. He said, can you give me a hand? I can't saw down the tree alone. Yang Ruoyan didn't move, but calmly said, use your mantis shrimp. Han Fei squinted. What does she mean? She doesn't trust me? And why does she want to cut down the tree? Could it be that this tree not only traps us, but also traps her? But Han Fei didn't say anything as he summoned 9 tails and asked him to cut down the tree with him. It would take some time to saw the rest of the way through the tree. So while sawing the tree, Han Fei asked tentatively, hey, how are you going to deal with the 3 of them? Yang Ruoyan said bluntly, after the tree is cut down, the seal will be automatically lifted. Then, I won't do anything to them. Han Fei asked, how about handing the 3 of them to me? Yang Ruoyun chuckled. Do you want to kill them? Han Fei smiled. Can't I? Yang Ruoyun shook her head slightly. They not only have protective jade, but also life monuments. Once they die, their family will know. Do you still want to kill them now? Han Fei's smile disappeared. This was exactly the case after he killed Sun Yi. The middle-aged man from the Thousand-Star City appeared in the level 2 fishery as soon as Sun Yi was killed. If it weren't for teacher Xiao Zhan and Old Bai, he would have been killed at that time. F***ck, so these 3 people can't be killed? Yang Ruoyun said indifferently, if you want to kill them, then kill, but you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Han Fei sneered secretly. I don't want to bear any consequences. The level 3 fishery is so far away from the Blue Sea town. If the ancestors of these 3 guys come to kill me, God knows who will come to rescue me? It will be too late when Old Bai shows up. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Fine, I won't kill them. I'll just cripple them. Yang Ruoyun shrugged. It has nothing to do with me. It's up to you. Han Fei lowered his head and focused on sawing the tree. After a while, he asked, Are the 2 Millennium Snappers around you your parents? Yang Ruoyun answered, Yes. Can you tell me your story? Why do you hate this place? Why do you hate fisheries? Yang Ruoyun's eyes turned cold. Don't you hate it? Here, life is worthless. In this place, there are countless people like the twin brothers who hunted me down before. And those dragon boats send people to explore dangerous places every day, which alone causes so many people to lose their lives. Han Fei shrugged. I'm here for the first time. I don't know much about it. Yang Ruoyun scoffed. Humph, it's not that you don't understand it, but that you enjoy it. You have a lot of trump cards, so you don't care. Haven't you ever thought why the ordinary fishery, level 1 fishery, level 2 fishery, level 3 fishery? Why do these damn fisheries exist? Han Fei grunted. Why? Nature is magic and can even create mountains and seas. The billions of creatures in the ocean and countless dangerous places and secret realms are all natural phenomena. However, Yang Ruoyun scolded, Nonsense. I never thought you'd be so stupid. This fishery pattern is obviously arranged by the powerful, behind the scene. The purpose is to select the best talents. All beings are nothing but pawns. And our lives are at their hands. Han Fei smiled faintly. So, you want to jump out of the chess game? Do you think you can do that when you become a sea demon? If all living beings are pawns, why are sea demons the exception? Since you can become a demon here, how do you know it isn't another way for the so-called powerful to control you? Under the big red trunk, Han Fei and Nine Tails were sawing the tree back and forth. Nine Tails didn't know what he was doing, but he felt that he was awesome and could do anything. Han Fei was thinking quickly while pulling the soft saw in his hand. If he really sawed down the big red trunk, what would happen? If the seal disappeared, Yang Ruoyun would lead the countless Millennium Snappers and would be able to sweep the whole level 3 fishery. Regardless of whether the Millennium Snappers had combat power, as exotic creatures, they had the ability to overturn the level 3 fishery. Of course, this was none of his business. The question was that if he helped her, could he really get any benefit? Han Fei couldn't help asking, you said to do 3 things for you. What are the other 2? Yang Ruoyun glanced at Han Fei lightly. Do you know why people who come here We'll lose the memory of this place? Han Fei thought for a while and replied, to keep the secret from the outside world that this big red trunk can turn people into fish? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Yes, but can you understand that memory is a kind of power of time? It really exists, just like spiritual power, but it's more mysterious than the latter. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Memory is a kind of power? I don't know much about it. However, there is a magical thing bred in this big red trunk, which is formed with this power. I want that thing. Han Fei's eyes flashed. So that was Yang Ruoyun's purpose? Great, at least her ultimate goal was not to become a fish. Han Fei asked, where is that thing? Yang Ruoyun thought for a moment and said, it should be under the roots. Han Fei smiled. So, I'll have to dig out the roots of the tree and then cut them open? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Han Fei secretly smiled in his heart. Then he threw away the soft saw in his hand. Do you know how deep the roots of such a big tree are? You may not believe it, they could be at least hundreds of meters deep. Yang Ruoyun nodded again and then pointed to 9 tails. He can dig holes. Han Fei was a bit discouraged and picked up the soft saw again. But even if 9 tails can make holes, wouldn't the seal outside be automatically removed? Yang Ruoyun smiled faintly. I sealed the tree with an ancient secret method. So if I don't cancel it, even if the big red trunk is cut down, the seal outside will not disappear. Han Fei remembered that when he and Yang Ruoyun had just come here, Yang Ruoyun had thrown out a scroll full of runes. But could she really seal such a big tree? Han Fei doubted it. But no matter what, Han Fei was a bit scared. This woman was really calculative. She had planned everything before coming here. Han Fei continued to saw the tree, asking, what about the third thing? Yang Ruoyun pointed to the big red trunk. I want a section of the tree core. Take it out and give it to me. Han Fei was surprised. So easy? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Yes. After you do the 3 things for me, we are even. Though the next time I see you, I won't go easy on you. Half an hour later, when the soft saw came out from the other side of the tree, Han Fei sighed in relief. Done. La, la. Suddenly, the Millennium Snappers around them began to sing again, seeming to cheer. Then, Han Fei saw a large number of Millennium Snappers swimming upward. After a while, this huge big red trunk began to shake. Standing under the tree, Han Fei watched blankly while this huge tree slowly leaned to one side and then crashed down, making an earth-shattering bang and setting off billowing waves. The red leaves were drifting all over. However, Han Fei froze in his spot. What attracted his eyes was not the tree, but its core. To his surprise, that tree core was actually inlaid with countless spiritual stones. Wow. F***ck. I'm rich. Not only Han Fei, but Yang Ruoyun was also stunned. She knew that there was a treasure hidden in this tree, but she didn't know that there were so many spiritual stones hidden in it. No, to be precise, Yang Ruoyun did not know about the spiritual stones. However, the huge amount of spiritual energy contained in these stones really shocked her. Yang Ruoyun looked at Han Fei. Do you know what these stones are? Han Fei swallowed and tried to calm down. Instead of answering her, he asked, when will these 3 guys wake up? Yang Ruoyun frowned slightly. In about 2 hours. Han Fei quickly said, can you make them faint for a day or throw them out? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Yes, she couldn't let the 3 of them see the tree core, As Yang Ruoyan gave a singing command, a group of Millennium Snappers was about to step forward. Wait a moment. Yang Ruoyan? Han Fei hurriedly ran to the three people. You have become a sea demon. Are human things still useful to you? Yang Ruoyan asked, you want their sea-swallowing seashells? Yang Ruoyan felt that she knew Han Fei too well. This guy would even skin a flea for its hide. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a big risk to come here. Yang Ruoyan did not stop him, but just nodded. You can take what you want. Most of your things are useless to me. As soon as Han Fei heard this, he beamed with a smile and immediately searched them. Soon, 3 sea-swallowing seashells were collected by Han Fei. Besides the shells themselves, he found Yang Duyu's dark crystal axes, Sun Mu's sword, Mo. Fian's long sword, a necklace, earrings, bracelets, a ring and a jade pendant. Haha. I got it. Han Fei smiled. He certainly wanted their sea-swallowing seashells, but what he wanted most was the spirit-forbidden net. Staying with Yang Ruoyan, the spirit-forbidden cord couldn't give Han Fei a sense of security. But the spirit-forbidden net could make him feel much safer. If Yang Ruoyan refused him to search the 3 people just now, he would immediately give up the deal with her and hide and forge the universe. Han Fei continued to rummage and took almost everything from the 3. Although Yang Ruoyan had become a sea demon and had few human feelings left, she was still stunned. How can this bastard be so shameless? He almost stripped these people naked. Han Fei took a look at the sea-swallowing seashells. Wow, there was a lot of good stuff in them. There were no less than 20 spiritual fruits in total. Nearly 2 square meters of spiritual spring energy, and countless pills and flash stones, etc. Haha, you guys want to catch me? If it were in the level 2 fishery, I would have killed the 3 of you. Han Fei was very satisfied and glanced at Yang Ruoyan. Now you can throw them out. Then a group of Millennium Snappers controlled the red leaves to wrap the 3 people and they swam outward. Yang Ruoyan frowned. Now can you tell me what these are? Han Fei smiled. How do we divide these things? Answer my question first. Han Fei said, this is called a spiritual stone, which can be regarded as the crystallization of spiritual energy. Let me see. Let me take a look. See. These small and broken stones? They are low-quality spiritual stones. The spiritual energy contained in a low-quality spiritual stone is usually less than 10,000 points. These that are darker in color and more shiny are mid-quality spiritual stones, which contain a little more spiritual energy. As for the high-quality spiritual stone, they contain nearly 10 times more spiritual energy than low-quality spiritual stones. And this is the most precious extra-quality spirit stone. I have never seen it before, so I don't know much about it. Of course, Han Fei couldn't tell Yang Ruoyan the true information of the spirit stone. The low-quality spiritual stone here had more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy, and the amount of spiritual energy contained in the mid-quality spiritual stone was not just a little bit higher than that of a low-quality one, but 10 times higher. But Han Fei told half the truth, because Yang Ruoyan was a little far away from him and seemed to have been wary of him. Yang Ruoyan's eyes widened. Are there such things in the world? She had never heard of it before. More importantly, just in what she saw, there was 1 extra quality spiritual stone, 3 high-quality stones, 10 mid-quality stones, and 32 low-quality stones. Yang Ruoyun took a breath and said immediately, the extra quality and high quality spiritual stones are mine, so are the mid-quality ones. Han Fei was taken back and his face immediately turned black. Hey, hey. That's too much. They are all yours? Then what about me? Yang Ruoyun glanced at Han Fei. It's not up to you. Han Fei smiled coldly. Oh, really? Fine. Without me, can you cut this tree down? We can split them half and half, but you can't take them all. Yang Ruoyun glanced at Han Fei coldly. Do you think you can survive my attack? Han Fei sneered and pointed to the tree. Look, this tree is more than a kilometer high. I just saw it cut randomly and there are so many spiritual stones. If you want, you can take them all, or even take away the entire tree. Yang Ruoyun was silent for a while. She was very strong now, and could use the power of the Millennium Snappers. However, her destructive power was limited. No matter how strong she was, it was impossible for her to crack such a thick trunk at will. Yang Ruoyun thought for a while. I'll take 70%, you 30%. Han Fei scoffed. No way. 50-50. I'm the one who will dig up these spiritual stones. I deserve half of them. Yang Ruoyun pondered for a while and finally nodded. Okay, let's take them. 50-50. But you'll have to dig out the things in the tree for me first. Han Fei immediately kicked Nine Tails. Come on, dig. Dig out the roots of the tree. 5 hours later, Nine Tails was exhausted. The roots of the tree were too big, but he finally loosened the soil 100 meters under the tree. As ordered by Yang Ruoyun, the Millennium Snappers controlled the spiritual plants to pull apart the endless roots underground and then pull them up. Yang Ruoyun looked at Han Fei. Keep sawing. Han Fei secretly transmitted his voice to Nine Tails, strike. Stop sawing. Roll on the ground. Nine Tails was stunned, but rolling on the ground sounded quite interesting. So he immediately did it. Han Fei shrugged. Hey, don't abuse my spiritual beast. How about letting my mantis shrimp take a rest? Yang Ruoyun threw the hexagon starfish that she held in her hand to him. Let this starfish do it. A smile appeared at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. Yang Ruoyun didn't know him any more than he knew her. If he were Yang Ruoyun, he would definitely not have given Master Hexagon to him. Hexagon Starfish was almost asleep. Since Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun reached an agreement, he had stopped worrying. When he saw that the tree core was full of spiritual stones, his 6 big eyes rolled quickly. However, he didn't think he had the ability to snatch the spiritual stones from these two, so he just kept quiet. Hexagon Starfish said telepathically, I am a starfish. I can't cut the tree. Yang Ruoyun replied, you are full of spiritual energy, and you can control it. With spiritual energy. Being stared at by Yang Ruoyun, Hexagon Starfish immediately shut up and began to saw the wood with Han Fei. 3 hours later. Han Fei's hands were sore with fatigue. This damn tree was too hard. It took him 3 hours to saw it down with the spiritual level soft saw. Of course, the harvest was very gratifying. The core of the tree was inlaid with hundreds of spiritual stones from top to bottom. Han Fei felt that his heart was pounding hard as he thought, wow, I'm rich. I have become rich now. He found no less than 8 extra quality spiritual stones. 10 high-grade ones, nearly 100 mid-quality ones, and a few hundred low-quality ones. The root of the tree alone contained no less than 25 million points of spiritual energy. Gulp. Han Fei was about to go forward to dig out the spiritual stone when Yang Ruoyan suddenly shouted, "Don't move." Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "Why, do you want to back out?" Yang Ruoyan sneered. "Do you think I am you? Although I am a demon now, I'll keep my word." Han Fei snorted secretly. "Keep your word? You're such a good actress." Yang Ruoyan stepped on the waves and landed on the tree roots in 3 or 2 steps, staring at the corner of the tree roots. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Closer, get closer." Han Fei followed Yang Ruoyan's gaze and found that at the bottom of the tree core, there was a scarlet book wrapped in spiritual stones. "A book?" Han Fei blinked. "Are you *king kidding me? A book grows in the tree roots? Was it left by some strong man?" When Yang Ruoyan saw this book, she couldn't help but float over. Suddenly, a cunning gleam flickered across Han Fei's eyes. "Master Hexagon. Move." In the blink of an eye, 6 purple lights suddenly appeared and the 6th gate formation was activated instantly to seal Yang Ruoyan inside. Above the big formation, the spirit forbidden net fell from the sky. Yang Ruoyan's face changed drastically. She didn't expect Han Fei to even dare attack her. Her reaction was very quick and she immediately crushed a flash stone, but to her shock, she bumped into the edge of the 6-door formation and could not get out. "Attach." The 9-star chain immediately darted out, locking Yang Ruoyan's hands, feet, neck and waist. Han Fei put a blue sea wandering dragon dagger to Yang Ruoyan's neck through the spirit forbidden net. "Hey, let these millennium snappers behave themselves. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you." Han Fei was just threatening her. If Yang Ruoyan hadn't become a sea demon and couldn't control these millennium snappers, he might dare to do so. However, the millennium snappers around had rioted and began to sing again, seeming ready to attack him. Han Fei suddenly pressed the tip of the dagger into Yang Ruoyan's neck and blood flowed out. Han Fei grinned. "Surprised? If you don't make them stop, I will kill you now. Maybe I will be in serious trouble, but you will definitely die." Yang Ruoyan glared at Han Fei, but in the end, she still sang a command. Immediately, the millennium snappers that had surrounded them stopped, which Han Fei was relieved to see. He was afraid that this woman would go crazy and die with him. Otherwise, facing so many millennium snappers, he really didn't know if he could survive. Yang Ruoyan's eyes were cold. "You have been luring me into this trap, right? If you didn't have this spirit forbidden net, what would you have done?" Han Fei smiled. "Based on what I know about you, you will definitely give me the belongings of Sun Mu and the other 2 because you won't let them influence your plan. So I had no worries about getting the spirit forbidden net. Even if I couldn't get the net, I still have spirit forbidden cord." Yang Ruoyan scoffed. "Shouldn't your attention be put on the 3 of them?" "Why? Me?" Han Fei sneered. "In my opinion, you are much more dangerous than them. If it weren't for the follow-up development that exceeded my expectations and some changes, you would have been the first one I wanted to catch." Han Fei glanced at the book in the tree and said, seriously, "The fact that you have become a sea demon really shocked me. I once doubted whether becoming a fish was your ultimate goal. Well, it turns out that there is a book hidden in this tree. Yang Ruoyan seems to have some ability to resist the spirit forbidden net, so she could still speak at this moment." She looked at Han Fei angrily. I never deceived you, and I plan to let you go. Why did you do this to me? Han Fei laughed. You've never deceived me? You gave me a false map and said that it was a secret realm. Did you forget that? Seeing Yang Ruoyun was about to speak, Han Fei immediately interrupted, cut the crap. I know that map is false. I knew it at the time. Even if it is true, it is definitely a garbage secret realm. Han Fei sneered. If that secret realm were true, why wasn't it marked on old Bai's map? It must either be because the secret realm was too rubbish or the map was false. Especially the person who gave him the fish skin map was Yang Ruoyun, so when he got the map, he was already sure it was false. Yang Ruoyun said, "You dare not kill me." Han Fei tilted his head. Oh? Why? Yang Ruoyun seemed to have recovered her calm state. At this moment, she looked at Han Fei with a relaxed face. Because once I die, these millennium snappers will go crazy. I am their queen. Han Fei sneered, guess if I can escape from them or not. Yang Ruoyun raised 3 fingers, calmly. Firstly, the seal of the big red trunk. Secondly, the price you'll have to pay for my death. Thirdly, guess if you can kill me or not. Here, my vitality is not what you can imagine. You don't know anything about this place, which is why I'm confident. Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun quietly, and it took a long while before he grinned. Haha. Look at how nervous you are. I'm just making a joke with you. Give me a reason to let you go. Yang Ruoyun glanced back at the book embedded in the tree. Give me the book. And I will go. Han Fei smirked. Where will you go? What if you return? Lala. Yang Ruoyun shouted at the Millennium Snappers that actually circled up and then began to sing. Under Han Fei's gaze, the upper waters were gradually pulled apart by a black vortex. Yang Ruoyun said to Han Fei, I was well prepared before I came. Once I leave here, you don't have to worry that I will come back. Hexagon Starfish shouted in surprise, is this a one-way teleportation formation? Yang Ruoyun took a deep look at the Hexagon Starfish. She lost because of this damn starfish. His 6-door formation was very powerful and disrupted all her plans. Yang Ruoyun nodded. Yes, this is a one-way portal. It can only be used once. Han Fei pondered. He didn't know much about this woman and couldn't predict the consequences of killing her. This time, he dared not take the bet. Han Fei curled his lips. Master Hexagon, are you sure she can't return? It should be so. In my memory, this formation is only one way. Han Fei said. Angrily, what do you mean by it should be? Are you sure or not? Hexagon Starfish's big eyes kept rolling. As far as I know, she can't come back. Han Fei was relieved to hear that and bound up Yang Ruoyun with the spirit forbidden cord too. Although it might not be able to trap her, he just needed to control her for a while. Yang Ruoyun suddenly said, give me the book and the tree core. Han Fei laughed. Why, do you still want the book now? Nice try. Yang Ruoyun urged him, it's useless to you. It belongs to sea demons. Han Fei didn't believe her at all. Any treasure is useful to me, right? Master Hexagon? Hexagon Starfish's big eyes rolled and he pondered for a while. That seems to be a divine weapon. Wow. Han Fei was stunned. Is that book a divine weapon? Why isn't its data showing? But Han Fei was overjoyed. Master Hexagon, good job. I like an ally like you. And I will find you a girlfriend. Hexagon starfish. Han Fei stared at Yang Ruoyan and didn't back down. Hey. I'm not going to give you the book or the tree core. You can get out of here. If you want to. Grab these things from me, just try it. Let's see who will hold on longer. Yang Ruoyan's eyes were unfathomable. Fine, send me into the teleportation formation. Han Fei sneered. You think too much. Let these Millennium Snappers leave first. Yang Ruoyan shot back, keep 500 of them and then throw me in. 100, my bottom line. Yang Ruoyan thought for a moment. How do I know you? Won't kill me? Han Fei shrugged. I can kill you now if you want. Yang Ruoyan scoffed. Okay, keep 100. Han Fei was at a stalemate with Yang Ruoyan for quite a while. In fact, he was communicating with the hexagon starfish at the same time. Han Fei asked secretly, Master Hexagon, can this woman be killed? What will happen to the seal if she is killed? Hexagon starfish replied, I don't know. The seal of this forest is very strange. Its eye seems to be this big tree. It's supposed to disappear since its eye has been destroyed. Han Fei was impatient. So, can I kill her or not? The starfish said with hesitation, well, maybe not. Han Fei asked impatiently again, what does that mean? Yes or no? Just give me a definite answer. To be honest, Han Fei thought Yang Ruoyan was very dangerous. Although he knew that he might never meet her again after this, what if he did? This woman had become a sea demon that seemed very powerful. God knew if anything unexpected would happen because of her in the future. Hexagon starfish said in voice transmission, I feel that her life seems to be related to the bad fishes outside. She may be seriously injured, but you may really not be able to kill her. Okay, got it. Han Fei couldn't help sighing secretly. This was really Yang Ruoyan's territory. Although she had been caught by the spirit forbidden net, he might still not be able to kill her. If he couldn't kill her, he would be in serious trouble. It was not that he was afraid of these Millennium Snappers, but that he needed enough time to digest this big red trunk. Forge the universe was too small to contain such a big tree currently. In the end, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyan reached an agreement. Yang Ruoyan would keep 100 Millennium Snappers to escort her, and when there were about 1,000 Millennium Snappers left, he would have to remove the spirit forbidden net, but he could keep the spirit forbidden cord. Han Fei cared about these details very much. The slightest careless action would cause him to lose the whole game. Han Fei was confident that as long as the spirit forbidden cord could hold Yang Ruoyan for half a minute, he could still take down Yang Ruoyan. About half an hour later, thousands of Millennium Snappers swam into the one-way teleportation formation. When there were only 1,000 Millennium Snappers left, Han Fei took Yang Ruoyan and swam close to the teleportation formation. At this time, Han Fei withdrew the spirit forbidden net, but the spirit forbidden cord still bound her. Besides, a blue sea wandering dragon dagger was put against her neck. When there were only 100 Millennium Snappers left, Han Fei threw her into the teleportation formation together with the spirit forbidden cord. At the moment when Han Fei threw Yang Ruoyan away, the remaining 100 Millennium Snappers rushed to catch up. Han Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No change occurred. It was a good result. When the last Millennium Snapper disappeared, the vortex had gradually disappeared and the place was about to return to peace. Just when Han Fei was about to return, a voice suddenly came out from the teleportation formation. Han Fei, one last word of warning, you'd better leave as soon as possible. The seal will last for at most 6 hours. Once the big red trunk is dead, tens of thousands of lives will devour this place. At the moment when these words rang, Han Fei turned back and the blue sea wandering dragon bow appeared in his hand. In an instant, he drew the bow to its full extent, the cracks on Han Fei's arm appeared again and blood gushed out. Ira. This was the 6th arrow of the War Soul art, a violent blow, containing 6,400 points of spiritual energy. 2 arrow shadows shot into the teleportation formation that was about to close. 6 hours is enough for me. Han Fei rushed down quickly to the roots of the big red trunk. With a big wave of his hand, the spiritual stones trembled and were taken in to forge the universe. Expand, expand, expand. With forge the universe not expanding fast, 6 hours seemed to be barely enough. As forge the universe was expanding, Han Fei reached out to grab the red book inlaid in the trunk. However, as soon as Han Fei picked up the book, there was a sudden burst of dazzling red light, shining like an aurora. One ferocious face after another drifted past his eyes, screaming, crying, and fighting. Countless phantoms gathered in the air and a surge of evil chi rose from the seabed. Han Fei hurriedly threw this thing into forge the universe as well, but he was still contaminated by the evil chi and couldn't help but feel murderous intentions. Puff. Han Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and he was horrified. Han Fei spread his hands, only to find that his hands were already dripping with blood as if they had been burned by flames. F***ck. What the hell was that? Han Fei was sweating all over. At that moment, he felt like he was going crazy and couldn't help but want to kill. Han Fei looked around, looking for hexagon starfish. But he found that this guy had drifted 100 meters away and his 6 big eyes were staring at him. Han Fei sighed. Master Hexagon, you're too much. Do you want to abandon me? You know what, I'm going to crush your essence blood. Hexagon starfish. I was afraid you would slap me to death. You looked scary just now. Han Fei sneered. We are allies. How can I slap you? That sea monster is also your friend. Han Fei scoffed. Okay, tell me what kind of divine weapon the book is. Hexagon starfish thought for a moment. I don't know. It feels very powerful. But you can't control it. Han Fei snorted and thought to himself, I'll be able to control it sooner or later. Han Fei remembered the mirror of icy salt in Forge the Universe. It was also a divine weapon. Although it was only a low-quality divine weapon, it almost possessed an invincible power and could be said to be one of his trump cards. And this book seemed to be a complete divine weapon. He hadn't had a chance to open it before he was almost bewitched by it. If he guessed right, it was way more powerful than the mirror of icy salt. Han Fei's pupils constricted. This book seemed more dangerous than he thought. Just holding it hurt him. It seemed that it might not be easy for him to use it. Of course, Han Fei had also obtained a large number of spiritual stones, which made his face light up with a cheeky smile. Haha, I tried so hard to saw down the tree and dig out the spiritual stones. How can I just let you take them away so easily? Suddenly, Han Fei stopped laughing and asked Nine Tails to terminate its attachment. He shouted hurriedly, Nine Tails, hurry up, saw the tree. With only 6 hours left, Han Fei was racing against time and dared not stop. For a moment. 2 hours later, the big red trunk was sawn down by another 500 meters or so. By Han Fei, and he collected nearly 30 spiritual stones from it. Among them, there were 3 high-quality spiritual stones, 6 mid-quality stones, and 19 low-quality stones with only 1.7 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei was taken back. *CK, the higher up we look, the fewer spiritual stones there are? Han Fei looked at this section of the trunk, then looked at Forge the Universe, and found that the space had only a 150-meter radius, and he was a little anxious. Han Fei panicked. The expansion of Forge the Universe took time. Different. From a sea-swallowing seashell, the area of a sea-swallowing seashell was counted by volume, while Forge the Universe was by its radius. For example, a radius of 150 meters was the area within a radius of 150 meters, with a certain point as the center. In terms of volume, Forge the Universe was much bigger than a sea-swallowing seashell. But it was far from enough for containing this big red trunk. Even though he could control the spatial layout of Forge the Universe at will, it was still not enough. Hexagon Starfish didn't saw the tree as fast as Nine Tails, so he had already been kicked aside by Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Master Hexagon, can you check out how high this tree is?" Hexagon Starfish muttered, "I can help you collect the tree. The space in my doors is larger." Han Fei sneered. "You help me collect the tree? Together with the spiritual stones? Do you think I'm stupid?" Han Fei snorted. "No, thanks." Hexagon Starfish's big eyes kept rolling, and he ran out in a hurry. After a while, he came back and said meaningfully, "The tree is nearly 1,500 meters high. Even my doors can't contain it, not to mention your sea-swallowing seashells. Are you sure you don't need my help?" "Okay." Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this big red trunk was several thousand meters high or something. Then Forge the Universe really couldn't contain it, and 6 hours would definitely not be enough. However, if it was only 1,500 meters high, it wouldn't be a problem. Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei felt a slight tremor on the ground. Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Master Hexagon, go outside and set up a ceiling formation." "Yes, the one you set up in the land of starfish." "No matter what, help me hold on for 2 more hours." Hexagon Starfish replied, "That will be very tiring. Besides, the ceiling formation can't block endless creatures." Han Fei shouted angrily, "That's why I need you to help me." With that, Han Fei threw out a high-quality spiritual stone and said, "If you hold it out, I will give you another high-quality spiritual stone. If you fail, I will crush your essence blood right in front of your eyes." Hexagon Starfish was speechless, and his 6 big eyes kept rolling. He immediately took the high-quality spiritual stone and left. Han Fei squinted and was a bit scared. Why did Yang Ruoyun tell him that there were only 6 hours left? She must know that he would take away the tree, so she told him that. But in fact, this woman was not trustworthy at all. She said 6 hours, but was that true? Perhaps there actually weren't 6 hours left. Maybe, only 3 hours left? Han Fei estimated that he still needed at least 2 hours to stuff the big red trunk and to Forge the Universe, so he asked Master Hexagon to set up a ceiling formation. 5 hours later, Han Fei sawed off another section of the tree, which was 500 meters long. In the shocked gaze of hexagon starfish, these two huge pieces of wood disappeared. No. Hexagon starfish absolutely didn't believe that they were stuffed into swallowing seashells. It was a space even larger than the space inside his doors, but how could Han Fei have such a large space? At this moment, Han Fei looked solemn. He had heard the cracking sound of the seal outside several times, which might break soon. He wondered if the ceiling formation of Master Hexagon could block the creatures outside for some time. Han Fei overestimated the arithmetic ability of Master Hexagon. The last piece of the damn tree was nearly 700 meters long. In other words, this big red trunk was nearly 1,700 meters high, which was not 1,500 meters as said by Master Hexagon. Damn it, I must find a math teacher for Master Hexagon in the future. The expansion speed of Forge the Universe was not satisfactory. So far, it had only expanded by a radius of fewer than 250 meters. Considering the luxuriant branches and leaves of the big red trunk, it could still contain a piece of trunk 500 meters long at most. Han Fei looked at the remaining section of the trunk, which was nearly 700 meters long, and said nervously, Master Hexagon, can your ceiling formation hold out? Hexagon starfish swam closer. A large number of creatures have swarmed over. It's a bit difficult. After all, you gave me too little spiritual energy. Han Fei glared at Hexagon starfish. I've given you so much spiritual energy. You greedy starfish. The 6 big eyes of Hexagon starfish rolled and his tentacles were twitching. How he wanted to slap Han Fei to death. He thought to himself, do you remember how much spiritual energy I gave to you when I first met you? And now you only gave me so little spiritual energy and still demanded me to set up a ceiling formation. Hexagon starfish simply said, it takes spiritual energy to set up a ceiling formation. You know that. I've already spent 200,000 points of the spiritual energy of my own on the formation. Han Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. Are you *king kidding me? You shameless starfish. Do you think I'm stupid? Han Fei vaguely remembered that when he blackmailed this starfish at that time, he only took 50,000 points, or at most 100,000 points. But now when this starfish blackmailed him, this damn fish threatened to strike if he didn't give him an extra quality spiritual stone. However, Han Fei had no choice now. He had no one else to turn to for help. He reluctantly threw an extra quality spiritual stone to the starfish. Hold out. Remember to leave a way for us to escape in case we're surrounded by the creatures rushing in. Han Fei grunted. Don't play tricks on me. If so, I will crush your essence blood, and then I can still escape with flash stones. Hexagon starfish was growing tired of the threats. Human, when can you return my essence blood to me? Han Fei hummed. When I leave the level 3 fishery, I will return your essence blood to you. Therefore, our time working together will be quite a while still. At least 1 year perhaps. Hexagon starfish took the extra quality spiritual stone. Keep your promise. Han Fei nodded. I mean what I say. Hurry up. After Hexagon starfish left, Han Fei smiled. It seems that compared to Yang Ruoyun, Master Hexagon is way much easier to trick. If it were Yang Ruoyun, how could he solve her with an extra quality spiritual stone? She would even pack him up and take away. 1 hour later. Hexagon starfish bumped Han Fei's shoulder and urged, "Have you finished yet? Hurry up. They're coming." Han Fei scolded, "Don't rush me, okay? Just hold up for a while. Just a little. While longer." So far, Forge the universe had expanded to a radius of nearly 330 meters, with a diameter of 660 meters. Bam! Bam! Han Fei had heard hundreds of similar explosions. Each explosion represented a broken seal. Hexagon starfish said quickly, "If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. Just a minute longer." After a while, with a loud bang, Han Fei lay on the trunk. 5 minutes later, the tree trunk was finally stuffed into Forge the universe. Now Han Fei finally took away the entire big red trunk. Although Hexagon starfish was curious about where Han Fei's weird space came from, it was obviously not the time to discuss this. "Come on. There is only the last layer." Han Fei jumped on the Hexagon starfish. "Run, run." Hexagon starfish whizzed past like lightning and appeared hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. But when Han Fei and Hexagon starfish ran halfway through, the seal broke apart. Han Fei saw giant snakes tens of meters in length, huge crabs tens of meters long, and big fishes with fangs and barbs all over their bodies, as well as piles of mess-swallowing worms, marching sea leeches, dead leaf starfish, butterfly star worms, green-red snakes, and anti-heaven blades. All of which were densely packed and completely beyond numbers. Han Fei swallowed. God only knows where these creatures came from. Along the way, the ordinary big red trunks that Han Fei saw had already been eaten bald by these creatures. Pieces of big red trunks were cut down and no red leaf could be seen on the ground. Yesterday, when Han Fei came in, there were red leaves drifting all over. But at this moment, it was barren and not even a blade of grass grew. Han Fei shouted, "Master Hexagon, accelerate, accelerate." "Okay." Han Fei felt the Hexagon starfish under his hips spin quickly, and his speed suddenly soared. "Hey, hey! Don't throw me off." Hexagon starfish pleaded. "Throw some spiritual energy out. Otherwise, they will soon catch up with us." Me. Han Fei reluctantly pulled out some low-quality spiritual stones from Forge the universe. Swish. 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 Almost every 100 meters, Han Fei would throw a piece out. While throwing the stones away, Han Fei asked, "Why did these creatures suddenly appear here? Is it because the big red trunk is gone?" Hexagon starfish answered, "I don't know. But that place is special. Even if the big tree is gone, there seem to be other unknown secrets. You didn't go to the top." Han Fei was surprised. "What's on the top?" Since the top didn't lead to the sea surface, what was there? After thinking about it for a long while, Han Fei felt that it was a waste of time. Now he was too weak to ascertain these things, so why bother? Suddenly, Han Fei laughed. Yang Ruoyun would never have thought that he could take away such a big tree. After all, he was only an intermediate dangling fisher. After a moment, Han Fei looked back, only to see that the big red trunk forest had been flooded with endless creatures. If he was strong enough to stay there and let those creatures kill each other, he would get a huge amount of spiritual energy. But he couldn't. If he dared to stay there for more than 5 minutes, he would have been overwhelmed by the endless creatures until no bones were left. The land of starfish. The starfishes here were all gone. Han Fei thought they probably also ran to the big red trunk forest. It seemed that there were still secrets there, but they had nothing to do with him now. Han Fei jumped off the back of Hexagon Starfish. I'm going to stay alone for cultivation. How about you? Hexagon Starfish's big eyes looked at Han Fei. Well, I feel I've consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Can you? Han Fei stared at him. No way. Don't even think about it. I can set up a spirit gathering formation for you and you can suck up spiritual energy yourself. Hexagon Starfish was speechless and thought to himself, who is the stingiest? It is said that I, Hexagon Starfish, am greedy for treasures, but this be asterisk starred is even greedier than me. He has just got such a huge big red trunk and countless spiritual stones. Why can't he spare some for me? I helped him a lot just now, didn't I? After setting up the spirit gathering formation, Han Fei ran 100 miles away and entered Forge the Universe. He was actually going in to prying the spiritual stones down. Before he left, he still remembered to warn Hexagon Starfish not to escape. In fact, Han Fei didn't care whether Hexagon Starfish would run or not. Anyway, he now had countless spiritual stones and there were too many things for him to do. Those things that he wanted to do but couldn't, due to his lack of spiritual stones, could all be done now. His spiritual heritage was damaged, but he didn't have enough spiritual energy to repair it, but now he had enough spiritual energy. The fourth layer of true spirit fishing art that had not been deduced so far could be deduced now. Han Fei thought to himself, it's a true saying that one who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei's body was surrounded with spiritual energy. His forehead was full of sweat and his face was a little pale. At this moment, Han Fei was repairing his damaged spiritual heritage. So far, 2 million points of spiritual energy had been consumed, but he only felt that half of his spiritual heritage was repaired. Han Fei was startled. It seems that he should protect his spiritual heritage. Well, otherwise, once his spiritual heritage was damaged, he would have to spend a lot of spiritual energy to repair it. Half a day later, Han Fei opened his eyes and a series of data showed. Owner, Han Fei. Level 36, Intermediate Dangling Fisher, Spiritual Energy 128,526, 4,582. Spiritual Heritage Level 4, High Quality. Spiritual Beast Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 29. Weapon Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers. Main Art Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level. Divine Quality. Haha, I'm finally back to my peak. Huh? My upper limit of spiritual energy increased a bit? Huh? Little Black and Little White are both level 29? Han Fei was not surprised by the increase in his upper limit of spiritual energy. After several high-intensity battles, he certainly would level up. However, Little Black and Little White reached level 29, which shocked him. He knew how difficult it was for these two little guys to upgrade. If it hadn't been for the luck that he had been to the Soul Ocean once, the two little guys might not have reached level 25 at the moment. But after taking a few red balls, they were level 29 now. Han Fei summoned them. However, to his surprise, Little Black and Little White did not appear. Huh? What happened? Little Black? Little White? Han Fei tried summoning them several times in a row, but it didn't work. This immediately made him anxious. He immediately came out of Forge the Universe and tried to summon them again. But it still didn't work. Little Black and Little White seemed to have disappeared. Is it because of those red balls? Han Fei frowned. This was definitely not a good thing. People became fish after eating it. Then what would happen if fish ate it? Han Fei immediately went to find Hexagon Starfish. Hexagon Starfish was lying in the middle of the spirit gathering formation, absorbing spiritual energy, and was surrounded with enriched spiritual energy. There was a circle of dazzling gems placed around him. Han Fei recognized at a glance that there were gold, purple gold, diamonds, lapis lazuli, blue corundum, and some other unnamed stones. The quality of these gems looked so extraordinary that they could even be used to make a spiritual weapon. Seeing Han Fei coming, Hexagon Starfish quickly put away all the dazzling stones around him and looked at Han Fei vigilantly with his 6 big eyes. Human, aren't you cultivating? Han Fei didn't have the time to talk with him about his treasures now, and he quickly asked, tell me what the exact effect of the red balls are? I mean, those things that can make people turn into fish. You've eaten one too, right? Hexagon Starfish's eyes stopped rolling, and he said with some doubt, nothing special. It seems to have made me grow faster. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. Is that all? Are there any side effects? Hexagon Starfish thought for a while. Seems not. Han Fei asked anxiously, yes is yes, and no is no. What do you mean by seems? Not? You've eaten it, haven't you? Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. It seems that there is a little bit of side effect. The last time I ate it, I slept for several days. However, when I woke up, I felt very comfortable and my mind became clearer. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. So that explains it. It's okay if Little Black and Little White sleep for a few days. Now Han Fei had the mood to make a joke on the starfish. When did you starfish get a brain? Hexagon Starfish was very unhappy to hear his words. Ordinary starfish may not have a brain, but I do. I not only have a brain, but also have bones. Han Fei scoffed. Then where is your brain? Hexagon Starfish's 6 big eyes kept rolling. In my eyes. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder this guy liked to roll his big eyes so much. It turned out that every time he rolled his eyes, he was thinking. Han Fei almost burst into laughter. This guy is still stupid. Now I know your brain is in your eyes. Then next time you roll your eyes, I'll know you are thinking. Han Fei waved his hand. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to cultivate. After entering Forge the Universe again, Han Fei was much more relaxed. He guessed that Little Black and Little White must have eaten too many red balls and needed to sleep for a few days. Han Fei, who had no burden, was so relaxed that he couldn't help laughing. He really wanted to see Yang Ruiyan's expression when she found out what happened with the big red trunk. You may not be able to take away the big red trunk, but I can. 3 days later. Han Fei was sitting in Forge the Universe, panting hard. So far, Forge the Universe had expanded to a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. After consuming nearly 15 million points of spiritual energy. However, Han Fei didn't care. This space was enough to contain the complete big red trunk. He wouldn't have to worry about a lack of space for a long time to come. In the past 7 days, Han Fei finally cut open the big red trunk. Sure enough, as he expected, most spiritual stones were concentrated in the lower part of the trunk, especially the roots. After cutting the tree open, he had found 62 extra quality spiritual stones. 192 high-quality stones, 1,026 mid-quality stones, and 4,102 low-quality stones. When Han Fei sorted out all the spiritual stones, he looked at the 4 piles of spiritual stones for a long time and could not speak for a long time. Yang Ruoyun would vomit blood and regret if she knew that he had obtained so many spiritual stones. It was more than 270 million points of spiritual energy. Even though he had expanded Forge the Universe to a radius of 1,000 meters, he still had 250 million points of spiritual energy left. Han Fei didn't even bother to calculate the fraction. Anyway, he knew that for a long time to come, he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy. After doing this, the first thing he did was not deduce the true spirit fishing art, nor build a ship, but he made knives. Since the last time his long knife shattered, he couldn't use the drawing. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers could be used in the million knife art. With the saber manipulation art, he could easily take the upper hand in the face of group attacks or when he was outnumbered. However, when facing a small number of enemies, the effect of the million knife art decreased greatly. After all, manipulating so many daggers to attack simultaneously would be much less powerful. At this moment, the 2 dark crystal axes were placed in front of him, which were Yang Diu's spiritual weapons. Han Fei didn't underestimate these 2 axes. They seemed to be made of some kind of extremely hard dark crystal. Besides, a large scorpion was sealed in the axes, and the scorpion venom would break out and attack. Therefore, this pair of axes was actually a rare pair of high-quality spiritual weapons. At least, Han Fei had no weapon more powerful than this pair of axes except for the water-dividing seal and the mirror of icy salt. Han Fei remembered that Yang Diu's spiritual beast seemed to also be a scorpion. That guy was not a good person, so Han Fei didn't feel guilty at all for using his spiritual weapons. The small calabash appeared in Han Fei's hand. The pair of axes were thrown in by him, followed by a large piece of big red trunk core. Han Fei pondered for a while to make the perfect combination. Weapons were valued for their quality, not their number, so he gritted his teeth and threw in the swords of Mo Fian and Sun Mu. 3 high-quality spiritual weapons, plus the core of the big red trunk, and Han Fei even wanted to throw the 2 stones and Forge the Universe in. Han Fei still dared not to touch the 2 stones. If he refined a divine weapon that he couldn't touch, it would be over. The materials would all be wasted. Refine. But the knife that Han Fei conceived this time was not a long knife. The drawing needed something to nourish the knife either with spiritual energy or with his essence and blood. But now that he had no shortage of spiritual energy, he could always use the drawing. This kind of combat technique with great lethality could catch his enemy off guard and kill them. A long knife was powerful, but was too long and easy to break. Moreover, a sudden change of weapon during a battle was very easy to notice. So this time, what Han Fei conceived was a kitchen knife. In fact, Han Fei had already had this idea early on. Compared with a long knife, a kitchen knife is short and very easy to use, and it's instantaneous. Explosive power was more than several times that of a long knife. Of course, the shortcoming of a kitchen knife was also obvious. It was too short. He once heard someone say that, the shorter, the more dangerous, the longer, the stronger, to which Han Fei disagreed. For cultivators, if the opponent suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife in a fight, most cultivators would be caught off guard. Of course, Han Fei would refine more than one knife. The kitchen knife would be his last resort. Besides that, he would also make a long knife. After nearly half an hour, a kitchen knife floated in the air. With the length of 1 foot and 3 inches, it was pitch black and had a barbed shiny blade. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name none. Introduction. It is made from demonic dark crystal, silvery gold. Tie by leech iron, core of aeon big red trunk, bark of aeon big red trunk, and shining patterned shell. It can cut all the hardest things in the world. Once a demonic spirit is sealed in it, it can become a divine weapon. Quality extra quality spiritual weapon. Sealed spirit, none. Recastable. Unrefined. Note, it is made by smelting and recasting multiple high-grade spiritual weapons, and a spirit shall be sealed in it to present its perfect form. Haha. Han Fei laughed stupidly, reached out his hand to take the knife, and looked at it up and down. The handle seemed to be smelted with a lot of things, and the blade was mainly made of dark crystals. There was no variegated color throughout the body, and it looked simply perfect. Han Fei gently put the blade on his arm, and then with a light stroke, his skin had been cut. The blood seeped into the blade, and the knife suddenly glowed red. The knife absorbed many drops of his blood before acknowledging him as its master. Oh, so you like drinking blood? Okay, then I will call you blood drinking. It was a pity that this knife hadn't had a spirit sealed in it and had no spirituality yet. Otherwise, he would definitely mock Han Fei. What kind of lame name did you give to me? There are so many knives called blood drinking in this world. What a rustic name. After a while, Han Fei suddenly chopped the knife at the big red trunk hard, and most of the blade went into the tree. Haha, great. Han Fei smirked while playing with the kitchen knife and suddenly remembered Xia Xiaochan. He couldn't help but imagine what if Xia Xiaochan held this kitchen knife and stabbed him. Then he would surely be stabbed through easily. Alas, I've got to find the treasure left by Ren Tianfei as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when can I succeed in practicing the indestructible body art? With this in mind, Han Fei thought that he should deduce the true spirit fishing technique now. Only by deducing the true spirit fishing technique could lightning be attracted, only with lightning could his body be tempered well, only when his body was tempered could he break through the present barrier in practicing his indestructible body. Of course, Han Fei was still at the bottom of the sea, so he wouldn't deduct it now. How was it possible for lightning to strike through kilometers of sea and reach the seabed? Besides, as Yang Ruoyan said, in the space inside the seaweed city wall, the seabed and the sea surface were actually not connected to each other. Forget it. I'll deduce it later. Now that the knife was made, Han Fei was not in a hurry to deduce the true spirit fishing technique, nor build a ship. Although, in Forge the Universe, the big red trunk occupied most of the space, Han Fei turned his eyes to the fish avatar technique. Yang Ruoyan's success in transforming into a fish really shocked him. Han Fei never believed that in the towns under the 1,000-star city, there might be a person who really could turn a fish. Even Old Bai was terrified when he heard of the fish avatar technique, let alone Yang Ruoyan, who was only a few years older than him. Seeing that the deduction would cost 1 million points of spiritual energy, Han Fei did not even blink. Deduce. After a moment, a string of data showed in his eyes. Existing combat skill, fish avatar technique, mystic level, extra quality. Introduction, a semi-finished avatar type combat skill, combined with Thousands of years of previous research experience, only for reference. Deduction consumption 0/5000000. Deduction result unknown. Note: the direction of the deduction is unknown, so is the result of the deduction. Please be cautious. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. As he expected, even if he consumed 1 million points of spiritual energy to deduce it, it would only be upgraded from mystic level, mid-quality to mystic level, extra quality. And even the content of the information had only changed a few words. Unlike other combat techniques, the fish avatar technique was a very profound subject with a lot of examples for reference. Even if he kept deducing it all the way down, he didn't know what he would get in the end. Han Fei spent 2 days reading the deduced technique. His expression was a little weird. There were as many as 9 successful examples in the book. In one of the most successful cases, the person actually began to practice the fish avatar technique when he was still in his mother's womb. In the end, the mother died, but the fetus was successfully born as a fish. This was the only human being born as a rare creature that Han Fei had seen so far. But Han Fei was not sure whether this child was still a human being. If he was a human being, then why was he born as a fish? But if he was a fish, the book said that the kid eventually became a very intelligent fish, able to read human language and receive any instructions from humans. But in the end, the child died in an adventure in the sea. Since then, there has never been a second child like this. Other experiments were largely identical, but with minor differences. All the sacrifices just made up for the shortcomings of this technique. On the 3rd day, Han Fei deduced the book again. This time, Han Fei was overjoyed, and his predecessors seemed to have worked out a way. Existing combat skill, fish avatar technique, spiritual level mid-quality. Introduction, a semi-finished avatar-type combat skill, successfully transforming people into fish, with a survival rate of up to 50%, which is a major advance in the history of avatar development. Deduction consumption 0/10 million points. Deduction result unknown. Note: the direction of the deduction is unknown, so is the result of the deduction. Please be cautious. Han Fei was overjoyed and immediately started to study it. 3 days later, he finally finished reading the book. This time, the conception of the fish avatar technique was too wild. Someone proposed now that fish also possessed meridians, flesh and blood, bones, and internal organs. To transform a human being into a fish, one just needed to mutate his meridians, flesh and blood, bones, and viscera. Because of this conjecture, the focus of the fish avatar technique had become the mutation of human beings. The point was that this idea succeeded. There was a time in history when many people took the initiative to conduct experiments. Of course, this conjecture still had big flaws. That was, there were tens of thousands of kinds of creatures in the ocean, not only fish, but also crabs, starfish, conch, lobster, octopus, squid, and so on, but humans could only become fish. Besides, the fish that humans turned into was not exactly like fish, but a bit like monsters that were half human and half fish. Therefore, some people call these human beings demons, sea demons. Later, due to the ban on the research of the fish avatar technique by the floating islands, the development of the technique plummeted. At the same time, the major cities ordered the slaughter of all the demons, causing the sea demons to be almost extinct. Han Fei was shocked when he saw this. Sea demons? Wow! Han Fei vaguely felt that he had discovered some shocking secret. Yang Ruoyun became a sea demon. But she could not only become a fish, but also could change back into a human? Did it mean that this fish avatar technique had actually been further developed? Han Fei was shocked. So, the first sea demon was actually a human? Therefore, in theory, the so-called demon was actually a human being. The only difference was that under the conditions of the time, those sea demons had no ability to transform back into human beings. Alright. After Han Fei saw that the next deduction would cost 10 million points of spiritual energy, he gritted his teeth. He has already gotten this far. How could he give up? Immediately, he chose to continue the deduction. It seemed that there was a shocking secret hidden in the book. Deduce. Existing combat skill, fish avatar technique, demonic level, low quality. Introduction, a semi-finished avatar type combat skill, successfully transforming people into fish, with a survival rate of up to 80%. Some humans have transformed into demons. Deduction consumption 0/30 million points. Deduction result unknown. Notes, the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot has been reached. Deduction again will involve the ultimate myth of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Gosh. When Han Fei read the part about some humans having success in transforming into demons, he knew that something terrifying must have happened. And when he saw the notes, he was stunned. Deduction limit? Any further deduction will involve the ultimate myth of the world? Damn, isn't the demon purification pot omnipotent? How can it be damaged? It's been deduced to this point, but you tell me that I can't continue to deduce it? Han Fei was speechless. I have spent nearly 20 million points of spiritual energy and am ready to complete the fish avatar technique so as to switch between the form of a fish and a human at any time. But UF** King tell me that I can't deduce it any further? Then didn't I spend the nearly 20 million points of spiritual energy in vain? Han Fei's face was all dark, but he began to calm down and study the newly deduced fish avatar technique. 2 days later, Han Fei finally read all the contents of the book. The technique was profound indeed. Han Fei felt that this technique was still not perfect because it still couldn't turn people into a certain kind of fish, but rather into a brand new species. It was totally incomparable with the 72 metamorphoses of Monkey King, let alone turning people into creatures such as a crab or octopus. Besides, once a human was transformed into a fish, the result was irreversible, which meant that he would become a fish forever. Han Fei certainly would not practice such a technique. From the very beginning, he just wanted to make it easier for him to hunt for treasures and explore the sea. However, the initial investment had completely exceeded his expectations. In addition to the practicing method, the book also told him that there was a peerless genius who instigated countless people to practice the fish avatar technique and even founded a sect called deism. Many ordinary fishers and fishing masters were greatly encouraged by the religion, thinking that humans were the real masters of the ocean and calling on everyone to return to the ocean, which was their homeland. After that, the fish avatar technique caused great turbulence. It was said that countless strong masters began to make moves to punish the sea demons. But among the sea demons, a small number of strong people absconded. Since then, all the cities had issued an order that anyone mentioning the fish avatar technique should be killed, and if anyone dared to practice the fish avatar technique, their whole family would be killed. Over time, this story seemed to be forgotten and no one mentioned it again. Learning such an astonishing secret from the fragments of a mortal-level fish avatar technique, Han Fei could only keep it in his heart. Only now did he know why Old Bai warned him that the fish avatar technique was taboo. But Han Fei's heart was unsettled. There must be follow-up development, but he only roughly learned what happened at the early stage. Was it teasing him? However, he had no choice but to throw the book aside. Han Fei was not in a hurry to go out. Although he couldn't learn the long-awaited fish avatar technique, he could refine the fishing boat. Originally, Han Fei thought that he would just go to the sea grassland to dig up an ordinary big red trunk as the old man on the dragon boat taught him. And then, he would go get some auxiliary objects such as fish crystals. But now, he had got this big red trunk that was comparable to a spiritual weapon. What else did he need to find? Besides, he had collected a lot of swallowing seashells, in which there were all kinds of weapons. Even the worst ones were high-quality magic weapons. There were also dozens of low-quality spiritual weapons and a pile of various minerals. Although these things couldn't be the main components of the fishing boat, they were more than enough to serve as surface decorations, such as windbreaks, lower decks, hanging stone buckle covers, and some color-matching convex streamlines of the hull, and power unloading devices. Han Fei licked his lips and said to the small calabash in his hand, although I have much spiritual energy now, there is still a long way to go. Eat less. A boat won't need much spiritual energy, right? When the demon purification pot sucked in a large 50-meter-long section of the big red trunk, Han Fei gasped. Wow. SU. Han Fei was overjoyed. He was afraid that something as big as a fishing boat could not be refined in the pot and had to be carved by hand. But the demon purification pot gave him a surprise. It seemed that as long as there was enough spiritual energy, it could refine anything. Then, Han Fei threw a large number of weapons, stones, and 4 floating stones into the pot. He closed his eyes and paddled his hands in the air. Hey! The cabin is designed to be semi-open and streamlined. Fish hold. Let's add a small fish hold. Fence, no fence. Use a one-piece design. In his mind, Han Fei simulated a cool small yacht. Unlike normal yachts. However, the fishing boat refined by Han Fei was made for speed, so it adopted a streamlined design. The ship presented a smooth curve and even the sun deck on the front side was removed. There was only a fish hold behind the cabin and the cover of the fish hold was designed as the aft deck. The whole fishing boat was shaped like an awl. Its appearance resembles a supercar. Because Han Fei also added the unloading streamline in the bow part, it resembled 2 car headlights. Yes. Following Han Fei's thoughts, a large amount of spiritual energy swarmed from the pile of spiritual stones and poured into the demon purification pot. Hey! Hey! Absorb less spiritual energy, less. Please. Han Fei felt his heart was aching when he saw that the demon refining pot started to absorb spiritual energy from the pile of spiritual stones, so he immediately moved all the extra quality, high quality, and mid quality spiritual stones hundreds of meters away, leaving only the low quality ones. However, there was not much spiritual energy in the low quality spiritual stones. Each one only contained no more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Crack. 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 Han Fei's eyes widened. Almost every minute, 5 or 6 low-quality spiritual Stones crumbled into powder. Every time the cracking sound was heard, Han Fei's eyelids trembled. This rhythm lasted for a full hour before the crumbling speed of the low-quality spiritual stone slowed down. Even so, 2 or 3 pieces would crumble every minute. Han Fei almost burst into tears. Oh, that's all right. This is the 900th piece. That is more than 9 million points of spiritual energy. However, the low-quality spiritual stones were still shattering. The refining didn't stop until the 1086th piece was broken and Han Fei's heart almost bled. Gosh. Suddenly, an 18-meter-long red and white fishing boat appeared in his vision. Just a glance made Han Fei's mouth water. Everyone loved a yacht. Besides, this yacht was designed by himself. Every arc seemed to be full of splendor, every line was his masterpiece. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name none. Introduction: It is made of Aeon Big Red Trunk, Blue Sea Wandering Dragon, Bone, Floating Stone, Red Blood Silver, and Silver Stone. It is extremely fast and can travel 60,000 miles a day. The hull can hold the damage of mid-quality spiritual weapons. Due to limited materials, its speed can be increased after sealing a spirit into it. Quality: mid-quality spiritual weapon. Sealed spirit: none. Recastable. Unrefined. Notes: due to limited forging materials, it can only be cast into a mid-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei was a bit disappointed. What? A spiritual weapon level fishing boat? That cost me more than 10 million points of spiritual energy, could only travel 60,000 miles a day? Smack. Han Fei patted on the fishing boat and drew a long face. Is it because the design method is wrong? Even ghost speed divine boats can travel 50,000 miles a day. But my fishing ship is made of extra quality materials. The more Han Fei thought about it, the angrier he got. He immediately refined a small carving knife and was about to draw formations on the boat. According to the records in the spirit-gathering scripture, the speed formations were divided into as many as 12 kinds, such as the water travel formation, wind travel formation, wind chasing formation, and tidal formation. Their purpose was to use the power of nature to increase the speed of something, and they were not difficult to set up. But even if they were not difficult to draw, it was still very troublesome to interlock different formations and cover the entire hull. Han Fei picked up the carving knife and walked around the boat several times, unable to find a way to start. If he was about to draw a spirit-gathering formation, he didn't even need to think about it. However, speed formations were different. One formation might cause changes in wind speed and airflow, so when the two formations were superimposed, the airflow might change. Once it changed, it might have the opposite effect and reduce the speed of the ship itself. Well, be it so. I'll draw some speed formations on it later. Han Fei patted the fishing boat hard. Wind god boat, I will definitely make you a real wind god boat. By then, you will be the fastest fishing boat in the Level 3 fishery. Giving up carving formations on the boat, Han Fei jumped out of Forge, the universe with a swish. When he came to Hexagon Starfish again, Hexagon Starfish was covered with thousands of starfish. Among them, there were even a few exotic starfish. The moment they saw Han Fei coming, a large number of starfish began to flee away. Hexagon Starfish widened its eyes and quickly put away all the shiny gold and silver gems around him. Han Fei sighed. Master Hexagon, why do you think I would want this junk? Hexagon starfish was surprised. Have you finished cultivating? Hanfei nodded. Yes. Okay, don't absorb spiritual energy anymore. The spiritual energy in your body is almost overflowing. Let's go. It's time to leave. The level 3 fishery was too big. He had spent 2 months in the sea. Grassland alone. Hanfei still didn't know what happened to Xia Shaochan and the others. At this moment, Hanfei's strength had returned to its peak and he urgently needed to find an uninhabited sea to deduce the true spirit fishing technique. However, Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. Can you wait for me for a few days? Hanfei asked, how come? You haven't absorbed enough spiritual energy yet? Leave some for other starfish. Besides, the news that the big red trunk is gone will be spread sooner or later. There will be many people here soon. If you stay here for 2 more days, I bet you will be caught and become someone's contractual spiritual beast. Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. I'm going to make a breakthrough, just a few days away. Hanfei was shocked. You are going to have a breakthrough again? You only reached level 40 in more than 300 years, but how many times have you had a breakthrough in the past 2 years? That's not the same. The spiritual energy in the village is too little and I also ate the red fruit. Unfortunately, I can only eat one. Unlike your spiritual beasts, they can eat several. Shoot. Being reminded by Hexagon Starfish, Hanfei finally remembered Little Black and Little White. During this period of time, he concentrated on studying the fish avatar technique and forgot about summoning Little Black and Little White. Immediately, with a thought from Hanfei, 2 rays of lights appeared between his eyebrows, one black and one white. Huh? Unlike before, this time, Little Black and Little White drew 2 black and white rays in the water and made a half arc in the water before they landed beside Hanfei. Huh? Hanfei gave a cry of surprise. He found that Little Black and Little White had changed. Not only in their bodies, but also in temperament. First of all, the 2 little guys were now more crystal clear, and there were 2 more barbels growing near their mouths, which were as long as their bodies. In addition to the barbels, Little White's body was exuding a faint halo of holiness all the time, as if being covered with a light milky white brilliance. It looked breathtakingly beautiful. Different from Little White, Little Black looked even fiercer, especially his eyes. Before, Little Black was black, but the whites of his eyes were still white and his eyeballs were round. But now the whites of Little Black's eyes turned blood red and his eyeballs became slivered like cat's eyes. No, to be precise, they looked like wolf eyes. Although Hanfei was his master, he was scared when he saw Little Black's eyes. However, Hanfei heaved a sigh of relief when the 2 little guys ran to him and played with him intimately just like before. Oh. I was really scared for a minute. Hanfei looked at the data of Little Black and Little White and his pupils constricted again. Spiritual beast. Name: twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. Introduction: they're the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other won't die. Level 30. Quality: mysterious. Stored spiritual energy 100,000 points. Food: omnivorous. They can swallow everything. Combat skills: supreme yin-yang wheel. 5,000 points of spiritual energy is consumed every second. Note: the black fish is invisible. Except for the owner, only people with born Inyang divine eyes can see it. When the two fish are combined, their combat power soars and is comparable to that of a divine weapon. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. 100,000 points of spiritual energy stored? Supreme Inyang wheel? Combined? Comparable to a divine weapon? These words stunned Han Fei, and he gaped. Wow. Now they've got a combined combat skill? Since Master Hexagon said he wanted to stay for a few days, they would just stay here for a few days. He needed to study carefully the changes of Little Black and Little White. However, Han Fei immediately looked at Hexagon Starfish and said, Master Hexagon, may I ask you a question? Did you have any changes in your abilities after breaking through level 30? Hexagon Starfish said, rolling his eyes. No, nothing has changed. Think it over. Hexagon Starfish pondered for a moment. It seems that before level 30, my spiritual consciousness was not high. I was still young at that time. Han Fei asked with a dark face, and? Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled again. Oh. I seem to have got a kind of inheritance from nowhere, and after that, I learned to set up formations. Wow. Han Fei was shocked. Didn't you learn setting up formations from a certain formation book you got from a treasure hunt? Hexagon Starfish mumbled. Of course not. Who would look for that kind of thing? Books aren't shiny. The knowledge about formations just popped up in my head out of the blue. Han Fei was surprised. A strange inheritance? When Hexagon Starfish reached level 30, he got a strange inheritance. And at the moment, Little Black and Little White seemed to have encountered the same situation, who seemed to have inherited some kind of inheritance, too. Supreme Inyang wheel? No, I should let them have a try. With that, Han Fei said to Hexagon Starfish, Master Hexagon, you can stay here to make a breakthrough, but be quick. Don't delay too much. There are still a lot of treasures waiting for us to dig up. Then he took Little Black and Little White away. Hundreds of miles away. Han Fei stroked Little Black's head. Little Black, have you gotten any new abilities? Show them to me. Little Black looked at Han Fei blankly and suddenly opened his mouth. F***ck. Han Fei took a few steps back and almost had a heart attack. He saw that the teeth in Little Black's mouth became exceptionally sharp, like a row of steel teeth. Besides, in his mouth, there seemed to be a small rotating black hole. Han Fei swallowed. Open your mouth again. This time, when Little Black opened his mouth, Han Fei was still a bit horrified. The teeth were sharp and there was a faint red light on the teeth, as if bloodstains were flowing between the teeth. Han Fei hurriedly said, Close it. Close it. Can you get bigger? Little Black's body began to grow gradually and didn't stop until his body became 8 meters long. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only 8 meters. That's acceptable. If he suddenly became 100 meters long, he would be quite the big monster. Han Fei turned to look at Little White. Girl, do you have any new abilities? Little White seemed to get what Han Fei meant. She opened her mouth, and then Han Fei felt the spiritual energy around him begin to gather. Huh. The spirit gathering speed is so fast. F***ck, it's almost as fast as a small spirit gathering formation I set up. No, it's faster than a small spirit gathering formation, and it's actually as fast as the superimposition of three small spirit-gathering formations. At this time, Hanfei suddenly realized that Little Black and Little White were spirit-swallowing fish. Wasn't spirit swallowing the most fundamental ability of spirit-swallowing fish? Okay. Now that this ability was finally fully manifested, they were just like a mobile spiritual energy pool. Just imagine, when he ran out of spiritual energy in combat, Little Black and Little White would be able to supply him with endless spiritual energy. Of course, the spiritual energy they supplied might not be able to make up for his consumption, but he saw hope, a hope that was entirely possible. Hanfei grinned. Sure enough, Little Black and Little White were the best. After all, neither Nine Tails nor Little Gold had demonstrated such outstanding abilities as Little Black and Little White yet. Of course, Nine Tails and Little Gold were not bad. Nine Tails was an all-rounded creature, able to attack, defend, and dig holes. As for Little Gold, when he grew to full form, he could condense the power of heavenly thunder. Unfortunately, he could not do it yet. Hanfei took out a section of the big red trunk that was tens of meters away from Forge the Universe and said, Little Black, Little White, use Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel to attack this tree. With a thought from Hanfei, Little Black and Little White suddenly turned into two rays of lights, one black and one white. When the two rays of lights met, a rotating Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram appeared, perhaps because the rotating speed was too fast. Hanfei could only see the black and white light flashing alternately. In the next moment, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang wheel fell on the big red trunk. Huh? Hanfei was dazed by the scene. Compared with the soft saw he made, Little Black and Little White were like a King chainsaw. Although 5,000 points of spiritual energy was consumed every second, the speed was almost 100 times faster than the soft saw. Stop. Stop. Okay. Alright. Hanfei hurriedly asked Little Black and Little White to stop. It was just an experiment and they didn't need to actually saw the tree. However, when he looked at Little Black and Little White, something suddenly occurred to him. Maybe it's time to go to the Seaweed City Wall. Hanfei did not choose to fuse with Little Black and Little White, mainly because he was afraid of losing control. This time, the strength of Little Black and Little White had undergone thorough changes. If Little Black and Little White had a combat power of 5 before, then with this Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel, their combat power had soared to at least 50, which was a change in the order of magnitude. While waiting for Hexagon Starfish, Hanfei was practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies and studying the speed formations. Bam! The ceiling formation shook. Hanfei couldn't remember how many times the ceiling formation had shaken. He tilted his head, looking at Hexagon Starfish, whose spiritual energy was escaping in large quantities. It had been a day and a night. Hasn't he made it yet? Little Black and Little White upgraded so easily and quickly. Why did this stupid starfish waste so much spiritual energy to make a breakthrough? He was too weak, not like a mysterious creature at all. Little White was frantically devouring the spiritual energy that escaped from Hexagon Starfish. At this time, Hanfei stopped cultivating. This was the 5th time someone came here. Hanfei hung the kitchen knife on his waist, held the blue sea wandering dragon bow, and stood there. In a short while, a young man and a young woman came here. When the young man saw Hanfei, he frowned slightly, and when he saw Hexagon Starfish, he couldn't help being vigilant. The young man asked, your contractual spiritual beast? Hanfei nodded lightly. It's making a breakthrough. Don't disturb it. The woman beside the young man said, there are many seals here. Why is there only such a big spirit gathering formation of yours here? Hanfei remained indifferent. I set it up. You have a problem with it? You set it up yourself? The young man and the young woman glanced at each other, looking surprised. The young man asked, do you know something big has happened in the deepest part of the grassland? Some people say that there seems to be a big tree missing. Hanfei faintly smiled. Do you mean the big red trunk? I know. I also got the information and came from outside. Who would have expected that? My contractual spiritual beast would make a breakthrough halfway there, the woman said. Since you're here, why don't you take your contractual spiritual beast back and go inside to check it out first? Seeing that the two people looked a bit strange, Hanfei guessed that they were talking in voice transmission. He smiled. What's going on inside? I don't know anything about it. However, I met someone on the road who said that the inside has been occupied by sea creatures. If you are not afraid of death, then go inside. The young man suddenly took out his armor box. I advise you to tell the truth. How do we get through the seal quickly? And what on earth happened to the big red trunk? Hanfei raised his hand, drew his bow, and shot a series of 3 arrows. Bam! 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 Each arrow was more powerful than the previous one. With Hanfei's peak combat power, even a peak-level dangling fisher couldn't block the 3 arrows easily. The young man opened his armor box, shielded himself with armor, and drove his weapons to attack the 3 arrows. Bam! 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 The arrow shattered, but the woman disappeared. But Hanfei didn't mean to stop, and he shot another arrow that contained 1,600 points of spiritual energy. The man was startled and quickly shouted to the woman via voice transmission, come back. At that time, Hanfei threw the water dividing seal at the seawater in the upper left corner. With a bang, a figure flew out. At this moment, Hanfei's 4th arrow hit the man's armor shield with a boom, blasting him back 5 or 6 steps, and the man's hands were dripping with blood. Hanfei sneered. I don't want to beat you, but you made me. One more step and you're dead. In fact, it was not that Hanfei didn't want to get rid of these troublemakers, but he tried it once. For the first time, 3 people came and he had wanted to kill those 3. However, they had flash stones, and at the very last moment, they flashed away. That was really a waste of his time. If Hanfei guessed right, these 2 also had flash stones, which seemed to be a must-have for people entering the sea grassland. Since they couldn't be killed, he just needed to deter them. Anyway, when Hexagon Starfish finished upgrading, he would leave. He didn't have to waste any time on these people. Sure enough, when the 2 saw Hanfei's strength, they immediately retreated. After 2 hours, Hanfei could no longer feel the surrounding spiritual energy escaping and immediately looked at Hexagon Starfish. The latter was slowly opening his eyes. Hexagon Starfish said proudly, I'm done. Then let's leave. When did I become your guardian angel? See, I've driven away 5 waves of people for you. Hexagon Starfish's big eyes kept rolling. Thank you? Hanfei hurriedly jumped on its back. Let's go. Go to the Seaweed City wall. First, to see the seaweed monster, Hexagon starfish said, I can set up a hidden formation to deceive it. Han Fei smiled. No, I'm going to meet it. After all, that bastard still owes me 10 dry leaf worms. Han Fei felt that he had been being tricked along the way. Since he met Yang Ruoyun, he had had no luck. Fortunately, although the road had its twists and turns, the result was gratifying so far. Although he couldn't do anything to that cunning woman, he must take revenge on the damn seaweed monster. That bastard took advantage of him and put the damn soul lock on him. Would it kill him if he failed to bring it a red ball? When Hexagon starfish heard that Han Fei was going to take revenge on the seaweed monster, he immediately slowed down, rolling his eyes, and said, No. The starfish won't fight, and you can't beat it. Han Fei sneered. Do you mean you can't beat it? But do you know what level that thing is? It looks quite powerful. Hexagon starfish shook its tentacles. I don't know. It should not be very powerful. However, it is very powerful in that place. It's full of seaweed that will entangle me. Huh. Just like Yang Ruoyun, it's only powerful in a certain place, right? In other words, as long as it gets out of the seaweed wall, it will be nothing? Yes. Han Fei waved his hand. Okay, then do you have a way to lure it out? Hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. No idea. Han Fei sighed. Okay, can you stop rolling your big eyeballs? It makes me dizzy. Master Hexagon, is there any high-level hidden formation among the formations you inherited? There seems to be. Passing through the lotus fish area and the worm fish pit, they rushed through the other places at full speed. 100 miles away from the seaweed city wall, a large starfish surreptitiously burrowed into the mud and slid forward. Its body exuded a faint red light. However, its breath was very weak, as if it was hidden by something. When approaching the seaweed city wall, the 6 big eyes of the big starfish stealthily popped out of the mud, and when he saw the seaweed canopy was not moving, he immediately got into the mud again and seemed ready to go through the seaweed city wall from underground. Underground, Hexagon starfish seemed to be talking to himself. What if it eats me? The starfish can't fight. You must save me quickly. I have only been out of trouble for 2 years, and I don't want to die yet. No, your hidden formation is too weak. I feel that seaweed is coming. Under the seaweed city wall, a large piece of seaweed was creeping. These seaweeds were secretly chasing behind Hexagon starfish and seemed to be waiting for him to go deeper before taking action. After a while, when Hexagon starfish went nearly 100 miles into the seaweed city wall, suddenly, the ground shook and large swaths of seaweed plunged into the mud. At that moment, Hexagon starfish immediately turned around and began to run at full speed. This was a matter of course in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, the seaweed city wall extended nearly 700 or 800 miles. From a common sense point of view, the starfish's only chance was to run back. Therefore, the faster Hexagon starfish ran, the faster the seaweed pierced the ground. Although Master Hexagon tried his best to run away and even used seals to protect himself, he was surrounded by seaweed after running less than 50 miles. I'm just passing by. Don't force the starfish to fight. Then a casual voice sounded, Do you have a red ball on you? Hand it over. Hexagon starfish shouted, I have eaten it. The big red trunk inside is gone. I only grabbed one. The seaweed monster froze. How is it possible? How could the big red trunk disappear? You lied to me. Hexagon starfish suddenly became smaller and jumped out of a pile of seaweed with a swish. It's true. Even the roots of the tree are gone, and they were taken away by a sea demon. A sea demon? How is it possible? How could there be a sea demon? With that, the seaweed monster broke out completely and drilled deep into the ground. One cluster of dirt after another was dug out. Hexagon starfish cried. Help! Hexagon starfish was wrapped by large clumps of seaweed and dragged out of the ground abruptly. As soon as it was unearthed, its body became large, at least 50 to 60 meters long, and purple light appeared on his 6 tentacles. There seemed to be a formation enveloping him. Hexagon starfish turned like a spinning top. Immediately, countless seaweed fell apart as if they were cut by a sharp blade. You can't escape. If there is no longer a red ball, I can eat you. The effect is the same. Hexagon starfish was startled and his 6 big eyeballs kept rolling. But facing the overwhelming amount of seaweed together with a lot of vines, Hexagon starfish finally could no longer spin. Like a stuck axle, he was rigidly fixed among the seaweed. Hexagon starfish secretly said to Han Fei through voice transmission, "Help me. If you don't save me, I will die." And in one of the doors of Hexagon starfish, Han Fei said leisurely, "Master Hexagon, didn't you say that you can't hear me talking in the door? Why can you hear me now?" Hexagon starfish almost burst into tears and hurriedly said, "At that time, my doors were sealed. Since you removed the seal, I can communicate with those inside the doors." Oh? Really? Hexagon starfish said anxiously, "Yes, yes." Han Fei said, "No rush. The seaweed monster hasn't come out yet. If it wants to eat you, it will show its true body, right? Otherwise, aren't we putting on this show in vain?" Hexagon starfish panicked. "If you didn't threaten me to crush my essence blood, would I have agreed to be the bait? Shameless. Despicable. Bastard." Such a gentle starfish was forced to start swearing. Han Fei cut him off. "Don't panic. Calm down. Put a sealing formation on yourself first. Anyway, you can set up formations quickly. As long as the monster dares to show up and approach, throw me out and I promise it won't eat you." In the outside world. Needless to say, Hexagon starfish had been covered with bursts of purple light. This was the strongest formation Hexagon starfish had, and even flash stones wouldn't work in it. But if Han Fei did not come out, Hexagon starfish would certainly die, even if it was a mysterious creature. The seaweed monster's voice rang leisurely, "What a strong seal. Unfortunately, this is the world of seagrass, and I am the master here." Hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. "Where are you?" "I'll spit out the red fruit. For you? The red ball has penetrated into your flesh and blood. How can you spit it out? Don't worry. I will be there soon and I will suck you up slowly." Is the seaweed monster still far away from here? So, it is not the kind of invincible super creature that can exist in any place with seaweed? Han Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that he would encounter a kind of weird creature that could walk through spiritual plants like Little White. He waited for an hour, but the seaweed monster hadn't come yet. Han Fei was speechless. How damn far was the seaweed monster from here? But the question was, since the seaweed monster was so far away, where did its sound come from? Could it transmit its voice from thousands of miles away? He waited some more. Finally, a dark green ball appeared. Yes, it was a ball with a radius of fewer than 10 meters, and its surface was full of sticky moss and was entangled with many circles of vines with vine leaves growing on them. This ball had no eyes, tentacles, or mouth. It literally had nothing. When the green ball rolled over and saw Hexagon Starfish, it seemed to tremble for a while. Red ball. Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. We're both exotic creatures. Can you let me go? Let you go? For so many years, I just hoped to get a red ball, but I failed. Now, if I eat you, I can have a red ball, transform my shape, and awaken my talent. How could I let you go? When Han Fei heard this, he was speechless. Transform its form? Like Yang Ruoyan, are you *King kidding me? If Hexagon Starfish didn't eat a red ball, the seaweed monster might let him go. After all, it would be very troublesome for the seaweed monster to keep Hexagon Starfish here. But it was a different story since Hexagon Starfish had swallowed a red ball. This seaweed monster. No. The seaweed ball seemed to be obsessed with those red balls. It certainly wouldn't let Hexagon Starfish go now. Hexagon Starfish said in surprise, that red fruit won't help you transform your shape. You won't become a sea demon after eating it. Nonsense. The green ball hit Hexagon Starfish's formation with a loud bang and shouted, I'm different from you. My duty is to guard the big red trunk. As long as someone can bring me a red ball one day, I can transform my shape and become a demon. Han Fei felt its thought process to be ridiculous. Those who come out have no memory. Who could bring you a red ball? Besides, all the guys who have eaten red balls have become fish. Even if there are occasionally one or two people whose memory does not disappear, you may not be able to catch them. For example, Yang Ruoyan threw the Sun Mu trio out of the big red trunk forest. Did they come out? Han Fei felt that they had probably come out. After all, although he had collected their sea-swallowing seashells, weapons, and accessories, their spiritual weapons were still kept in their bodies. Once they woke up and took out the spiritual weapon in their bodies, as the top powerhouses in the level 3 fishery, they would certainly find a way to pass through the seaweed city wall. Outside, Hexagon Starfish reported in horror, saying that the seaweed ball was summoning countless vines and trying to burst open its 6-door formation. About 10 minutes passed. Hexagon Starfish cried, No, should I strengthen the formation? Help! A straw reached out from the monster ball and it's going to suck my blood. Han Fei was speechless. Do you have any *King blood? But then he wondered again, is the seaweed monster a mosquito? Where did the *King straw come from? In the outside world. The big green ball excitedly thrust the 3 to 4 meter long needle-like straw at Hexagon Starfish. However, just as the straw was about to pierce Hexagon Starfish, suddenly a figure appeared. The seaweed ball was shocked and was about to run immediately. But before it moved, a big golden net had already covered it. Humph, where can you run to, holding the net tightly and making a knot? Han Fei looked at the ball with contempt. Happy? Surprised? It's you? How could it be? Where did you suddenly pop out from? With a wave of his hand, Han Fei cut off the vines that were out of control in the blink of an eye with the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers, and rescued Hexagon Starfish. Hexagon starfish that broke free of the shackles immediately became palm-sized and squatted on Han Fei's shoulders. Don't let it out. I was almost sucked up by it just now. The ball rammed left and right in the spirit-forbidden net, panicking. What is this? Let me out. Where's my spiritual energy? Where's my spiritual energy? Please, let me go. I can give you dry leaf worms. I can give you 10 more. No, I can give you 100. Han Fei disdainfully said, haha. Do you think I'm stupid? There are so many treasures in the world. Am I unable to cultivate without dry leaf worms? It's not worth my risk to let you go just for a few blades of grasses. Seaweed ball panicked. How can you let me go? I don't want the red ball. I won't come out anymore. Han Fei sneered. What does it have to do with me if you come out or not? If you didn't put the soul lock on me, maybe I would cooperate with you. But you did. So who can you blame now? The seaweed ball begged, I still have spiritual energy. I have endless spiritual energy. Bang. Han Fei kicked the ball and sneered. When I was still a fisher, I knew that no one could have endless spiritual energy. Now you've been caught by me. How can you still have endless spiritual energy? Come on, throw some spiritual energy out. Let me peel your shell and see how much spiritual energy you have. Suddenly, the seaweed ball trembled and did not speak. Han Fei smiled. Why, you don't want to be peeled? Do you want me to pull you out of this ball? Do you think you're really a ball by hiding in a ball? Han Fei did not see any information when he spotted the ball. He immediately knew that something was wrong. Or rather, something was indeed living inside the ball, but the ball itself couldn't be a living creature. Not giving the ball of seaweed any chance to beg for mercy, Han Fei cut through 100 pieces with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Then, Han Fei was dumbfounded, and so was the hexagon starfish. Han Fei's lips trembled. So, you're actually an octopus? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name, Divine Seaweed Octopus. Introduction, this is an extremely uncommon creature in the deep-sea jungle that mutated after accidentally having certain fruits. It can freely control unconscious spiritual plants and share its life with seaweed. It cannot be killed in places strewn with seaweed. It's very weak and cowardly and will generally not show up. The divine seaweed ball that it contains can possibly give the eater the ability to control seaweed. Level 39. Quality exotic, mutated. Spiritual energy 15,626 points. Effect, it can significantly increase spiritual power and soul resistance. Collectible, divine seaweed ball. Absorbable. Han Fei was rather lost for words after reading the information. So, this guy was actually just bragging that it could offer 10 pieces of dry leaf worm grass when it was so weak. At this point, the divine seaweed octopus was dumbfounded too, and it constricted into a ball. In fact, it was far bigger than the seaweed ball that enshrouded it. However, octopus were creatures that liked to squeeze into narrow places. Han Fei had once picked up a big bottle with a 9-liter capacity during his fishing, and the top of the bottle was only 5 centimeters in diameter. He found that an octopus more than 30 centimeters long was hiding inside. Such was exactly the case for this one. Han Fei estimated that it was as huge as Mr. Hexagon starfish, but it had shrunk into a ball no more than 10 meters. in diameter. Don't kill me. I'll get the worm leaves for you. The big octopus brought that up to Han Fei at this point. Han Fei grinned widely. The worm leaves? I do not want them at all right now. I'm more interested in you. Han Fei simply stepped forward, punching and kicking the octopus. This is for the soul lock you imposed on us. This is for your trickery. This is for your threat. This is for blocking my way. This is for your bragging and pretentiousness. This is, well, for your ugliness. You're too hideous. While the hexagon starfish watched it in shock, Han Fei kicked almost 10 minutes. Finally, Han Fei turned his neck back. I'm much more comfortable now. It truly feels great to hit a sandbag. The divine seaweed octopus dared not complain when Han Fei vented his fury. After all, Han Fei did not use any spiritual energy, so the octopus simply let him beat it. At this point, the divine seaweed octopus asked weakly, "Can you let me go?" Han Fei scoffed, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, open the 6-gate array." Huh? Han Fei asked, "What are you waiting for? Open it and throw this thing into it." The divine seaweed octopus was shocked, and the hexagon starfish said quickly, "No. My 6-gate array can't keep it trapped for long." Han Fei chuckled. "There's still the spirit forbidding net. It can't possibly escape that." Hearing that, the hexagon starfish was relieved and opened its 6-gate array. Then, Han Fei simply hauled and hurled the divine seaweed octopus into the 6-gate array. Then, he stuck the spirit forbidding net above the 6-gate array. If this goddamn green octopus struggled, it would be immediately stopped by the net. As for Han Fei, he sat on the top of the divine seaweed octopus's head with 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in his hand and another 30 floating around himself. Han Fei said, "Give me 10 dry leafworm grasses first, and I'll consider if I will let you go or not." The divine seaweed octopus was dumbfounded. Even if it had 3 hearts and 6 brains, so what? They couldn't help when it was under absolute control. The divine seaweed octopus complained, "I can't use my abilities inside this barrier, Poochie." Before it finished, Han Fei had stabbed his dagger into its head. "Think carefully before you talk. What did you just say? You can't? Okay." The divine seaweed octopus was almost crying from this man's ruthlessness. Han Fei quickly drew the dagger out and nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, what are you waiting for? Get the dry leafworm grasses for me." "Its tentacles dangling," the divine seaweed octopus said, "but there are no worm pits here." Before Han Fei had the chance to respond, the hexagon starfish had said, "That's easy. I know where the worm pits are. Human being, can you get me 2 dry leafworm leaves too?" Han Fei grinned and waved his hand. "No problem." The divine seaweed octopus was almost of a mind to kill the hexagon starfish. "Why are you meddling in this?" The dangers in this area were gone when the big octopus's wall of seaweed disappeared. Nothing weird happened while the hexagon starfish looked for the worm pits with Han Fei. Though the seaweed was still harassing them, it was just their instinct and they weren't threatening at all. At this point, the seaweed was crawling to the worm pits crazily. Seeing the seaweed wither and crumble to smithereens, Han Fei felt lucky that he didn't fight those worms, or he might have been killed. Han Fei couldn't be delighted when he acquired the first dry leafworm grass. Good stuff. If he had 10 dry leafworm grasses, he was confident to push his indestructible body to a new level. This one dry leafworm grass had consumed All the seaweed within thousands of meters. Of course, the seaweed in other places soon filled the vacancy. 1, 2, 5. When the divine seaweed octopus attacked the 8th worm pit, the worms were on a rampage. It was not a rampage in one worm pit but an earthquake in hundreds of worm pits. A tremendous number of dry leaf worms were swarming out like locusts. The divine seaweed octopus said, "Not good. The worm king is coming out." Han Fei simply took the spirit-forbidding net off and tied up the divine seaweed octopus before he jumped to the hexagon starfish. "Let's run." "Why is there a worm king here?" While fleeing as quickly as a shooting star, the hexagon starfish replied, "I don't know." Han Fei stabbed into the big octopus's head. "Speak. Why are the worms going on a rampage?" The divine seaweed octopus replied quickly, "I don't know. Maybe because we killed too many worms?" Clap. Han Fei slapped the octopus consecutively. "You don't know? Keep lying. You've dominated this place for years, but you don't know the Worm King? You idiot." When the swarms of dry leaf worms swarmed out, Han Fei found that the vines within the reach of his eyes were withering instantly. If Han Fei had reacted one moment more slowly, he might not have been able to escape. What Han Fei didn't know was that the rampages did not just happen here, but in every place within thousands of kilometers. Someone learned the news about the seaborne prairie and was crossing the wall of seaweed, but they were swallowed by the rampant worms that ate up their bones. There was another who hadn't entered it yet. Seeing the onslaught of worms, they were so frightened that they fled back immediately. At this point, Han Fei stabbed dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers into the divine seaweed octopus. "Are you taking me for a fool? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Startled and frightened by the unexpected torture, the octopus cried, "I didn't. I really don't know. Worm onslaughts happen once in a while, but it has nothing to do with me." "Worm onslaughts? What's that exactly?" The big octopus trembled. "It means that worms from all pits in the area are on a rampage." Hiss. Han Fei immediately felt that his heart was cold. All the worm pits were bursting? That meant no chance of survival for him. He watched the hexagon starfish swim towards green places, but all the seaweed within 5 meters from the bottom had been corroded. He had no idea how many worm pits were down there. The hexagon starfish was not slow, but it could not get rid of the worms, because the worms were coming from more than one pit. Also, weirdly enough, those worms were tailing him. Looking at the divine seaweed octopus that had shrunk again, Han Fei was puzzled. Is this thing really behind the incident? Secretly releasing his senses, Han Fei finally sensed something wrong. He simply stabbed the blue sea wandering dragon daggers into the big octopus and churned. As it turned out, the divine seaweed octopus had been secreting a sticky fluid on the way. The fluid was only one drop, although the octopus was dozens of meters long. If Han Fei hadn't been tricked by Yang Ruoyan too many times, he wouldn't have suspected it at all. But according to his observation, the worms would go on a rampage every time the fluid dropped. Coldly, Han Fei said, "Surrender, or die. Make your choice." "I surrender. Don't kill me. I can be your contractual spiritual beast." "Stop churning." Han Fei slightly raised his lips. "If you're surrendering, your mind should give up resistance. Collect The hexagon starfish couldn't be more shocked when the divine seaweed octopus simply disappeared. Where's the octopus? Do you have a space that can store living creatures too? Han Fei glanced at it and said, it's already dead. I threw it in the sea. Swallowing seashell. No. It's not dead. Hew. 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 Recalling the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers, Han Fei declared. It's dead when I say it's dead. The hexagon starfish trembled in fear because of Han Fei. It couldn't be more. Terrified of Han Fei, feeling that this human being was a monster who would retaliate against whoever threatened him when he had a chance. Also, the man was threatening to destroy its essence blood. That was too mean. After taking care of the octopus, Han Fei found that the dry leaf worms stopped following him. He grinned and thought, you idiot, you shouldn't play tricks with me, should you? Outside of the wall of seaweed, the carrier and the passenger swapped their roles. Fearing that it might be caught, the hexagon starfish turned into the size of a hand and lay on Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei, on the other hand, swam fast. Nothing in this place was worth exploring anymore. There might be more secrets in the corners of the seaborne prairie, but Han Fei did not care about them anymore. He had run into several groups of adventurers in this place that was supposed to be secluded. Roma. Very soon, Han Fei saw 3 people on his way, including a woman with a saber longer than herself, as well as an armorist and a hunter. The woman raised her saber and stopped him. Stop. Han Fei spoke telepathically, are you robbers? Han Fei's senses were restricted to 300 meters, which couldn't prevent him from running into other people. Those strangers were already the 3rd group that he encountered. Of the 2 previous groups, one was dead, and the other escaped. The woman said coldly, have you escaped from inside? Han Fei slightly nodded. Yes. What happened inside? Han Fei grinned and said, why don't you take a look at it for yourself? Boy, you will answer what you're asked, or we can easily kill you. An intermediate dangling fisher is no problem for us. The armorist next to the woman spoke before the woman said anything. This armorist was brawny and bearded and looked quite ferocious. Han Fei peeped at him casually and asked, you should be more informed here than the people inside, right? Staring at Han Fei coldly, the woman asked a long time later, I'm told that the big red trunk in the center disappeared. Is that true? Han Fei shrugged. Why do you all think that I should know about the big red trunk? I don't. However, I do know that worms are on a rampage inside the wall of seaweed. The 3 strangers were all shocked. The worms are on a rampage? The hunter immediately said, that's impossible. It's been years since they caused a problem. Why would then? Han Fei said lazily, therefore, you should check it out on your own instead of pestering me. I'll be leaving if that's all. However, the woman stopped him when Han Fei was about to move. Since you just came out, I believe what you say. I won't ask what happened inside again. However, Han Fei, don't you think it's too cocky of you to be here again? This time, it was Han Fei who was shocked. Why do you know my name? The 3 strangers fused their spiritual beasts instantly. The hunter disappeared, and weapons were spurting out of the box. Han Fei extended his hand and summoned a huge seal, before he pressed above on his right. Immediately, the seawater was surging. Before the hunter could dodge, a blue sea wandering dragon dagger had been stabbed into his heart. On the other hand, the woman and the armorist, who hadn't done anything yet, were greatly shocked to see that. The armorist immediately recalled his weapons and asked in shock, "How is he so strong? Isn't he only an intermediate dangling fisher on the list?" The woman put her weapons back too. Han Fei was much stronger than anticipated. Of the three of them, she was the only advanced dangling fisher. And the other two were both intermediate dangling fishers. Now that one of them had been killed instantly, how could they fight on? Han Fei shouted, "Hey? Don't you think it's too late for you to run now?" Han Fei was ready to attack, when the two strangers both swooshed and disappeared. Han Fei. Goddamn flash stones. Why are there such things? Han Fei was quite lost for words. Everybody who escaped from him had gotten away with flash stones. It was impossible for him to track them down at all. As Han Fei remembered, flash stones weren't cheap at all. Someone offered 4,000 mid-quality pearls for the flash stones he found earlier. But why did everybody he run into have a flash stone? Or was it actually the only flash stone they had to save their life? Looting the hunter sea-swallowing seashell, Han Fei searched it and only found a pair of daggers that were low-quality spiritual weapons. There was not even a spiritual fruit. He threw them into Forge the Universe. Han Fei frowned. How did those guys know him? He didn't dawdle anymore. There seemed to be more people in the Seaborn Prairie now. He had run into 3 groups on his way. Considering the odds, the whole Seaborn Prairie might be surrounded. The trip out of the Seaborn Prairie was not too dangerous. Different from when he came, certain novel sea creatures showed up and slightly slowed him down, but it was not a big deal. On his way, Han Fei met another 2 groups of ambushers, but he only killed one of them. The rest squeezed their flash stones and ran away. The hexagon starfish said, "I think more and more human beings are gathering here." Han Fei said, "That's correct. Still more are coming." When they were out of the Seaborn Prairie, Han Fei immediately surfaced and took out the Wind God boat. When the red and white Wind God boat appeared on the surface of the ocean, it looked even more awesome than the most splendid yacht. Particularly, the 2 protrusions at the rear of the boat were like the brake lights of a car. Hardly had Han Fei laid his hands on the Wind God boat when it swooshed dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Shoot. It's so fast. It was like when a plane was accelerating and taking off. Han Fei felt that he had to take deep breaths in order to not be suffocated. The hexagon starfish remarked, "That's so strange. This thing is even faster than me." Han Fei said in disdain, "What do you think? This is the fastest boat in this fishery, although it can't dive into the sea." The hexagon starfish asked, "Then are we going to search for treasures with this boat?" "Of course. Didn't Yang Ruoyan give us a map? It can't hurt to check it out. That place is only 10,000 kilometers from here. We should be there in 4 hours. The hexagon starfish asked, "Didn't you say that it's fake?" Han Fei said, "I did, but what if that woman gave me an authentic map?" Because Han Fei was very confident about the Wind God boat, he sailed in the craziest and most high-profile way. Shwa. 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 The waves raised by the Wind God boat when it passed were more than 50 meters high and spread out to almost 1,000 meters away. 10,000 kilometers would have taken 12 hours if Han Fei were on an advanced boat. As for regular boats, they could see nothing but a flashing red shadow. Therefore, the boats all exclaimed now and then, "It's a racing boat. Son of a bi*ch, which rich kid from the 1,000 star City is traveling? God. I can't believe I just saw a racing boat. Huh? Red racing boats are quite rare. Huh? Why have I never heard of a red racing boat? Furthermore, many boats started following the racing boat, but something big would always happen where racing boats appeared. Recently, the Seabourn Prairie was the busiest place. Too many people were here for treasures now that the big red trunk was gone. Of course, Han Fei couldn't hear their explanations, because he was enjoying the sailing. He wondered how many girls would die to experience a ride on this boat. But not everybody could take this boat. A boat that could ride 3,000 kilometers an hour shouldn't have been made at all, and few people were sturdy enough to endure that speed. After more than 6 hours, Han Fei finally found a barrier covered in sea anemone in a trench. Observing the sea anemone for a long time, Han Fei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think anyone has explored this treasure trove?" "You'll find out after you go in." After much deliberation, Han Fei finally stepped in. A moment later, the hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes and remarked, "You've indeed been tricked again." Han Fei was very calm. Holding his water-dividing seal, he smashed the ragged house inside the treasure trove and didn't walk out with a smile until the house collapsed. The hexagon starfish said, "Human beings are really evil." "Shut up." Han Fei was even more certain that Yang Ruoyun was a good liar, and that nothing that came out of her mouth could be trusted. This place was just a wasteland. The ragged house here was half broken with nothing but stones. Not just treasures, there wasn't even seaweed or crabs. Han Fei was slightly surprised. What's her purpose? Did she build this place just for her lie? Isn't that too costly? The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes and said, "Chances are that she had already been here earlier." Han Fei nodded heavily. "Probably." "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let me tell you. Don't trust any woman who voluntarily works with you." "How can I distinguish between men and women?" Han Fei was stunned. "Just forget it." Han Fei realized that the information of treasure troves from other people wasn't always trustworthy. Now that he had a wind god boat, he should find a place to cultivate alone and deduce his arts first. When Han Fei was swimming to the surface, he ran into 5 strangers. Han Fei intended to circumvent them, but they were too close. He had met them before he could take a turn. Han Fei was rather bummed. Why did this keep happening to him? The 5 strangers were obviously stunned too. One of them took out a book and searched it. Then he asked telepathically, "Are you Han Fei?" "Han Fei?" Han Fei asked in confusion, "You know me too? Who are you?" The 5 strangers were all exhilarated. "Kill him." Han Fei? Han Fei was still stunned at the unexpected encounter. However, he had no time to think at this moment. The 5 strangers were coming fast, and they were a perfect combination with all the 5 professions. Among them, the manipulator and the spirit gatherer were both women. They were an advanced dangling fisher and an intermediate dangling fisher. As for the rest, the soul warrior was an advanced dangling fisher, and the other 2 were also intermediate dangling fishers. Han Fei's heart palpitated. Had Sun Mu already escaped and sent out more men after him? This female manipulator was similar to Su Yabai. She was also using a sea spider as her spiritual beast, which produced white webs and soon covered a large area in the water. The soul warrior's spiritual beast was actually the mess-swallowing worm. He was using 2 sabers. Cutting the water apart, he quickly showed up before Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei could not back off at this point. He summoned the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and counterattacked with his own daggers. In the meantime, the 9-star chain burst out towards nothingness 100 meters away. Huh? The hunter agilely dodged the attack and spoke to everybody telepathically. The range of his senses is beyond 100 meters. They were all quite shocked. Theoretically, a dangling fisher should be able to sense 100 meters, but this required luck. Most people could barely sense 50 meters away. Clatter. 30 daggers appeared next to Han Fei simultaneously, and the soul warrior that was fighting him was shocked. How is it possible? You're controlling 30 daggers? The man immediately retreated and spoke telepathically, weapon box. However, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers haunted the soul warrior like ghosts, soon breaking his spiritual energy protective cover and causing dozens of cuts. COV. When the torrents of weapons from the hostile armorist came close, Han Fei simply ignored them and continued chasing the soul warrior. Speak. How do you know me? The hostile manipulator tried to pull the soul warrior away and tie Han Fei up with the spider webs. However, Han Fei simply rolled his daggers and cut the threads. Bam! The water-dividing seal was expanded and smashed at the soul warrior, who tried to block it with the two sabers. However, his sabers and his arms were all broken while he squirted out blood. Behind, the hunter got rid of the 9-star chain and cut Han Fei's neck with 2 daggers. However, after a cold flash, an explosive saber aura burst out dozens of meters, cutting the hunter into halves. Fall back. Fall back. Fall back. 6 turtle shell shields popped up in front of the armorist while he shouted at everyone in fright. However, the seal was launched again. Bam, bam, bam. 4 of the shields were shattered, and the armorist was slapped hundreds of meters away. Terrified, the spirit gatherer and the manipulator intended to run. They were too scared. The hunter had been executed after one attack, the soul warrior was suppressed, and even the armorist, who had the strongest defense, couldn't take one attack from Han Fei. What is this monster exactly? You want to run? Mr. Hexagon Starfish set up the array. 6 streams of purple light rose to the sky, and the 2 women simply crashed into the 6-gate array. In the next moment, all the strangers were tied up by the 9-star chain, unable to move anymore. The whole battle had only lasted 10 seconds. Was Han Fei strong? Of course he was. However, the enemies he had run into were all peak-level dangling fishers, who were much stronger than intermediate dangling fishers and advanced dangling fishers. An advanced dangling fisher had to polish himself for a long time before they could reach the peak level. Even among the peak-level dangling fishers, those with resources were also significantly stronger than those without. So, Han Fei simply ran without thinking when he was faced with Sun Mu and his team. However, now that he was faced with this so-called perfect combination, Han Fei had carried out his explosive power and his abundant techniques. Was the saber manipulation art not powerful? It was. But Han Fei could barely hit a peak-level dangling fisher with that. This soul warrior, on the other hand, had been brutalized after only one attack with this art. Han Fei stabbed all the 4 of them, hurting their internal organs and breaking their arms. In the meantime, the manipulator tried to escape with a flash stone, but she bumped into the 6-gate array. Huh? Han Fei chuckled. Those who bump into an array with a flash stone must have been caught in despair. The manipulator was shocked and chilled too. Han Fei was like a demon in her eyes. She thought that only the descendants from the big families in the Thousand-Star City could have such terrifying abilities. A moment later, Han Fei covered all of them with the spirit-forbidding net, making their hearts cold. They had only heard about the spirit-forbidding rope before, but this time they had seen something even fancier, and it was used on them. Sitting on the long chair in the cabin, Han Fei tilted his head and said, "You'll answer what I ask you. Firstly, how do you know that I'm Han Fei?" The Soul Warrior smiled bitterly. "You're now on the wanted list of the level 3 fishery. Your bounty is 100 spiritual fruits, 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, a high-quality spiritual weapon, and a demon level technique." Han Fei gasped hard. "I'm so valuable now? Is that the book you read earlier?" The Soul Warrior nodded and voluntarily submitted his sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei took it. There were few treasures in the sea-swallowing seashell. He was too lazy to scour it. Finding the book, Han Fei browsed through it. Page 1. First on the wanted list. Name, Mo Qianchong. Gender, male. Profession, armorist. Spiritual beast, gold arowana. Contractual spiritual beasts, mess-swallowing worm, phantom jellyfish, unknown. Specialties, dagger trap, torrent of shadow swords. Bounty, 5 million mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 1,000 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, 2 high-quality demon-level arts, 5 high-quality spiritual weapons, 1,000 spiritual fruits. Remark, this is a highly dangerous person. He killed 62 peak-level dangling fishers in the Thousand Smoke Valley, destroyed 3 treasure troves, and probably murdered more than 100 people. Note, this man is very vicious. Nobody who saw his real face has survived. 2 portraits of Mo Qianchong were attached to the book. One of them was wearing a fish skin, and the other was the speculated bottom half of his face. Han Fei was lost for words. That man's bounty was much higher than his. But he was rather impressed when he read the man's remark. How strong must this armorist be to kill 62 peak-level dangling fishers on his own? As he read on, he found a very familiar name on page 32. The 32 RD place on the wanted list. Name, Xia Xiaochan. Gender, female. Profession, hunter. Spiritual beast, shadow shrimp, unknown gigantic fish. Contractual spiritual beasts, red fire tricky lobster. Specialties, shadow kill. Shadow stab, supreme stab, uncertain, flash. Bounty, 3 million mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 300 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, 1 high quality demon level art, 1 high quality spiritual weapon, and 300 spiritual fruits. Remark, highly dangerous. She killed 28 people in a roll in the Cave of Death, including 16 peak-level dangling fishers. She's extremely fast and good at her flash ability. She has a second naturally endowed spiritual beast. Her strength is inestimable. Note, this woman seems temperamental. When she is on a rampage, she's as strong as anyone on the top 10 of the wanted list. She was last spotted 50 kilometers away from the undersea city. In the end was a portrait of Xia Xiaochan, who was expressionless. But she was still beautiful and cute. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Did Xia Xiaochan have another episode? Browsing through the book, Han Fei completely lost his good mood. Xia Xiaochan had attacks, which were very serious. Han Fei couldn't imagine what Xiao Xiaochan would do after she had an attack. This was the level 3 fishery, not the Thug Academy. Han Fei wouldn't really hurt her back when they were at home, but nobody would show mercy on her here. Han Fei couldn't help but ask the strangers, "Is this book up to date? How frequently is it updated?" Gritting his teeth, the soul warrior said, "Usually, every 7 days. The information has to be accurate in case they flee. Someone on the dragon boat must want them dead." Intrigued, Han Fei asked, "When was this book released?" "The day before yesterday." "The day before yesterday?" Han Fei was greatly shocked. If it was released the day before yesterday, didn't it mean that Xiao Xiaochan could be in the undersea city now? With Han Fei's understanding of Xiao Xiaochan, she would never miss a famous place like the undersea city, even if her head was still clear. However, the undersea city was 150,000 kilometers away from him, which would take 2 days and a half even if he sailed at full speed. Han Fei frowned. It might not be for the best if he went there in haste. Xiao Xiaochan was better at escaping than he was, since he had to improve himself. And he had his own pursuers. He might lead more enemies to Xiao Xiaochan if he looked for her now. By then, her hunters would likely be peak-level dangling fishers instead of regular ones. Han Fei kept turning the pages and didn't find his name until page 59. The 59th place on the wanted list. Name, Han Fei. Gender, male. Professions, spirit warrior, spirit gatherer, spiritual beast, spirit swallowing fish. Contractual spiritual beasts, mantis shrimp, unknown creature, good with 9 chains, unknown, very fast, with 2 wings, suspected to be a legendary creature. Specialties, million knife art, unknown seal technique. Bounty, 500,000 mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 300 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, 1 high-quality demon-level art, 1 high-quality spiritual weapon, and 300 spiritual fruits. Remark: dangerous, cunning, and good with arrays. He once ruthlessly hunted more than 20 dangling fishers in the seaborne prairie. Note: this man is extremely shrewd. Kill him whenever you see him. He's likely to be associated with the great change in the seaborne prairie. Bam! Han Fei bashed the chair so hard that the 4 people under the spirit forbidding net were rather shocked. His face suddenly turned extremely awful. What's that about? Why am I the 59th place? Are they blind? I hunted them? I was hunted by them. He hunted more than 20 dangling fishers ruthlessly? It was a blatant slander. It did not mention that those he killed were all peak-level dangling fishers, and it described him as a hunter instead of someone being hunted. Whoever wrote that was truly malicious. Han Fei glanced at them coldly and asked, "Who wrote this book?" "The spirit gatherer replied quickly, "We don't know. It's available on the dragon boat. All you have to do is buy it." Han Fei didn't remember running into such a book. It was probably because he had been busy gambling and refining during the days on the dragon boat. That was why he didn't find the book sooner. Han Fei read on patiently and didn't find Lu Renquang, Luo Xiaobai, or Zhang Xuanyu after he finished all the 100 pages. He was greatly relieved. Whoever was in this book would be hunted by everybody in the level 3 fishery. It was great that his friends weren't on it. What Han Fei didn't know was that Zhang Xuanyu was also holding the most recent wanted list in a certain place too. When he saw Xiao Xiaochan and Han Fei's names, he cursed, "Those 2 jerks are making a scene again." No, I can't be bested by them. Han Fei collected the book. Since he had no access to the latest version of the book on the dragon boat, he'd better keep this one safe. Squinting at them, Han Fei said, "Tell me more. What's the biggest news recently?" The manipulator said, "Right now, the biggest news is that the big red trunk in the seaborne prairie is gone." Bulls asterisk it. Are the incidents in the Thousand Smoke Valley and the Cave of Death not important? The manipulator shook her head. Not as important as what happened in the seaborne prairie. The big red trunk is at the mysterious center of the seaborne prairie. Nobody knows the secrets of that place. Also, word is that sea demons are emerging inside the seaborne prairie, making the place even more turbulent. So, 2 dragon boats are there. Han Fei's eyes constricted. 2 dragon boats are here? He was quite surprised. No wonder he met so many more people. As it happened, 2 dragon boats had arrived. It seemed that he had to go somewhere else. Han Fei asked again, "How much does this book cost?" Huh? They were all stunned. Are you going to pay us? The soul warrior said, 100 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei's face darkened. So cheap? Didn't it mean that anybody could afford it? How many people knew of himself and Xia Xiaochan now? After a long time of consideration, Han Fei asked in confusion, "Why are so many people coming to the seaborne prairie when it's a mess?" The armorist said, "Because they're looking for opportunities. In fact, most of them are here not for the seaborne prairie, but to kill each other and take their treasures." Han Fei scoffed. Kill and rob? Who's going to kill whom? Do they not cherish their life at all? The armorist shook his head. Every time a great event happens, the nearest dragon boat will always come and explore it. The robbers I mentioned are mostly not from the dragon boat. Han Fei sneered. Not from the dragon boat? Then are they from the sea? To Han Fei's surprise, the armorist nodded and spoke frankly, "Since so many people have come on the dragon boat, the real ghost boat of the level 3 fishery might come too." No. Wait. Han Fei thought it through and said, "The ghost boat can accommodate few people. Are they capable of hunting the mass of people from the dragon boats?" The armorist shook his head. Not just the regular ghost boats, but the real ghost boat. It's unique in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei grew interested. Go on. But the armorist looked at Han Fei and asked, "Can you let them go first?" "I'll tell you everything if you let them go." Han Fei snorted. "Are you negotiating with me? Is your situation not clear to you?" The armorist gnashed his teeth. "We're no match for you at all. You can kill us anytime you want. However, it's meaningless to kill us. You don't seem interested in our sea-swallowing seashells. So, what you want must be information, and I'm the most informed person here." Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei considered for a moment and pointed at the spirit gatherer and the soul warrior. "You two, go now." However, the spirit gatherer clutched the armorist's arm, unwilling to go. The armorist shouted angrily, "Go now." The soul warrior stared at his companion and grabbed the spirit gatherer. Then, they got out of the hole that Han Fei opened and jumped into the water. Han Fei set them free, because one of them was weak and the other was heavily wounded. They couldn't cause any problem. Like the armorist said, he was not interested in their lives or their sea-swallowing seashells, but he was interested in intelligence. Han Fei said with a smile, "Can you talk now?" At this point, the armorist looked at the manipulator by his side. Han Fei said coldly, "Don't press too far. I'll consider letting her go if you speak clearly and comprehensively. But if I find out that you're lying, I'll kill her immediately." This was not the time to respect ladies. Whoever dared to go on an adventure was ready to die for it. In Yang Ruoyan's words, the elites of the level 3 fishery were selected exactly by killing each other. The armorist sighed and said, "Everybody knows that there are dragon boats and ghost boats in the level 3 fishery. In fact, the ghost boat is a fit term. In the level 3 fishery, there is a boat that travels at the bottom of the sea." Han Fei interrupted him, "No, wait a moment, a boat that travels at the bottom of the sea?" The armorist nodded. "Yes." Han Fei was rather stunned. "Damn it. Is it a submarine?"